In hindsight, Naruto realized that his main problem throughout his life was control. Primarily chakra control. Born as an Uzumaki, Naruto naturally had an abnormally high chakra reserve, chakra being the combination of physical and mental energy. In addition to this, Naruto also had the unfortunate fate of becoming a Jinchuriki moments after his birth. Being the last Uzumaki, and as only an Uzumaki could hold the massive force of chakra that is the nine-tailed fox, there was little choice but to seal the beast within him. Which resulted in Naruto gaining the not inconsiderable chakra reserves of a Biju on top of his already large natural reserves. If that wasn't enough, the nature of the seal placed upon him also contributed to his fundamental difficulty in control, as the seal itself used Naruto's chakra to process and filter the chakra of the fox throughout the day, only to pump the purified chakra back into Naruto each morning as the sun rose. Meaning that any control he gained was compromised as his reserves grew day by day. As such, where other shinobi's chakra flowed throughout their bodies in a steady stream, Naruto's chakra was always in a state of flux. The defining principle of chakra control means that as chakra is used, not only control is gained but the chakra reserves themselves grow as the mind and body become more harmonized. Unfortunately for Naruto, his body was always out of balance with the enormity of his chakra reserves, as you would expect if you had a toddler with the power of a Chunin. The result of this was that by the time Naruto was 12, his reserves rivaled Akage's, but his control was almost non-existent. Uzumaki children, due to their naturally higher than average reserves, traditionally started chakra training as soon as they were potty trained to make sure that their minds and bodies developed as one. Being the last of the Uzumakis meant there was no one to carry on this tradition with Naruto, and so when he finally learnt the basics of control in the academy with the other children, he was drastically out of his depth. Where most his fellow academy students' chakra trickled through their systems, Naruto's chakra gushed, spilling out and around him, forming an invisible chakra cloud. When Naruto was 8, his chakra reserves were so vast that his chakra signature blanketed much of the village, as such to most of the chakra sensors living within the village. Naruto was background noise. Incidentally, this was the secret to how Naruto managed to escape from Jonin and Anbu after completing his pranks. To most sensors it was like trying to find an open tap at the bottom of a lake. Despite popular belief, even Iruka-sensei could not sense Naruto. The reason he could always find Naruto when others could not was due to his own history as a prankster. Iruka would simply trace the chase through the village, then head to the nearest relatively safe hiding spot, and there Naruto would be. Later in life, this chakra cloud would become as even greater acid, as no one could pinpoint his location through his chakra unless he was using it. Where other shinobi hid their presence by making their reserves as small as possible, Naruto simply blanketed the whole region. Due to his underwhelming physical appearance, enemy shinobi assumed the chakra cloud to be a product of the Jonin or Sannin that accompanied him whenever he left the village, and so he remained largely underestimated for much of his life. Having large chakra reserves by itself is no great problem, as it increases stamina, fighting power, and accelerates healing exponentially. However, without control it could also have a really detrimental effect upon the mental and physical development of a young person, especially if the body itself is neglected. Because of his status as a Jinchuriki, Naruto did not receive the best upbringing. Sure, he received the basics of survival, but that was all he received. As such, his mind and body did not develop in balance with his chakra growth. Chakra need an outlet, it cannot simply dissipate as it wants to be used. Some of his chakra went to the fox to replenish that lost in the sealing process, and some went to maintaining his own body as his healing factor tried to counterbalance the effects of malnutrition. But that still left a large amount of chakra constantly circulating through Naruto's small body. This excess chakra manifested in hyperactive behavior and an overloaded thinking process. As a result of this, by the age of 6, it was physically impossible for Naruto to stay still. When forced to try as a punishment for bad behavior, he would actually vibrate with suppressed energy. His mind, much like his body, was also in a state of constant motion, flitting from one thought to the next, so that his attention span ended up as that of a goldfish. It was only when his mind and body worked as one that he could focus. And only then by repeating the same action to exhaustion, which explains his love of training, as it not only fulfilled a physical need but allowed his mind to rest. As such, the academy was possibly the worst learning environment for Naruto, as he was a kinetic learner and the stagnant environment of the academy caused his development to atrophy. It was only when he learnt the shadow clone technique that Naruto's development as a ninja could finally begin, as splitting his chakra amongst the clones balanced out his energies and allowed his mind to slow down enough that he could retain knowledge. Naruto never noticed the memory transference that was a byproduct of the shadow clone jutsu, not from any lack of real intelligence but simply as an indication of the normal state of Naruto's mind. The hyperactive nature of Naruto's thinking process meant that he often thought multiple thoughts all at once, as his chakra-enhanced mind was in an almost constant overload of information as he examined each idea from multiple angles. A byproduct of this meant that Naruto was incapable of sustained anger, as he could see all points of view at once, but it also meant that he found it difficult to focus as his mind constantly went off on tangents of stray thought. But in situations of survival, when adrenaline coursed through his veins, it was this ability to absorb vast amounts of data all at once that resulted in his often startlingly ingenious plans, especially after he could split the responsibility of response to stimuli amongst his shadow clones. Unfortunately, as Naruto's chakra-induced hyperactivity was present almost from the time he learned to walk, no one in the village noticed why he acted like he did, and so it wasn't until Naruto's training journey with Jiraiya and the constant chakra control exercises and usage that this entailed that Naruto's true personality and potential could be realized, as his mind and body finally became somewhat balanced. Learning the Rasengan was perhaps the best thing that could have happened for Naruto's development as a ninja. The chakra-heavy technique not only used up a large quantity of the excess chakra circulating through his body, but the very nature of the technique as a highly advanced chakra control technique was possibly the only control technique that could have made a dent in his vast reserves, as it dealt with the physical manipulation of chakra energy. This technique, in conjunction with the shadow clone technique, gave Naruto the relative control of an academy student and finally allowed Naruto to show the serious and focused shinobi he was always capable of becoming. Yes, Naruto's main problem growing up was chakra control. Perhaps now that he found himself inexplicably 5 years old again, he might finally be able to achieve it. Chapter 1. It took almost 2 months for Naruto to fully accept the situation he found himself in. At first he thought himself to be the victim of an elaborate genjutsu, as the last thing he remembered was fighting against Madara alongside Kakashi-sensei. The next thing he knew, he was awakening to his old room at the orphanage, unable to access his chakra or mindscape and stuck in a body weak from lack of food and exercise. Only after he had tried to use pain, his only resort as his chakra was inaccessible to him, a number of times to break the genjutsu with no result, and a fair amount of time had passed with no change, did Naruto finally accept that he had somehow regressed to his 5-year-old existence. He knew he was 5 as he recognized one of the orphans playing in the yard below his window as a girl who had entered the orphanage soon after his 5th birthday on the death of her grandmother, her only surviving relative. Finding himself in such a weak and vulnerable body almost drove Naruto to despair, as feelings of helplessness almost overwhelmed him. Until one night when he dreamt of the 3 most influential teachers of his life standing around his bed, silently telling him to not give up but to keep moving. It was then that he realized that if he was in fact in the past, then he had a chance. A chance to save these men. His Jiji the Hokage, his master Jiraiya and his team leader Kakashi lost just moments before he himself was hit. At this point in time they still lived and the future was salvageable. This time I will be better, I will be stronger, vowed Naruto to himself. This time I will protect everyone, believe it. The orphanage Naruto spent the first 6 years of his life in was typical of a village recovering from near annihilation. The necessities for survival were provided but in short supply. The Sandaime, being an intelligent if misguided man, realized after the 3rd attempt on Naruto's young life that the people were not quite rational directly after the attack of the 9-tailed fox, and that the care of one Naruto Uzumaki would have to be spelled out most strongly for it to occur. Thus he created his famous law to protect Naruto from the hatred of his peers, and also the Orphans Act, in which the basic standard of care for orphans was stipulated. The caretakers made sure to carry out the letter of the law, in fear of the repercussions if they did not, but only the letter of the law. As stated in the act, orphans were to receive 3 meals a day, though the size of the portions was not stipulated, and so Naruto received 3 meals a day. It was not the carer's fault that the standard serving was so small and that there was never enough for Naruto to receive seconds, Naruto being the last alphabetically to be served. The act stated that orphans were to be washed daily, and so Naruto received his bath with the other orphans. It was not the fault of the carers that after 40 children were washed that the bathwater would be only lukewarm at best when he did so, and not at all clean. As stated in the act, orphans were to be housed in clean rooms with at least 1 blanket each, and so Naruto slept in a clean room each night. It was not the fault of the carers. That due to overcrowding in the dorms, Naruto was consigned to a disused supply room. Nor was it the carers' fault that the blankets were thin with only enough for all the children, bar Naruto, to receive 2 each. Thus Naruto's experience at the orphanage was that of unrelenting loneliness, hunger and cold. He received enough of the basics to survive but not to thrive. As he was left alone for much of the time, Naruto took twice as long as the other orphans to learn to talk and quickly fell behind in the group reading lessons as no one would answer his questions. This severely retarded his development the first time around, but now with his new knowledge, this negligence became a blessing as no one would notice what he did in the privacy of his room. First things first, he thought to himself, I need to meditate. There's not much I can do to improve my body just yet until I can access some more food. But as Jiraiya once said, chakra is a combination of mind and physical power, so if I improve my mind it should help to balance my system and let me access my chakra. Naruto had forgotten how much easier it was to think at this age. Most of his chakra was tied up with the still recovering fox and with countering the effects of malnutrition on his body, and so the hyperactive thought processes of his latter life were yet to develop. The first time around Naruto was too busy feeling miserable to notice, but his senses were truly amazing. He could hear the matron down in the kitchen, 2 floors below. He could clearly see the treetops outside the village wall over 5 kilometers away and could literally smell the emotions of those around him. Naruto had always had great senses, either because of his large chakra reserves or because of the fox's presence, but over time had unconsciously blocked them out. Much like a person living beside a train track would over time not even hear the train, Naruto's senses were greatly reduced through disuse and lack of training. Only through constant training, like that received by the Inuzukas, would such senses be usable later in life, training that Naruto never received. On their 3-year training trip, Jiraiya had attempted to retrain Naruto to use his enhanced senses to some degree. I had no idea how much I had lost, thought Naruto as he stared out the window, reveling in his ability to see so far and hear so much. Thank goodness I remember the training techniques Ero Sanin taught me for retaining my senses. Single quote. Turning away from the window at last, Naruto settled himself on the floor at the end of his bed with his legs folded. He laid his hands on his knees, palms up, and closed his eyes. Breathing deeply, Naruto reached deep inside himself with his mind searching for the wellspring of power residing just behind his navel. Naruto breathed out as he traced the swirling vortex, mentally following its pathway through his body's chakra network. This was the simplest and most calming of all chakra exercises, as the mind is soothed by the gentle flow of energy. Fire monks often used this exercise to clear their minds upon awakening, and indeed it was they that taught it to Naruto. Naruto breathed in and out, gently soothed by the feeling of peace that flowed through his mind. 6 months of this and I should be ready for the next exercise, he thought. There's no need to rush, as not much will be happening for a while and my body is not developed enough yet for much else. I need to be ready in a year's time though. I'll need to build up as much strength as I can to survive when I'm thrown out. On the night of Naruto's 6th birthday, a mob of drunken villagers had attacked the orphanage the first time around. For the first few years of Naruto's life his location had been kept secret, and it was thought by most villagers that he had been secluded away from Konoha. But on the night of the 6th Remembrance Festival, a tipsy orphanage worker has let his location slip whilst drinking in a local bar. The resulting mob was quickly turned away by Anbu, but not before they had set fire to the orphanage's front gate. The matron of the orphanage was justifiably upset but unprofessionally took it out on Naruto, whose increasingly hyperactive behavior had made him more difficult to control. Naruto had found himself thrown out through the orphanage's back gate the next morning with little more than the clothes on his back. Luckily the weather had been mild enough that sleeping outside had been no real hardship, but the fear of being so vulnerable and the constant hunger had almost broken him. Until that, as he had miraculously happened upon the ramen stand of Tuchi Ichiraku and his daughter, who had brought his plight to the attention of the Hokage, resulting in Naruto receiving his own apartment and monthly orphan stipend on which to survive. It will be different this time, I will be ready. Chapter 2. A ninja must do what they can in the time that they have. This was the lesson Naruto learned on his very first C-rank mission. Unlike in Wave, where they had only a matter of days to train before the return of Zabuza, Naruto had literally years in which to improve himself before anything of significance was to occur. Though he had plenty of time, the body in which he found himself seriously inhibited what he could do. For the last 5 years Naruto's existence in the orphanage had been largely sedentary in nature. A typical day for Naruto began at dawn when he awoke thanks to his natural morning chakra surge that would awaken him every morning for most of his childhood. It was not until the heavy usage of chakra during training of his teenage years that he was able to sleep in. He would then spend the morning huddled by his window, staring over the orphanage wall, watching as Konoha awoke. At 9 every morning he was finally let out of his room by a caretaker. Naruto would wash after all the other children in the then cold water, then head into the eating hall where he was served firsts. Firsts consisted of 1 rice ball and a cup of miso soup. The children would then line up for seconds, consisting of another rice ball, a small grilled fish and another larger cup of miso soup. Though Naruto always joined the line for seconds, there was never enough for him. After breakfast the children had lessons on how to read and write and look after themselves, which all orphans were required to receive by law. Naruto was ignored more often than not during these lessons and left alone to learn as he could. The first time around Naruto had managed to pick up some of these skills, but it was not until his travels with Jiraiya, when he was required to help edit the great works of literature, that he managed to acquire what most would call a functional level of literacy. Lunch was served after lessons, once again small servings in 2 rounds. Then the children would be released out into the yard for their hour of mandatory outside play time. As stipulated in the Orphans Act, the other children were allowed to play until dinner time, but Naruto would invariably be punished after the first hour was up, usually for trying to approach the other children to play or on one memorable occasion simply for breathing. Naruto would then be locked in his room for the rest of the evening. The only interruption to this time would be when his dinner was delivered, consisting of a rice ball, a small vegetable croquet and another cup of miso soup. Naruto resigned himself to a continuation of this routine, as he could see no real way that he could change it in his current powerless state. Instead he used his time to prepare himself as best he could for the trials ahead, by practicing his chakra control exercises and starting to train his body. He wanted to build up his stamina and strength for when he would be out on his own. Over the last 6 months Naruto had used the early morning hours to meditate. At first only observing his chakra network, but then gradually over time he began to exert his will upon it, calling his chakra to concentrate in various parts of his body such as his hands and his feet. At last he judged that his control was enough to begin the most basic of chakra exercises taught to academy students, the leaf exercise. The idea of this exercise being to hold a leaf upon the forehead with only the force of the student's chakra. Too much chakra and the leaf would be blasted across the room, too little and the leaf would simply fall off. When Naruto had first attempted this exercise at the academy, he could not complete it as his lowest level of possible chakra use at the time would reduce the leaf to dust with each attempt. At the age of 5.5, however, his reserves were such that he could at last learn this most basic of ninja skills. Naruto took 2 months to master holding the leaf upon his forehead, practicing each day when locked in his room. He then learned to hold the leaf on other parts of his body, so that he could practice the exercise continuously by hiding leaves beneath his clothes. Within a couple of weeks he constantly had at least 10 leaves slowly circling his torso beneath his shirt as he manipulated his chakra to keep the leaves not only in place but also in constant motion. He made a game of racing the leaves, seeing which one he could make circle his body the fastest. This has the advantage of training his mind not only to use chakra but also to multitask. It also helped relieve the relentless boredom he felt during this time. In the afternoons Naruto would spend time trying to build his body with push-ups, sit-ups and flexibility exercises. Whilst exercising he would speak aloud, exercising his disused throat and facial muscles, as it had taken another year originally for him to start speaking in sentences. He would recite passages from the tale of the Gutsy Ninja, which he had memorized during his travels with Jiraiya, or to freak out his carers when he sensed them near he would recite passages from Icha he had learnt whilst editing the series. He was still a prankster at heart after all. The only problem with this exercise was though his chakra reserves were enough to keep him relatively healthy considering the small amount of food he was given, it was not enough to encourage the growth of muscle and bone strength. For his physical exercises to produce any real benefit he would need more food, and for this he fell back onto his most hidden of skills, his stealth. Naruto of the Kill Me, bright orange suit was not widely known for his stealth. But years of running and hiding from drunks and later Jonin and Anbu had raised his levels of stealth to an amazing degree. When he wanted to, Naruto could virtually make himself invisible, such as when he painted the Hokage mountain in the middle of the day without being caught until it was complete, or when he wanted to spy on Lady Tsunade. It was only when he had received the knowledge that he was after that she was ever able to detect his presence. No, despite popular opinion, Naruto was very good at remaining undetected, and it was this skill that he employed over the next 6 months to sneak into the kitchens of the orphanage to obtain much-needed sustenance, making sure to always leave no trace of his actions, relocking every lock so that no suspicion could fall upon him. Luckily his clothing was second-hand and 3 sizes too big, so no one took notice of any change in his physique. While he was at it, Naruto also began making preparations for the future. 3 months before his 6th birthday he began gathering the supplies he would need to survive on his own, and to secret them in a hole he dug beneath a large tree by the orphanage's back gate. Naruto hoped that his improved behavior and less hyperactive personality might allow him to stay within the orphanage this time around, but the steely glare that he often caught on the matron's face when she looked at him kept him realistic in his outlook. On the morning after his 6th birthday his fears were realized and once again he was out on his own. Chapter 3. Naruto remembered this time as a mixture of overwhelming fear and hunger. Having never stepped foot outside of the orphanage walls before, Konoha proved to be a confusing and dangerous place for the relatively sheltered 6-year-old. Days spent darting from alleyway to alleyway in search of food was bad enough, but the nights without adequate shelter left him particularly vulnerable. Secure sleeping areas were hard to find, and if he found himself in the wrong neighborhood after dark, he often found himself dodging stray dogs and drunken men intent on causing harm. Naruto knew that if he was to survive he would need to first find a secure base. Years ago, when he was in the academy, he had found an abandoned training field at the far end of the Nara clan estate. It was on the other side of the village from the public training ground, so safe enough from surprise visits from other shinobi in search of training space, and had obviously lain abandoned for a number of years as it was overgrown and the training posts half-rotted. It was disused primarily as the Naras were far too lazy to walk that far just to train in. Was too near the Nara deer preserve for too much noise to be tolerated. Naruto had used it to practice his kunai throwing when he was ejected from the public training areas. For whatever reason, perhaps because they were too lazy or intelligent to give in to hate, the Nara shinobi had always been the most tolerant of Naruto's presence growing up. As such, Naruto deemed that the training ground of his childhood would make the perfect base in which to live until he was able to make his situation known to the Hokage. Not only was it on the relatively safe lands of the Nara clan estate, but it also had its own water supply in the form of a small stream and a sheltered area in which he could sleep in the form of a small cave in the base of a hill to the rear of the training grounds. Perfect, he thought to himself as he stealthily gathered his supplies from the hole he had dug at the base of a tree at the orphanage's back gate. Over the last 2 weeks, Naruto had managed to gather a thin blanket from the laundry as well as a kitchen knife, flint and steel for making fire, and a small pot from the kitchen. He had waited till just before his birthday so that the items would not be missed in the chaos caused by the festival preparations. Not enough for a comfortable existence, but at least this should help me survive the next 2 months or so. He wrapped his supplies up in the blanket and made his way into the village, making sure to stay in the shadows. Naruto had been thrown out in the early hours of the morning, so luckily there were not too many people about, but he still wanted to be careful. I can gather food from the forest this time, at least instead of eating out of trash cans. Thanks to the survival training we received at the academy, I know what's safe to eat and what to avoid. Naruto thought contentedly, I shouldn't get too hungry. I can make a fire with my flint and steel and I have a blanket. All in all, it shouldn't be too bad, and I can even train at the training grounds. Naruto slid into an alley and made his way to the other end, being careful of the rubbish piled around him. He waited for the villagers to pass before darting across the road to another alley. He smiled as he noticed the change in the building quality as he made his way into the clan area of the village. The houses here were much older and a better quality, most hidden behind large fenced areas that held whole estates of clan buildings and training areas. The Nara estates he was heading towards were on the edge of the clan area on the opposite side to the Inuzuka clan and beside the Akamichi clan, whose farmlands bordered the Nara deer preserve on one side. The Nara, a clan of shadow technique users, kept deer as their main source of income, and as such their estate was the largest and backed onto the surrounding forest. The training field that Naruto was heading towards was in a forgotten corner of the estate, quite far for a 6-year-old to travel each day into the village, but at least it was a safe place to sleep at night. And it will help me to build up stamina to travel so far each day, Naruto affirmed to himself. When Naruto finally arrived at the training ground, he was pleased to find it just as he remembered. The grounds comprised of a large natural clearing, perhaps 25 meters in diameter, with a small stream running through one end and a small hill with a naturally formed cave, or perhaps overhand would be a more appropriate word, at the other end. A large circular area had been cleared and compacted in the center so that no grass could grow in it, and to one side of this there were 3 training posts. embedded into the ground, one of which had come loose and so tilted drunkenly to the side. Naruto quickly set about setting his new home to rights. Setting his bundle down, he unwrapped his thin blanket and shook out the dirt from when it was buried and hung it over a nearby bush to dry any lingering dampness. Grabbing a fallen branch, he made his way over to the overhang and proceeded to sweep out the area of any debris, then cleared the space of any rocks. Using the rocks, he made a small fire pit at the front of the overhang to one side, then stood up and dusted his hands in satisfaction. Taking his small kitchen knife, he then made his way down to the stream and began to gather armfuls of reeds from the stream bank, laying them down in the middle of the training area to dry in the sun. He then repeated the process with the tall grasses growing around the edge of the training area. By this time Naruto was beginning to feel quite peckish and so decided to see what he could forage up as he searched for firewood. Luckily, as it was early autumn, the forest was literally bursting with nuts, berries and edible mushrooms. After gathering enough firewood to last the night, Naruto sat himself down in the sun and helped himself to the bounty he had managed to gather. If I remember correctly, it took quite a while for the old man to hear that I had been thrown out of the orphanage last time, though it might have only felt like a long time. Because I was so damn scared and hungry all the time, he mused to himself. Either way, I'll have to see what I can do to speed up the process, as I don't fancy being out here during the winter months, even if it is quite pleasant right now. After his meal, Naruto decided to set up some simple traps to catch game and built a fish trap at one end of the stream, knowing that this was the simplest way for him to hunt, given his current skill level. By the time he had finished, it was late afternoon and time to set up for the night. Gathering the now dry reeds, Naruto wove a basic sleeping mat, which he then lined with the dry grass, topping the whole thing with his blanket folded in half so that he could sleep between the layers. He then set off to check his traps and forage once again for something to eat. Naruto was in luck. Though his traps were empty of any game, he had managed to capture 3 small fish in his fish trap. Carrying his catch back to camp wrapped in some leaves with the nuts and mushrooms he had also managed to acquire carried in his small pot, Naruto felt quite pleased with himself. Once back at camp, he set about making a fire in his fire pit and making a simple fish and mushroom stew for dinner. Lying contentedly on his bed a few hours later, with a full belly for once in over a year, staring up at the stars, Naruto slid blissfully into a deep sleep. Time skip, 1 month. Waking up to birdsong is quite a nice way to start the day, Naruto thought contentedly as he stretched in the morning sun just outside his sleeping hour. He then headed over to the small stream across the training ground to wash. Naruto had no problem with bathing in the cold water. By the time it was his turn to bath at the orphanage, it was often not much warmer than this forest stream after all. Cold water baths were a norm in Naruto's young life, for even when he eventually moved into his apartment, the hot water system to his rooms mysteriously broke on the first day, and so he had never experienced a hot bath in his youth. He had observed people bathing in hot water at the local public baths but had assumed this to be a luxury reserved for onsens to which he was not welcome to enter. It was not till his first trip outside the village that he had realized that this was not the case. "I'll have to obtain a couple of large pots to heat water in when I get my apartment," he thought as he briskly washed his face and chest in the cold, clear water. He turned bare-chested so that the warm morning sun could dry him and walked to some nearby bushes growing on the edge of the training area that were heavy with ripe berries. If there was ever a good time to be homeless on Konoha, it was definitely this time of the year, when the forest bushes were ripe and the nights were mild enough that a small fire and a thin blanket were enough to make them comfortable. "But I still don't want to be out here in a couple of months' time when winter sets in, and if all goes to plan I won't need to," Naruto said to himself as he finished his last berry. Naruto had taken to talking aloud to himself to make sure he still could. After not talking to anyone for over a year, he needed to train himself to speak aloud once more, and he also had to work through his childlike pronunciation as his throat and neck muscles were still weak from disuse. "Right, time for morning training," he cheered as he pumped his small fist in the air. Naruto began with some simple stretches before he started to jog around the edge of the training grounds. After completing 10 laps, he dropped to the ground in the middle of the space and did 10 sets of push-ups, sit-ups and leg raises. He then gathered up some small stones from a pre-arranged pile and threw them at the training posts to begin training his eye and arms for target practice, from various distances and stances for an hour. This was the training regime Naruto had thought of to help build up his strength and stamina in the first 2 weeks of his stay in the forest, and was to be completed at least twice a day. Of course, it was not as strenuous as his past, future training exercises, as it was not as long and did not use weights, but he was physically only 6 after all. Even though Naruto wanted to quickly acquire his apartment once more as it would serve as a safe and secure place to train, he did take 2 weeks to simply be and try and gain as much strength as possible. After awakening that first morning, he had realized just how stressed he had been over the past year as he had tried to get stronger all whilst trying not to get noticed and being unable to talk to anyone. 2 weeks of nothing but nature, eating and simple exercise was needed to recharge his mental reserves before he once again was forced to head back into the village. After finishing his morning physical exercises, Naruto wiped the sweat from his body with his shirt and then settled down with his back against the middle training post to meditate. He closed his eyes and breathed in, taking in the world around him. He became aware of the trees first, to the breeze ruffling the leaves overhead. Then he became aware of the animals returning to the area after being scared away by his earlier activity. The rabbit to his left at the edge of the field, the birds flying overhead, and the deer further into the forest itself moving along their rambling pathways. Breathing out, he became aware of the life force around him, the nature chakra present in everything from the animals to the plants, to even the ground beneath him. It was this nature chakra that he had learned to utilize in his sage mode, though he knew it was much too dangerous for him to attempt to manipulate with his underdeveloped 6-year-old chakra network. He did not want to become fossilized. Though Naruto never underestimated his abilities, it had taken many years for him to realize his own limitations. Through his sage training and his experience at the waterfall of truth, he had gained a better understanding of himself, his strengths and his weaknesses. The obnoxious overconfidence of his youth had primarily been a product of his youthful ignorance and an unconscious rejection of the limitations placed upon him by others, and was eventually overcome by training and experience. Naruto breathed in again and turned his focus from the external world to the internal and focused on the warm glow of his own chakra swirling just beneath his skin. After a year of daily chakra meditation, Naruto had managed to manipulate his chakra in such a way that it now not only ran smoothly through his chakra network but also constantly saturated his bones, muscles and internal organs, in such a way that it was easily accessible. He mentally sank down into the glowing energy swirling just beneath his belly button, allowing his mind to become buoyant as it was passively carried throughout his body like a leaf in a stream. His mind flew up along his spine, swirling around his heart and lungs before shooting up into his brain, then flowing down each arm in turn. Then up again, and down his sides to his hips and then down each leg, before flowing back into the pool of chakra at his middle. Once Naruto felt he had a complete grasp of the natural flow of his chakra, he slowly began to exert his will upon it. He teased out a tendril of chakra from the main flow and directed it to pool in the palm of his right hand. Bringing his 2 hands together in a prayer gesture, Naruto began to pass a pulse of chakra between them. When the flow was stable and a good rhythm had been achieved, Naruto began to slowly separate his hands whilst continuing to toss the chakra pulse from one hand to the next, seeing how far he could separate them before the pulse fizzled out. This physical manifestation of chakra was the product of the last year's worth of chakra meditation. It served as both a chakra control exercise and as a means to expel the excess chakra that already was beginning to build up in his small body. For 20 minutes Naruto concentrated on tossing his ball of chakra, keeping the flow constant and stable, before he allowed his mind to wander. Manipulating chakra whilst distracted was an important skill for any ninja to learn and practice, as it prepared them for armed conflict where a ninja routinely had to do so with much higher levels of chakra and more deadly distractions. There was just so much that Naruto had to do. Though he tried to concentrate only on what he could accomplish right now, he could not help but think of what needed to be accomplished over the coming years. His immediate concern was of course his own survival, him being extremely vulnerable in his current state. Only once his housing situation and education was stabilized would Naruto be free to concern himself with the fate of his friends. I won't be able to contact Kurama for at least another couple of years, as his chakra system didn't really recover from his sealing until I was 8 or so, mused Naruto. Once I gain my apartment, I must make sure to visit the old man Hokage as much as possible and try to befriend Sasuke before his family is killed. That shouldn't happen until the first week of the academy, so I have a few years at least. But I don't know the exact day it happened and it might be hard to find out. Naruto breathed in and his expression became determined as he expelled his chakra pulse into the air and said, "But I will save him. Believe it." Standing up, Naruto stretched and made ready to head into the village for the day. Over the last 2 weeks Naruto had made his way through the village, mostly moving through the alleyways, trying to unobtrusively make his presence known. He had scavenged through the village's dumpsters looking for anything usable for his survival and thus hinting at his homeless state. Konoha had a strict policy against homelessness as it was a security risk. The villagers and shinobi were required to report any such to the proper authorities who would then find housing and gainful employment for the homeless person. There were always jobs in a ninja village such as weapon sharpening or even spare D ranks, and so no excuse for unemployment, which could only lead to temptation from foreign spies. The reason that Naruto managed to remain homeless for so long last time was that the villagers knew who he was and enjoyed watching him trying to survive in squalor, as it justified their belief that he was just an animal. It also allowed them easy access for when they wanted to release their frustration by throwing rocks and rotten food at him on the pretext of moving him away from their dustbins. The reason Naruto was unobtrusively making his presence known was that he was never sure if the Ichiraku's charity had been extended, as his homeless status was widely known, or if it was because of a momentary whim, but it was better to be safe than sorry. Today, though, his patience should have its reward, as it was time to implement his plan and reacquaint himself with his first family, the Ichirakus, and his first love, ramen. Naruto's love of ramen was legendary amongst those that knew him and was a product of genetics and the fact that it was the first meal served to him both warm and with genuine kindness. By moving from alleyway to alleyway, Naruto navigated his way across the village to just behind the Ichiraku ramen stand, which was situated between the main training grounds and the academy. The Ichiraku dumpsters had never been a good source of food, as the old man was very careful not to waste supplies and the customers very rarely left anything to be thrown out. But that was not the point of today's raid. Naruto raised up the lid of the dumpster with a lack of his usual caution, allowing the lid to clang against the back wall of the ramen stand. He leaned half his body into the bin and began to root around as he waited. "Who's there?" called out the deep, gruff voice of Tuchi Ichiraku from the back doorway. Naruto raised his head and assumed an expression of fright as he looked up to see Old Man Ichiraku. "What are you doing?" the man asked as he walked towards the dumpster. Naruto jumped back in seeming panic and whimpered, "I meant no harm, I was only looking for something to eat. I'm sorry." He had turned to dash away when a large hand clamped down on his shoulder, causing him to flinch and freeze in place. "No need for that," said the old man, kindly taking in Naruto's small size and ragged clothing. "Come inside, I'll make you something better than what can be found in there." Gently turning the small boy to face him. "But I have no money," disclaimed Naruto. "No problem," said the old man as he led Naruto through the back door. "I've got plenty of bowls in the back in need of a good scrub in exchange." Naruto smiled as he walked inside, already anticipating the first slippery mouthful. His first taste of his true love in over a year. Chapter 4. The Sandame smiled wearily as he watched the small, dirty, little boy dressed in rags excitedly exclaim over his new accommodation. "Oh Minato, how we have failed you," sighed the Hokage silently as he waited for the hyperactive little boy to calm down. It was not a very large or fancy apartment, built as emergency accommodation after the Kyuubi attack. It could best be described as Spartan at best, and yet its new owner clearly loved it. Though small for his age, Naruto is big in personality, mused the old man fondly as he watched the boy bounce from wall to wall. They had met in person for the first time the day before. Much to his dismay, the Hokage had allowed himself to rely on the reports of those trusted with Naruto's care for reports on the boy's development, as he had been too busy to make time for him. And we all know how well that turned out, he thought in self-disgust. The Sandame had received a message from Tuchi Ichiraku, a ramen vendor and retired ninja he had known for many years, stating that he had someone at his stand that the Hokage had to meet urgently as a matter of village security. The Hokage was justifiably surprised by the fact that this mysterious person was in fact young Naruto, whom he was assured was still living at the Eastgate orphanage. He was outraged to find out that this was not the case and that this young child had been left to live on the streets for the last month, scavenging from the villages refused to survive. The fact that this situation had remained unreported in a ninja village such as Konoha was cause for great concern for the Hokage. Surprised at first by Naruto's small size, he had instantly been captured by the boy's innocently wary blue eyes, so much like his dear old friends. "Hey old man?" asked Naruto, recalling the Hokage to the present. "Are you sure I can have all this to myself?" "Yes Naruto," chuckled the Hokage, patting him on the head, "it's all yours. I will have someone deliver food to you till you're old enough to handle grocery money yourself." "Okay, thanks old man," exclaimed Naruto loudly, grinning from ear to ear. Naruto would of course have preferred to have had the money, but who would trust a 6-year-old to handle his own finances? "There are clothes in your room Naruto. Why don't you wash up while I go and do some work, and I'll come back in an hour or so to take you out for dinner?" asked the Hokage. "Great," exclaimed Naruto as he dashed off to his room. The smile fell from the old man's face as he turned to the door and ordered his Anbu to assemble in his office. "A watch will need to be organized," mused the Hokage. "He cannot be allowed to fall off the radar again. Anything could have happened to the boy." And with that thought he and his escort shushed away. Meanwhile Naruto at that moment was lost in nostalgia. Wow, I haven't seen this for a few years, thought Naruto fondly as he ran his hand gently over the end of his bed. Not, since the complex was destroyed in the pain attack. Naruto's apartment building was located on the edge of the academy complex, built as emergency housing for homeless ninja after the Kyuubi attack. His apartment was on the top floor of the apartment building furthest from the stairs, making it easy for the Anbu team assigned to guard him to do so. The apartment itself was small, being comprised of a combined living area and kitchenette, a small bathroom and one bedroom. It was sparsely furnished, but quite comfortable. The front door opened onto a long room, approximately 3 meters by 6 meters, with 2 windows flanking the door and 2 doors on the opposite wall leading to the bedroom and bathroom. To the right was the sitting area. It had a 2-seater brown couch pushed up against the wall with a side table at each end and a red fire symbol wall hanging above it. In front of the couch was a round beige rug with green trimming and a large green leaf symbol in the center, and against the back wall was 2 large bookcases on either side of the bedroom door. To the left of the front door was Naruto's kitchen, comprising of a sink under the window with a cupboard underneath, a small worktop with 2 more cupboards underneath. Along the side wall with 2 upper cupboards above it, a small gas range, a small refrigerator by the door to the bathroom and a rubbish bin just by the front door. In the middle of the space was a small 4-seater table and chairs. His bedroom was even more sparsely furnished with only a single bed, a side table, small wardrobe and a chest of drawers at which Naruto now stood. "Ah, I remember this," he exclaimed happily as he pulled out a white t-shirt with the fire symbol on the front and a pair of orange cargo shorts. "This was my uniform for the first few years of the academy before I outgrew it and needed to buy my own outfits. Too bad I'll only be able to buy that bright orange jumpsuit though. I would really like to get something in black and orange like Ero Sanin got for me if I could," Naruto said wistfully to himself as he moved toward the bathroom to wash up. It may not have been the most fancy of places, but the apartment was now home once again, and with a more stable base of operations Naruto was now free to focus fully on his training to get stronger. His immediate goal was to build up his body strength in preparation for the chakra influx he will experience on his 8th birthday when the Kyuubi would begin to awaken. He hoped that by improving his mind and body he could more easily balance out the sudden surge in chakra levels that had messed him up so much the first time, resulting in his poor grades at the academy and his birth as Konoha's prankster king. Chakra being the combination of physical and spiritual power, it stood to reason that by strengthening his mind and body he would achieve balance and control of his chakra. Or at least that's what he hoped. He also needed to work on his muscle memory. Naruto knew intellectually how to do many things, but he would need to train his body if he wanted to be able to do them instinctively as he had before. This meant hours of repetitive training not only for his taijutsu but also for such things as handwriting, hand seals and senses training, such as sight and hearing. After all, to accurately create and control any jutsu, a ninja needed both chakra control and the hand seals that directed the jutsu. Clumsy hand movements could result in a weak technique or even failure of execution. Now that he had a relatively private space away from prying eyes, Naruto could start work on training this essential fine motor skill. After a quick wash, Naruto dressed himself and decided to check what he had available in his new apartment. Kakashi-sensei had always emphasized the need to inventory available resources when entering any new situation. His bedroom contained 1 bed with a pillow, sheets and 2 blankets, with a further spare blanket in the wardrobe as well as a couple of towels and a small gray jacket. In the chest of drawers on the wall facing the bed he found 4 more white t-shirts and 4 pairs of orange cargo shorts in addition to what he now wore, as well as enough underwear to last a week. By the bedroom door he found a pair of child-sized, blue ninja sandals. The oversized nature of all these garments meant they should last him for a while. In the bathroom he had 5 packets of soap and 2 bottles of shampoo, 2 tubes of toothpaste, a toothbrush and 1 hairbrush in the cupboard beneath the sink, as well as a small first aid kit. "Well, at least I have enough toiletries to last a while," he said to himself. The bookcase nearest the couch was empty, waiting for Naruto to fill it with training scrolls and academy books, but the bookcase between the 2 doors was half filled with scrolls and books. At head height Naruto found a set of maths, reading and writing primers as well as a beginner's cookbook and a scroll detailing basic home maintenance, such as cleaning techniques and reminders to turn of taps and lights before leaving the apartment. "Too bad I couldn't use these last time, they would have been handy." On 2 shelves below the books, Naruto found reams of paper, blank scrolls, a box of pencils and a beginner's calligraphy set. In the kitchen, Naruto found some basic cleaning products and a bucket below the sink as well as a step stool so that he could reach the taps. The next cupboard contained set of 4 plates, bowls and cups, and in the drawer above Naruto found 4 sets of chopsticks, 4 spoons and a set of cooking utensils. In the last lower cupboard he found a small kettle, a wok and 3 cooking pots of various sizes, of which only the kettle had been used in his previous life. Naruto then dragged over a chair so that he could reach the upper cabinets. The top shelf of the first cabinet was packed solid with ration bars of various flavors and the lower shelf with various varieties of cereal. Naruto let out a loud whoop as he opened the second cabinet to find it chock full of instant ramen cups, premium brand. I haven't had some of those flavors for a while, thought Naruto as he hopped down, but I wish there was a little more variety, like maybe some rice or canned foods. Oh well, I'll just have to collect my own food from the forest. Whilst true that Naruto's early diet consisted almost entirely of ramen, leading to his severe lack of growth the first time around, and though he did in fact love ramen, instant ramen he could take or leave. It was not till Naruto's travels with Jiraiya that he was able to sample the many other foods on offer and obtain the nutrients that his starving body craved, leading to his late growth spurt that surprised so many on his return. For much of his childhood, instant ramen was his only option owing to his inability to cook, and as it was the only thing sold to him, albeit at an inflated price, that was guaranteed not to be spoilt or just past its use by date. Last but not least, Naruto moved to examine the contents of his small fridge and was pleasantly surprised to see it contained not only milk but also bottled juice, meat and a selection of fresh vegetables. Of course, thought Naruto, whoever stoked the apartment mustn't have known it was for me. Well, at least I have something decent to eat for. The next few days, Naruto looked at the time on the clock above the stove and saw that he still had half an hour or so till the Hokage was due back. He walked over to the bookcase and grabbed a pencil from the box and a couple of pieces of paper and sat down at the table to practice his handwriting while he waited for the Hokage to arrive. Once I get control enough to write properly, I can move on to brush work and hand sign practice, he thought with a sigh. One step at a time, I suppose, at least I'm learning. Patience at last. He chuckled to himself as he finished one page and moved on to the next. When the Hokage arrived a little while later to pick up Naruto, he smiled proudly to see him so industrious. So Naruto, what would you like to have for dinner? Ramen, cried Naruto excitedly as he jumped up from the table and hurried over to the Hokage's side. Ramen it is, chuckled the Hokage as the two made their way out the door. A short while later found the two seated side by side at the Ichiraku ramen stand's counter. Both inhaled happily as 2 bowls of the rich, steaming, noodly broth was placed before them. So Naruto, started Sandaime after a moment of silent eating. How do you like your new home? It's great, old man, thank you so much, exclaimed Naruto happily. You are most welcome, Naruto. Is there anything else you can think of that you would like? Asked the kindly old man. Well, started Naruto hesitantly. Yes, I would like it very much to be a ninja, please, old man, said Naruto in a rush. Do you know what that would mean? Asked the Hokage gravely, somewhat taken aback. Hi, it means I would become stronger and able to protect everyone, exclaimed Naruto excitedly, waving his hands in the air. Everyone means even those that dislike you, Naruto, clarified the Hokage gently. The smile fell from Naruto's face as a look of sadness overcame his young features. They don't mean to, old man, said Naruto gently, they are only sad and frightened. If I protect them and their precious people, they won't have to be sad or frightened ever again, and then I'll be able to free them from their hate, believe it. Oh my, thought the Hokage, very well Naruto, I will allow you to become a ninja. But remember, it is a great responsibility and so you must work very hard. Hi, old man, thank you, cried Naruto as he launched himself forward and hugged the Hokage exuberantly. Your parents would have been so very proud of you, Naruto, the Hokage chuckled as he ruffled the young boy's hair affectionately. You knew my parents? Asked Naruto innocently. Indeed I did. But before you ask, I'm sorry but I can't tell you who they were until you are older, but know that they were great people and loved you very much. In fact, I thought of your father as almost a son, explained the Hokage. Then may I call you Gigi, old man? Asked Naruto. I don't know, mused the Sandaime out loud, only to be hit with Naruto's most debilitating attack as a child, the puppy dog eyes no jutsu. Please, begged the 6-year-old child, holding his hands up under his chin and smiling whimsically. Alright, laughed the Hokage, raising his hands in surrender, but only if you call me Hokage in front of others. After all, I am the leader of the village and my young ninjas need to show me respect, he continued half jokingly. Hi Gigi, Naruto cried, snapping off a half creditable salute. Chuckling again, the Hokage marveled at the precociousness of the young boy. Come now, we must return you to your apartment. It is time for all good shinobi to be in their beds, said the Hokage as he laid a hand on Naruto's small shoulder. Then the two turned as one and exited the ramen stand. Chapter 5. The next morning found Naruto awakening, as usual, with the sun. Stretching languidly, he squirmed on his sheets enjoying the sensation of wakening in a bed. Getting up, Naruto made his way to the bathroom to complete his morning ablutions, before making his way to the mat on his living room floor to complete his morning exercises. After completing 20 repeats each of sit-ups, push-ups and legs raises, Naruto ran through the stretches designed to improve flexibility before finishing up by sighting in the lotus position to begin his morning meditation. Feeling refreshed, Naruto moved into his kitchen and made himself a bowl of cereal which he ate standing up at the sink. When he was finished, he moved to his bedroom to remove his sleep pants and dress himself in a pair of shorts and a t-shirt for the day. He put on his ninja sandals, grabbed the bucket from under the sink and headed out the door after grabbing his keys. Stretching in the morning sun, he thought to himself, right, first up I need to gather supplies from the forest before it's all gone in a couple of weeks' time. Nuts should last for a while and I can dry any berries I find in my stove to keep. Then I'll need to gather some intel on how best to train a young body. It's been a while and the details are a little fuzzy. Naruto had only really received effective training in his later years, his early training being mostly self-taught through observing the training of older students and had consisted of much trial and error and so was not as effective as it could have been. A fact that Jiraiya had bemoaned at length. Quickly making his way across the village, once again utilizing alleyways and shadows, Naruto made his way to the training fields by the west gate. To aid in all-day training, edible plants had been encouraged to grow around the outskirts of each training ground, an innovation of the first Hokage. It was these that Naruto was aiming for as they provided an easy source of berries and nuts without the need to venture into the surrounding forest, which may raise suspicions. Naruto quickly found what he was looking for and got to work filling his bucket. Once filled, Naruto once more made his way across the village to his new home. He separated out his harvest, placing the berries on a couple of cooking sheets he found in his cupboard and put them in the oven on its lowest setting. Carrying the bucket with his nut collection into his bedroom, Naruto opened the lowest drawer in his dresser and placed them inside after first checking each nut for spoilage and uninvited quests of the insect variety. Right, thought Naruto, checking the berries, they should be right for at least 4 hours. Now for some research. Naruto smiled mischievously to himself as he posed in the center of his living room floor. Spreading his feet, he placed one hand on his hip and raised the other in the air, pointing dramatically out the door. Then he called out in a carrying and overly dramatic voice, to the library. The Great Konoha Library was conveniently situated a couple of blocks from Naruto's apartment, between the Hokage's Tower and the Ninja Academy. It was a squat 3-story building housing the Civilian Academy collection on the ground floor with the Chunin collection on the second and the Jonin collection on the third. Each level was separated by security seals only accessible by the clearance given with a ninja's promotion through the ranks. Unbeknownst to most of the village, beneath the main library was another 4 levels of archives and other ultra-secure collections, including the Anbu and Medical Ninja records for the village. As such, though it was a public building, the library was one of the most secure buildings in the village. In his previous life, Naruto had never had occasion to enter the library as his below-average literacy skills as a child prohibited him from even thinking of doing so. It may have surprised those that knew him then that the library was the first place he thought of now that he needed to do some research on training techniques. During the 3 years Naruto had spent with Jiraiya, Naruto had rather surprisingly, especially to himself, become a voracious reader after Jiraiya had managed to correct his reading problems. After his rather embarrassingly meager literacy levels were corrected, Naruto literally devoured any books he could get his hands on. Like many lonely people, Naruto found an escape through books and very quickly became a connoisseur of the well-crafted tale, as was made evident in his dismissal of Jiraiya's trashy novels as boring, much to the old man's chagrin. But the main thing that Naruto loved about books was that they taught him things. Books, without prejudice, gave the same information to everyone. They were never too busy to provide answers and were always available no matter how late at night or how early in the morning. Books provided what the knowledge-seeking teen craved: opportunities to learn. To learn about new techniques, new places and new people. It didn't matter what it was about, Naruto was always interested. After a lifetime of not being able to have his questions answered or having his fundamental misunderstanding of the basics ignored by so-called educators, books became a lifeline of knowledge to the teenage shinobi. However, on his return to the village, Naruto had found his time taken up with physical training and missions, leaving no time for reading and as such no chance to visit the village library. So it was with some trepidation that he now entered through the front doors. Keeping to the shadows, Naruto snuck past the front desk and headed toward the section on the far right that was labeled as the Academy Collection. Quickly concealing himself behind the first shelving unit, he started to scan the book titles. Chakra. What is it and how it works? Balance in mind and body. This should do. Chakra control. Exercises for the beginner. Now for muscle building. That looks like it on the next shelf over. Naruto looked around quickly before stealthily moving across the aisle to the next shelf. After gathering a few likely candidates, he made his way to the back if the shelving too. Where study corals lined the back wall. Choosing the coral furthest from the shelves, Naruto set down his pile of books and began to read. He jumped and peered over his book warily as he heard a voice say out of nowhere, "Here, you might like to try this one as well." The author is a little insane, but no one can dispute that his training methods don't produce miraculous results. Naruto hesitantly reached out and took the offered book from the hand of the smiling middle-aged woman standing in front of him. "Hello, I'm the head librarian here, Chishiki. Nara. If you need anything, feel free to come and ask me. It's my job to help find information after all." Still smiling gently, Chishiki turned to leave. "Wait," called Naruto, "it's okay for me to be here?" "Of course," exclaimed the woman, "why ever would you not be welcome? Now if you'll excuse me, I need to go and help someone else. Good luck with your studies." "Thank you," said Naruto as tears came to his eyes, which he quickly wiped away on his sleeve. He had not expected to find another place of acceptance other than the Hokage's office this early in his life. If only Naruto had known in his first lifetime about the library. The librarians of Konoha, being voracious readers themselves, were predisposed to looking underneath and as such were the least likely to mistake the scroll for the kunai. Added to this, the head librarian, in her role as research assistant, had worked personally with the fourth Hokage and so had every faith in his sealing ability. With this, Naruto's acceptance at the village library, should he have ever graced its walls, was firmly cemented. Naruto looked inquiringly down at the book Shishiki had given him. Flaming the fires of the youthfully young. How to be a most splendid youth by Maida Guy. Old bushy brows sensei actually wrote a book, this should be good. He cracked open the book and began to read. A few moments later, the quiet of the library was broken by the sound of Naruto repeatedly banging his head against the desk as he chanted, "Baka, baka, baka, baka." According to the book, the exercises that Naruto had used to train during his early years, some of which were given to him by instructors at the academy, were so unsuited to a young developing body as to be detrimental to its development. The high-stress, weight-heavy exercises, whilst perfectly fine for muscle development during the teen years, only caused muscle trauma in the very young. What he needed was an exercise program focusing on low-impact exercises such as stretching and resistance training. Thank goodness he had held out on an intensive training program until his housing situation was settled, so he didn't have any damage that he would need to overcome before he could start training properly. According to Guy Sensei, the use of weights was only profitable when the body's muscles and joints had developed past a certain point, usually in the 10th year of life. Before this, training using elastic material to create resistance and promote muscle growth would produce the best results. "I don't have any money for the elastic training bands like the book suggests," thought Naruto dejectedly before he slapped his forehead in exasperation. Of course, rubber bands. For a prankster of Naruto's reputation, rubber bands were a staple pranking resource as they created just the right amount of tension to release a throwing arm when a wire was tripped. The bins behind the academy always had a great supply of rubber bands, and the bins behind the Hokage Tower had a great supply as well. Thought Naruto happily. He quickly flipped through the other books, selecting those best suited to his needs, including a book on nutrition and jutsu theory, and then made his way to the front desk so he could check them out. Naruto then made his way over the academy to check out their bins. "I should try and research as much as I can. Maybe now with my experience as an actual ninja I'll be able to understand all that theory that Iruka-sensei said was so important." That evening found Naruto lying on his back on his living room floor with his feet resting on the wall, staring up at the ceiling with tears of frustration in his eyes. He was panting slightly from the past 3 hours of exertion in which he had tried and failed to move more than 2 steps up the wall. After over a year of practicing the leaf exercise daily, he had mastered it to such an extent that he could maintain numerous leaves on various parts of his body simultaneously whilst moving them in complex shapes about his body through the use of his chakra alone. During the month he had spent out in the training grounds, he had even used small river pebble and rocks in an attempt to make the exercise more challenging, but knew that he would need to move on to the next chakra exercise to improve his control, as he could feel the benefits of the leaf exercise plateau. As such, Naruto had spent the last 3 hours trying to attempt the tree walking exercise with little results. Naruto had opted to practice the technique in the privacy of his own living room to avoid any suspicion from anyone that may have seen his practice and asked questions on who taught him. Taking a running start, he could get 2 steps up the wall only to fail the same way over and over again, as his knees would collapse under the weight of his body, causing his back to fall towards the wall and his head to slam into the floor. After his first failed attempt, Naruto had padded his landing area with the cushions from his couch, so he remained relatively uninjured after his many failed attempts, but this did little to alleviate his frustration. Apparently there was a reason that the tree walking exercise was taught only to genin. Not only did they need to have a large enough chakra reserve to sustain the technique, which was not a problem for Naruto, but they also needed the necessary muscle and core strength to hold themselves horizontal whilst walking up a vertical surface, which Naruto did not have. Damn it, cursed Naruto as he slammed his fist on the floor beside himself. What am I going to do now? He huffed as he blew his fringe out of his eyes. Tech. Looking up, Naruto spied a small brown gecko sitting on the wall above his head near the ceiling. What are you looking at? Absent-mindedly, Naruto tensed and untensed his legs one at a time as he pulled against the resistance caused by the chakra sticking his feet to the wall. He watched as the small reptile moved slowly across the wall above him. A slow, fox-like grin stretched its way across his face. Standing up, Naruto stretched one hand above his head, channeling chakra to his palm, and placed it on the awl. Raising his other head, he did the same thing, placing this hand on the wall on the other side of his body, a little lower than first. Raising his opposite leg, he channeled chakra to his toes and placed his foot against the wall and stepped up like he was climbing a cliff or a ladder, till his other foot was hanging off the ground. Channeling chakra to his other foot, he placed this too on the wall. Slowly releasing and reattaching each limb one at a time, Naruto made his way halfway up the wall before he lost control and slid back down to land on his cushions. Jumping up, Naruto yelled out in exultation. Yash! He yelled as he danced around in a circle on the mat in the middle of his living room floor. This he could work with. Chapter 6. Naruto awoke gasping for breath with his heart racing. He had dreamt of all that had gone wrong in the previous timeline, starting from his graduation, the wave mission, the Chunin exams, his Jiji's death, Sasuke leaving, the Akatsuki, Gaara dying, Asuma dying, Jiraiya dying, the pain attack, the war. For the past year, Naruto had managed to push aside the realization of the enormity of the task he had set for himself, as he had focused on the more immediate concerns of food, shelter and personal security. But now that these problems had been somewhat addressed, his mind had time to turn to the problem of how to save the future, a problem which was overwhelming his recently awoken mind, causing a state of panic. Before, when faced with insurmountable odds or tasked with a vital mission, Naruto had never panicked, as he was a part of a team. Plans were made for him or with his input. But never before was anything left up to him, and now the future of his friends was in his hands. If anything went wrong, it would be up to him to solve it, and if the future he created through his actions ended up even worse, it would be his entire fault. Think Naruto. What would Kakashi-sensei do? What would Pervy Sage say? Both senseis had stressed the importance of planning ahead, the first step of which, he remembered, was knowledge. Once you knew all the relative information, a plan often wrote itself, according to Jiraiya. Naruto's heart rate slowed and his breathing evened out. Right, I need to set everything out first, and then I'll know what to do. Getting up at last, Naruto then washed, dressed himself and ate his breakfast, all whilst being careful to keep his mind blank. When he had finished, he took some blank pieces of paper and a couple of pencils from the stationery supplies on his bookshelf and sat down at his kitchen table. First, he listed down all the missions he could remember off the top of his head in a rough order and circled all those that had a direct impact on Konoha. He then took another piece of paper and listed down the names of all his friends, grouping them by team, and wrote beside each name anything that happened to them that he wanted to prevent, such as Gaara's abduction, Asuma's death, the Uchiha massacre, and so on. Next, on yet another piece of paper, he wrote out a list of his fellow Jinchurikis and their tenants, and beside each he wrote when they had been taken and by whom, all of which he had gleaned from information given by Jiraiya and from when he had met them personally in the Biju mindscape during the war. He even wrote out a list of all his personal jutsu, taijutsu styles, senjutsu techniques, and his meager fuinjutsu knowledge. Once he was done, Naruto looked through the piles of paper circling those incidents he felt he had a chance of changing. He decided to focus on the Uchiha massacre, his genin exam, the wave mission, the Chunin exam, Tsunade's retrieval, Sasuke's leaving, Gaara's abduction, Asuma's death, and the war. For each incident he wrote the name at the top of the page, then wrote a brief description of what had happened for each. Taking the first incident, Naruto stared at the title he had given the page, the Uchiha Massacre, steadying his breathing as he focused on the words. He closed his eyes and fell into a meditative state, diving deep down into his subconscious in search of any memories pertaining to those words. This was a technique Jiraiya had taught him to use when writing reports, as the conscious mind would often overlook details in the heat of battle, details that the subconscious would retain. Piecing together what would occur from half-forgotten personal memories, clues given by Itachi during their infrequent meetings, information found out by Jiraiya and Kakashi, and that told to him by Tobi himself, Naruto wrote out the Uchiha incident as he would any report. Naruto's personal memories of the incident were somewhat sketchy as he had not really paid much attention to Sasuke until after the event. All he could remember was that it had occurred during the first week of the Ninja Academy, some 2 years from his present time. In his quest to get Sasuke back, Naruto had researched the incident to try and understand his friend's motivation, but it wasn't until the visit from Tobi before the war broke out that a clear picture of what had occurred had been obtained. According to Itachi's plan, only those involved in the planning of the coup should have been killed. On the day of the massacre, the civilian women and the elderly would be meeting at the far end of the estate for a family picnic with the younger generation. All the Genin and Chunin level Uchiha were on duty at the village police station in Sasuke. The only Uchiha of school age would be at the academy. All Jonin level Uchiha, the clan elders and clan head would be meeting at the main house to plan the coup, and only they were scheduled to die. Unbeknownst to Itachi, whilst he was slaying the masterminds of the coup, Danzo had sent his root operatives into the police headquarters to kill all the Genin and Chunin officers, who knew nothing of the plans, and to harvest any active Sharingans they could find for transplanting into himself and a few select root operatives. Itachi knew nothing of this until he had fled after being unexpectedly confronted by Sasuke, who had been let home early due to a council directive that all clan children be allowed home that day for clan training. Still in shock from just killing his own parents, Itachi had responded to Sasuke's unplanned presence by attacking him with his newly awakened Mangekyo Sharingan, which he had gained by killing his best friend only days earlier. By attacking Sasuke with the Tsukuyomi, Itachi hoped that Sasuke would grow strong in his hate and kill him, thus freeing him from his agony of guilt. Whilst Itachi was busy torturing his little brother, Tobi and his guys as Madara had entered the other side of the estate and had slain all the remaining Uchiha, consisting of the civilian women, children and the elderly of the clan, as they played in the estate's large communal green space. When the Anbu finally arrived, the only remaining Uchiha to be found was a comatose Sasuke lying in the middle of a bloodbath. Naruto sighed as he lay down his pencil. The whole thing would be a complete mess, and as he knew that there wasn't much he could do about it. Even if he trained hard for the next 2 years, he would barely be above Genin strength by the time everything would occur. Reading over it again, the only thing he felt he could personally achieve would be to keep Sasuke well out of the picture, as he had originally intended to have been. Perhaps he could send an anonymous warning of Danzo and Toba's intentions to the Hokage using the spy codes Jiraiya had taught him, but he couldn't see what else he would be capable of achieving. Putting aside the Uchiha problem, Naruto took up the next piece of paper and prepared to delve into his memories once again. For each of the future incidents he had highlighted, Naruto carefully set out what would happen, who did what, and what events would lead up to the event. When he had finished the last page, Naruto decided to take a break and eat some lunch to clear his head before he attempted to plan what he should do for each. Tidying the papers into a pile, Naruto got up and dragged a chair over to his kitchen counter. Climbing up, he got a couple of cups of instant ramen down and set them on the workspace. Getting down again, he walked to his fridge and got out a handful of vegetables and some ground chicken to make a simple stir-fry to go with his ramen. Climbing onto his step stool from under the sink after getting a bowl and a knife from the lower cabinet, he proceeded to chop up the vegetables and place them in the bowl. And then prepared the noodles by opening the packets and tipping the sachets of flavor over the dried noodles. Hoping down, he took the kettle and fry pan from the lower cabinet and placed them on the stove. Naruto moved the step stool over to the sink so he could fill the kettle, and then moved it to the stove so that he could cook his meal. After everything was cooked, Naruto turned everything off and hopped down so he could carry his meal to the kitchen table. He grabbed some chopsticks from the drawer and sat down to eat. As he ate, Naruto contemplated his small hands and skinny wrists. "I'm still skin and bones even after eating pretty well for a month," he said to himself. "I won't be able to do any real strength training until I bulk up a little. Though according to that nutrition book Shishiki-san gave to me yesterday as I left the library, if I exercise whilst eating well, that should encourage muscle growth instead of fat deposits, leading to sinewy muscle and lean body shape, perfect for speed techniques. That's probably why I was so fast." Originally, my body never had enough food to form flab or overly bulky muscles. Finishing up his lunch, Naruto returned to the piles of paper. Well, I really only need to plan ahead for the first 4, the Uchiha Massacre, my Genin exam, the Wave Mission, and the Chunin exams. If I can change what happens there, it may affect the future enough that the other incidents don't occur, and if they do, I'll have the 3 years of the training trip to plan out what to do. I'll focus on the Uchiha Massacre for now and plan for the rest closer to the events. But I'll need to hide these papers in case my apartment gets searched for whatever reason. Taking more blank paper, Naruto coded all the information he had written out using the code he had learnt from Jiraiya, though instead of using an icha as the key, he decided to use Jiraiya's first book, which he had borrowed from the library the day before, as he always liked to have a copy on him. Folding the coded information up, he wrote coded labels on the front of each and bundled them up with some string. He took the package into his room and shoved his bed away from the wall. Naruto then lifted the loose floorboard that had been resting under the foot of the bed and placed the package into the space revealed before replacing the board and shoving the bed back into place. Walking back into the kitchen, Naruto took the original pages and placed them into the bucket he took out from under the kitchen sink and set fire to the lot. After the small fire had died down, he mixed some water into the ashes and flushed the whole lot down the toilet. Satisfied that the evidence had been erased, Naruto again sat down at the table with a blank piece of paper and wrote out the plan for the foreseeable future. It read, eat, read and train. Thus Naruto's daily schedule for the next 2 months was set. Waking early, he would run through the resistance exercises suggested in Guy's book. He would then meditate to exercise his chakra. After a breakfast of cereal and some of the dried berries he had collected earlier before winter set in, he would then dress and make his way to the training grounds to run laps out of sight of the villagers and to collect any fruit or nuts still on the bushes. Naruto would then return to his apartment to either study the books he had gathered from the library the day before or to practice his hand signs. Gathering the books he no longer needed, he would then make his way to the library, after which he would either make his way home for lunch or go to Ichiraku's. After lunch, he would make his way to the Hokage Tower to spend quality time with his Gigi. On his very first visit, 3 days after receiving his apartment, Naruto had snuck by the receptionist as he remembered that the woman never liked him and asked the 2 Anbu stationed at the door very politely if the Hokage was in and alone. At their affirmative nod, Naruto then proceeded to kick open the door whilst shouting, "Ohio Gigi," in his most cheerful voice. The Hokage had looked up and smiled at the blonde scamp and had waved the Anbu away, glad for the distraction from the endless paperwork. "Hello Naruto," said the Hokage, "I am glad to see you, but please knock next time." "How are you?" "Great Gigi," sang Naruto, "I'm getting really strong. Strong enough to be Hokage soon," he boasted as he puffed out his skinny chest. "Really now?" asked the Hokage, chuckling as he relaxed back in his chair. "How so?" "I've been doing all these exercises I found in this book by this guy called Guy." "You use rubber band and stretch a lot," exclaimed Naruto. "I see. Could you show me some of these exercises?" asked the Hokage indulgently. "They should be fine if he got them from a book, but I should check to be sure, especially if the book was written by Guy." The Hokage had looked up and smiled at the blonde scamp and had waved the Anbu away, glad for the distraction from the endless paperwork. "Hello Naruto," said the Hokage, "I am glad to see you, but please knock next time." "How are you?" "Great Gigi," sang Naruto, "I'm getting really strong. Strong enough to be Hokage soon," he boasted as he puffed out his skinny chest. "Really now?" asked the Hokage, chuckling as he relaxed back in his chair. "How so?" "I've been doing all these exercises I found in this book by this guy called Guy." "You use rubber band and stretch a lot," exclaimed Naruto. "I see. Could you show me some of these exercises?" asked the Hokage indulgently. "They should be fine if he got them from a book, but I should check to be sure, especially if the book was written by Guy." "Okay," cried Naruto as he jumped up and ran through some of the exercises for the Hokage, glad to have someone check his form, which he had missed from his previous training. "Very good. Those exercises will make you very strong indeed," said the Sandame. "Now then, anything else happening?" The two then settled in for a little chat. Before long, the Hokage looked up at the clock on his wall. "I'm sorry Naruto, but I need to get back to this paperwork before it starts to pile up," said the Hokage apologetically. "Can't I stay a little longer?" pleaded Naruto, his little lip quivering. "It's so boring in my apartment." The Hokage translated this as his apartment being lonely, but the paperwork needed to be done. Just as he hardened his heart to say no, Naruto unleashed the puppy dog eyes jutsu. "Oh alright," the Hokage gave in, "but you must be quiet while I work." "Can you do that?" "Of course," cried Naruto happily, "I even brought a book." And from his pocket he produced a small green book. The Hokage's eyes widened as he noticed the title, The Tale of the Gutsy Shinobi. "I wonder how he got a copy of that," Is it good? I found it in the library, it's my favorite, answered Naruto. It's about a ninja who never gives up and he has the same name as me. Naruto made his way over to the couch against the side wall of the office and made himself comfortable. The Hokage went back to his paperwork as Naruto opened his book and the office was enveloped in silence, but for the occasional turning page. After a few hours of this, Naruto's rambunctious presence rather strangely began to fade from existence in the minds of not only the Hokage but also from the minds of the hidden Anbu as Naruto engaged his stealth techniques learnt from years of pranking. An hour later there came a knock at the door. Enter, called the Hokage. A ninja, obviously Jonin, came in and handed the Hokage a scroll before standing at attention before his desk. Jonin Jackie reporting completion of a rank mission. Continue, commanded the Hokage calmly. Target identified at 0800 and neutralized as to mission parameters. Reported the Jonin. Very well, solemnly stated the Hokage as he puffed on his pipe, you may collect your mission pay downstairs. Dismissed. The Hokage then went back to his paperwork as the Jonin left the room, closing the door behind him. This routine repeated itself 4 more times with various different Jonin. Before the Hokage remembered his young guest, he looked over at the couch only to find Naruto asleep with a small smile on his face. However, rather than sleeping, Naruto was in fact congratulating himself on finding a way to insinuate himself into the Hokage's office without arousing suspicion. This way he would be able to gather intel and in much more comfort than on previous stakeout missions. Thus his daily visits to the Hokage became routine, with only the title of his book changing day to day. In such a way he gained a real insight into the inner workings of the village as well as re-establishing a close relationship with his surrogate grandfather. A relationship he had sorely missed in the years following the old man's death. After visiting the Hokage, which would last for many hours, Naruto would return home to cook a simple meal from his fortnightly delivery of supplies, before buckling down to study that day's library borrowing. He would then run through his resistance exercise, practice his version of the wall climbing exercise, and then meditate, by which time he had expelled enough energy so that he could sleep. This routine changed, of course, with his enrollment in pre-academy. Chapter 7. It was compulsory for all children in a shinobi village to complete 2 years of basic education, such as reading, mathematics and village history, before starting on their career education, and this was called pre-academy. The children were taught all together so that they all had an equal level of knowledge and basic fitness before they were split up into the various specialized academies or apprentice opportunities, such as the Academy for the Merchant class, the various manufacturing guilds and of course the Ninja Academy. Classes were split by social class, all clan student in one class, orphans in another and so on, to make it easier to teach the students at their level. Naruto was required to attend for 6 hours a day, which he did not really mind as he used the time to further his fine motor training. By sitting at the back of the class and remaining quiet, he managed to remain largely overlooked, helped by the fact that the teacher chose to ignore his existence for most of the time, allowing him time to practice his calligraphy and to read up on techniques and skills that he would like to acquire this time around. Naruto's main regret from his time with Jiraiya was that he never really gotten a chance to learn more than the very basics of Fuinjutsu. Most of the time that would have been spent on the technique had been taken up with first learning how to read and then by correcting his atrocious handwriting, and so he only learnt some basic sealing and explosive tags. Jiraiya always played off his disappointment by saying that they had plenty of time to train in the skill later, but of course this never happened. By practicing his calligraphy now, Naruto hoped to have the level of fine control necessary for advanced Fuinjutsu by the time he met up with his mentor again, so as to never again cause one of his most important people to feel disappointed in him. All in all, the time spent in the classroom was beneficial to his new training regime. He had time to sit and read, the school supplied paper and writing materials so he did not need to use his own dwindling supply. The physical fitness exercises taught at the academy were tailored to the needs of his physical age, and nutritious meals were supplied at lunch so as to improve the overall health of the village children, and so supplemented his fortnightly grocery deliveries, and as such he was eating more and of greater variety. However, all this came at the cost of a higher visibility of his person within the village. By using the alleyways and shadows to move about the village, Naruto had managed to keep his presence at a minimum, so much so that only a handful of people even knew that he was living outside of the orphanage, in stark contrast to his previous life when much of the village had known within a couple of days. But now that he was required to attend the academy, Naruto had found it much harder to stay beneath the radar. To reach the pre-academy building, students had to travel down a wide road with very few shadows or side streets. Such an approach was deliberately designed to allow for high visibility of the students at all times as a safety measure, but it also meant that Naruto now had nowhere to hide from the angry, hateful stares of the average civilian. For an entire month Naruto had been on tenterhooks just waiting to be attacked by the villagers who seemed to go out of their way to gather and stare at him as he walked to and from the school building every day. Their low, rumbling growls of hate echoing in his ears, and they called him names and warned him away from their children, until one day it all suddenly stopped as the civilians as a whole started to look right through him. Naruto had often wondered why he had not been physically attacked more as a child, except for those few instances when he met groups of obviously drunken civilians when he foolishly stayed out late to train, or the occasional bully. That is until one night when he had felt the approach of a large group of angry civilians only for them to be met and turned away by his Anbu guards. He had of course noticed the presence of said guards and had taken comfort in their presence, as he had still felt quite vulnerable in his young state and in the thought that the old man was looking out for him, though it did mean that he had to be careful to hide any advanced training as he did not want to raise suspicions. He had even made a game of trying to identify his guards from their chakra signatures and from any fleeting glimpses he managed to catch of them. Groups of civilians attempted to approach him a few more times, both at home and on the training grounds, only to be turned away time and again by the Anbu, until word got out around the village that the demon child was guarded. Trusting that their protection was the Hokage's top priority, the civilians came to the conclusion that the Anbu were there to protect them from the beast, and as such he posed no physical danger to them. But that still left the problem of a demon in their midst disguised as a human child. How were they to deal with this? Almost as one, the civilians subconsciously came to the conclusion that they would show Naruto just how unwanted he was by publicly shunning him. Perhaps the most damaging of all psychological attacks, systematic shunning of a person denies the very existence of that person, causing a breakdown of the psyche. Eyes look right through and ears do not hear when spoken to. When standing face to face with Naruto, it was as though he did not exist to the average villagers, though this did not stop them from watching him as though he was a rabid animal poised to attack when they thought he could not see them, or from whispering about the demon's audacity to approach them as though he was a real person when they thought him out of earshot. Such treatment, in his previous lifetime, had resulted in Naruto's almost pathological need for acknowledgement, which had led to his famous pranking sprees, obnoxiously loud persona, and rather unhealthy relationships with others. Ironically, though his many pranks had helped develop his espionage skills, the drive to gain acknowledgement through playing the fool had stunted his growth as a ninja, as it had turned his focus away from training and towards being a class clown and general screw-up, and had alienated him from those who could have been his friends. Thankfully this behavior had been corrected after years of positive acknowledgement from his friends and mentors, as well as his acceptance of himself as a whole during his training at the Waterfall of Truth. As a result he felt only tired as once again he faced the passive-aggressive wrath of his village. If Naruto had to say who was most likely to have divulged his identity to the populace at large, he would probably point the finger squarely at Muchina-sensei, his civilian-born first-grade teacher. The man seriously didn't like Naruto and made no secret of the fact. Before school started, all of the teachers from the pre-academy had been called into the Hokage Tower for a meeting with the man himself. The Hokage was extremely pleasant, reminding them all in a rather grandfatherly tone of their oaths and responsibilities as teachers in a shinobi village, and asking them to treat all their students in a professional manner, all this whilst 4 large and intimidating Anbu stood silently behind him. From this some basic ground rules for the treatment of the village's Jinchuriki were laid out. Of course no mention of the Kyuubi was to be made by any of the teachers at any time. Naruto was not to be sent out of the classroom during lessons, and all his textbooks would be examined weekly to prevent any sabotage. This of course didn't prevent the teachers from ignoring Naruto in the classroom, thus forcing him to learn through observation. Muchina-sensei had started the year by calling on Naruto to answer questions in the hope of embarrassing him through his ignorance, but when this plan fell through he fell back on ignoring the boy's questions and belittling him on any given opportunity. The other students took their cue on how to treat Naruto from the teacher, teasing him and trying to beat him up. However, Naruto's response to this of a sad, disappointed smile, much like what an older brother would give a misbehaving younger sibling, ruined this fun, and they too chose to ignore the boy for the most part. Naruto was glad of this, as in his previous life his academy years had been beset by constant bullying by older students and his peers, as his treatment from the adults around him signaled him out as a potential victim. Bullies knew that if they tormented him there would be little to no consequences, and in fact some people would even praise them for keeping the beast in his place. Though some parents did reprimand their children for their behavior when they caught them tormenting Naruto, not for any concern for the boy, but rather as they would if their child had taken to poking a rabid dog with a stick. Children who attempted to befriend the boy were warned away in the same manner. Perhaps now that Naruto would no longer present himself as a victim, he would be able to avoid the more violent and spiteful of his childhood tormentors. Chapter 8. Naruto sighed in frustration as he slumped down in his chair staring at the groceries he had just unpacked onto his kitchen table. Well, I guess whoever is in charge of my fortnightly supplies had finally realized who they were for. Damn it. Naruto stood up and paced his floor in frustration while running, his hands through his hair. He dragged his hands down over his face as he stopped and took a deep breath to calm himself down. At least the good food lasted for about 9 months this time instead of just 2. I've managed to correct most of the damage done by not eating right for so long. I've managed to get some muscle and I've started to heal faster, he said to himself as he moved back towards the table, but argh. Damn it. For much of Naruto's previous childhood, his inherited healing factor had been busy compensating for his severely malnourished state, stopping his organs from failing and supplementing his non-existent muscles. The rapid healing he was known for as a ninja didn't really come into play until a couple of months after he had become a genin, as Kakashi had supplied the team with nutritionally rich lunches, thus giving Naruto's body the necessary fuel to function normally without needing constant healing. Thanks to a more nutritious diet, Naruto had noticed a change in his rate of healing much earlier in his development, which gave him great hope for his future training if his understanding of how muscle developed, which he gained from Gai Sensei's book, was correct. That was if he could keep eating as nutritiously as he had been now that his supplies had been compromised. Instead of the array of fresh vegetables, various meats, high-quality ramen and cereals, dry goods and fresh milk he had come to expect in his deliveries, what Naruto now unpacked was of the lowest quality possible in comparison. Vegetables, what there were of them, were old, shriveled and in some cases rotten. The meat was obviously off cuts, generally reserved for feeding dogs and cats. The milk was 1 day off expiration, and perhaps most upsetting of all, the ramen was of the cheapest variety and came in only 2 flavors. Arg! Cried Naruto. What to do? What to do? I could eat out more at Ichiraku. I have a tab which Gigi pays for me, but that's not the healthiest. I'm still getting lunch from the academy, so I only really need to worry about breakfast and dinner. But according to Ba-chan, I have a very high metabolism and need to eat more than other people, so lunch and dinner need to be large meals, and that takes a lot of food. I could start foraging again and setting traps, but that will take time away from my training. Naruto thumped his fist on the table in frustration, squashing an overripe tomato with his fist, causing seeds and pulp to spurt out the side. Sticking a finger into the mess, he began to idly draw random designs on the table with the juice as he mulled over the problem. I need a more constant source of food that I can control. Too bad I can't just produce it myself. Naruto paused as he stared at the squashed fruit on the table in front of him. Huh, maybe I can. Naruto gathered up the vegetables and examined them closely. Okay, I can get seeds from these tomatoes, and the potatoes are more eyes than anything else, so they should grow well. The pumpkin is a little rotten, but the seeds should still be good. I'll need something to plant them in, but I think I know where I can get some pots. Ino's parents often stored unused containers behind their nursery. That's where I got Yuki-san's bed from, and I can get soil from the park. I even have a constant supply of fertilizer coming if all my future deliveries are going to be like this. I'll just need to get a bin from somewhere, and then I can make a worm farm. There's plenty of room on my balcony for seedling pots, and when they get bigger I can plant them out on the roof. There's plenty of room up there. With this plan of action, Naruto set to with a will that only he could produce. Over the next few weeks, Naruto kicked into high gear as Operation Food Production took off. After securing the necessary materials from various locations around the village, usually from back alleyways, Naruto spent the next few weeks hauling dirt by the bucketful from the various training grounds and parks of the village before school and after. He then used an old rope to haul the soil up onto his roof after first scaling up using his modified wall climbing technique. The roof of Naruto's apartment building had been designed as a lookout originally before the building of taller buildings around it had made this function largely redundant. Because of this, the roof had a large, circular flat area in the center surrounded by a waist-high wall with a sloping roof leading down to the edge, perfect for sheltering young plants from the harsh wind and sun. Using wooden boards scrounged from back streets to section off the roof, Naruto created planting beds and placed his bin worm farm in the center. After filling the beds with soil and the bin with more soil mixed with the rotten offcuts of plant matter delivered to his home and a bucket full of worms he had collected from the park, Naruto planted out some of the beds with wild food plants he foraged whilst waiting for the seeds he planted in the pots on his balcony to grow. Before long there was an edible garden on Naruto's roof, and the daily climb to tend to the plants and turn over the worm farm had been added to Naruto's already packed daily Training regime. As he could not subsist on vegetables alone, Naruto would spend the morning on weekends fishing and trapping to supplement his diet with fresh meat which he would store in his freezer for the week. In the meantime, whilst waiting for his endeavors to bear fruit, as it were, Naruto racked up quite a bill at Ichiraku's as he reasoned that an overload of ramen couldn't cause much harm in the short term and he needed some reward for all the extra hard work. I think that's the name of his pot plant from the manga, but I could be wrong. Naruto had continued with his afternoon visits to the Hokage after starting pre-academy, after visiting the library of course. Over the course of half a year he had enjoyed many interesting conversations with the Hokage, delighting in being able to pick the professor's brain on subjects ranging from jutsu theory to the most appropriate way to greet dignitaries. Though there was one conversation which caused him some discomfort that occurred some 2 weeks into Operation Food Production. On this occasion, Naruto's customary greeting of "Ohio Gigi" was met with a stern-faced Hokage who invited the boy to take a seat on the chair in front of his desk. "Naruto," began the old man calmly, "I would like you to explain a few things that people have been telling me lately, if that is okay?" Naruto was a little uncomfortable with the Hokage's manner and started to panic thinking that he had done something to give himself away, but replied in his usual bright manner, "Sure Gigi, shoot. It has come to my attention that you have taken up gardening Naruto. Is this true?" Relaxing somewhat Naruto replied, "Yeah, I've taken up growing vegetables and stuff. I read about it in a book and it looked really easy. I got the seeds from the vegetables delivered to my house and I even managed to forage some wild growing greens and root vegetables. There's heaps of room on my roof and I have a balcony for all the seedlings. Very enterprising of you my boy, but tell me, how do you get up on that roof of yours?" asked the old man in an overly unemotional voice. Someone must have seen me and told the old man. Naruto carefully kept an innocent look on his face as he replied, "Well, I crawled up Gigi." "And how did you crawl up the side of a wall, Naruto?" pressed the old man. "With chakra of course," exclaimed Naruto in that voice that all children use that makes adults feel as though the child thinks they're an idiot. The Hokage's face became very stern as he asked, "And where did you learn how to do that Naruto?" As he finished the sentence the Hokage's eyes lowered so that he was looking suspiciously at Naruto's stomach. "Oh," thought Naruto, "that's what this is about. How to explain this without lying? Well Gigi, I've seen ninja walking up trees and walls around the village and from that book Shishiki-san gave me last month, you know the one about chakra control exercises we talked about? Well in that book it talked about how ninja used chakra to stick to stuff like trees and poles and walls. And I thought to myself, hey, I'm really little and the world is really tall and if I could walk up walls I'd be able to reach more stuff, and so I taught myself how to do it in my lounge room. But I'm not strong enough yet to walk up walls, I kept falling and hitting my head, so then I thought I would try how Gecko-san does it. And it worked," exclaimed Naruto flinging his hands about as he explained. The Hokage sat back in his chair with a look of surprised understanding mixed with a little relief. He took up his pipe, lit it and said, "Well, that's certainly a unique little skill you've developed there Naruto. I think you are perhaps the youngest person to use chakra in that way. Well done. But tell me, why do you want to grow your own vegetables? Wouldn't flowers be more fun?" Naruto laughed as he replied, "You can't eat flowers Gigi. Nah, I'm growing them for food. The last few deliveries haven't been the best and I can't afford to be out foraging every day, so I thought if I grew my own then I'll always have fresh food on hand." "What do you mean that your deliveries haven't been the best?" asked the Hokage in concern. "Oh, you know, overripe and rotten vegetables, bargain brand staples, meat offcuts, that sort of thing," answered the Jinchuriki breezily, "nothing too serious. I can handle it." "That's not right Naruto. The cost of those groceries is coming out of the village funds. Even if you fine with it, whoever is responsible needs to be dealt with. Don't worry, I'll see to it that your deliveries are fixed up like how they were before," answered the Hokage, clearly outraged at the injustice perpetrated on his favorite 6-year-old. The main book Naruto used was called Confined Youth. Keeping the flames of youth smoldering, it was all about retraining damaged muscles and maintaining muscle strength whilst being a captive, and contained a lot of exercises that a shinobi could do in a small space. Naruto thought it would be perfect for him as it allowed him to grow strong whilst staying in his apartment, and he adopted many of the techniques written within the book, such as using chakra to hang from the wall while he performed sit-ups and leg lifts, and using fist-size rocks for bicep curls and other individual muscle building exercises. Naruto theorized that if it was good enough for recovering shinobi in captivity to do, it was safe enough for him to attempt. Another of Guy Sensei's tips that Naruto had adopted was the step-up approach to exercise reps. Guy recommended in his book to start out slow with as many reps as a person could handle and then 1 week later add another 5. A week after that add another 5 and so on. So if Naruto could perform say 30 sit-ups, the following week he would do 35 and the week after that 40. The trick was to complete the reps in the same amount of time it took the person to complete the original number of reps, thus not only would the person increase the number of reps and thus the difficulty of their workout, but they would also train their speed and pacing at the same time. Once the reps reached 100 sets, the person would then reset, increasing the time limit by 5 minutes once a month. Before long there was an extensive tally sheet stuck on his lounge room floor keeping track of the multiple reps he had to complete each morning. After his morning strength and flexibility exercises, Naruto took to running around the village a couple of times, instead of just around the training grounds, before heading off to school. After school let out in his daily visits to the library and to the Hokage, Naruto would eat dinner at Ichiraku's then head to the park near his house to use the play equipment to help further with his training. On weekends he would climb the Hokage monument to spend the morning with his dad, then race through the forests just behind the mountain as he would an obstacle course, jumping creeks, swinging from ropes he had previously tied to various trees and jumping from tree branch to tree branch. In this way did Naruto grow stronger and stronger day after day. Eyes closed, breathing calm he swayed gently to the left as a rock came hurtling past his face. Pivoting on his right foot, he dodged the rock about to slam into his left shoulder. Then jumped up to miss the rock aimed squarely at his right knee. Naruto stretched out his left hand and tripped the wire within arm's reach, releasing the next set of projectiles. Swaying and jumping with minimal effort he managed to dodge all of the missiles, only to be hit on the back of the head by the backswing of the original rock. "Damn it," cussed the boy heatedly as he opened his eyes and caught the rock in his fist as it swung back again on the rope it was suspended from. It was his 4th week training with his newly built avoidance rig and it was not going well. He was trying to train his senses to detect movement during a fight when visibility was low such as in mist or darkness, but he was finding it difficult as he kept being distracted by the noise of the village. Naruto had built the rig in a disused section of the park near his home, using traps to release swinging rocks and spring-loaded catapults, being careful to disable the traps and take the ropes with him every night so that no curious children could be harmed. He had scavenged the necessary ropes and ninja wires from the various training grounds around the village, retraining himself on how to tie knots and set various traps as he built his rig. During the evenings the park was often deserted, as all the children returned home for dinner, and so Naruto had the run of the place. On the weekends Naruto would come to the park now and again to watch the other children play, smiling gently as he sat on a swing out of the way, but he found it difficult to approach them as he felt somewhat indulgent and big brotherly even to those children seemingly older than himself and so did not know how to treat them. It was difficult being mentally 17 in a 6-year-old's body. He found the play equipment to be very useful for his physical training and would spend the evening quite happily in seeming play. Naruto would hang upside down for hours from the monkey bars training his body to use his chakra to keep his blood circulating so that it didn't pool in his head, a necessary skill for ninja as they spend a lot of time hanging from the ceiling. He would run along the balance beams, set at various heights, on his feet and on his hands both forwards and backwards, training his balance and speed, and he would jump from the swings training his body to fall correctly and how to land safely at speed. Naruto would ostentatiously bring a few training guides along with him, including guides of trap building, which he would leave around with their titles face up to allay any suspicious concerns of his watchers. Naruto theorized that it was his Anbu guards who tattled and as such took measures to prevent any more uncomfortable talks with his Gigi. He wasn't worried about the Hokage questioning his intelligence. After all, the Hokage was used to dealing with genius children and no one from this time knew him as a knucklehead or idiot. Rather, he was concerned with the fact that he knew way more than he should and didn't want anyone to jump to erroneous conclusions about where he was getting this knowledge from. His one fear was to be seen as an enemy by those he cared for. Sighing to himself, Naruto reset his traps and stood once again in the starting position. Closing his eyes, he steadied his breath and let the sounds of the village fill his head. Breathing in, he identified each sound and then mentally put it aside, until he had gained an understanding of the normal sounds all around him. Only then did he reach out him left foot and trip the first line. Side chapter. Occurring sometime in the past year. It was an unusually wet afternoon in Konoha and Naruto was at that moment curled up comfortably on the couch in the Hokage's office. His Gigi was busy at his desk working on some mission reports and Naruto was engrossed in his book on jutsu theory and classifications, when he came across a paragraph in the book which puzzled him. Looking up from his book, Naruto called out, "Oi Gigi, can I ask you something?" The Hokage put down his pen and sat back in his chair, lighting his pipe as he looked over at the boy. Sure, Naruto, what would you like to know? Well, I was reading this book, so saying he raised the book up to eye height to show the old man the title, and it says here that a ninja is advanced to Jonin if he can show mastery of 2 jutsu. Yes, that's correct, though they can also be promoted through exemplary work in the field. Answered the old man indulgently. Well, it says here that to master a jutsu a ninja must be able to perform it soundlessly, smokelessly and with a minimum of hand signs, and they must also show adaptability of the jutsu. But I've never seen any of our ninja do that. Continued Naruto, puzzled. Well, that's mainly because not many of our ninja take the time to truly master jutsu anymore. I'm afraid that most of the senior ninja that you will encounter are products of wartime education, when it was enough if the jutsu worked consistently. Even after the war, people didn't see the need to continue training with jutsu that worked fine as they were. As the saying goes, why fix it if it isn't broken? Explained the old man. Why not? I mean, it seems to me that being able to cast a jutsu without sound or smoke would be really handy if you wanted to be sneaky, and isn't being sneaky what being a ninja is all about? And what does it mean by showing adaptability in a jutsu? Asked the boy with great interest. Well, most Anbu learn to master jutsu, it's part of their promotion requirement, even if the majority of Jonin do not. Showing adaptability of a jutsu is just as it sounds, being able to adapt a jutsu to suit different needs by changing the chakra flow to produce different results. You see, a jutsu training scroll, which shows the necessary hand signs and how much chakra to mold, shows the default setting of a jutsu. If you did it that way every time, you would get the same result. However, if you change the flow of chakra, hold it longer on one sign or flow it faster through another, you can change the strength of the jutsu and even the direction. For example, if I performed the earth-style jutsu barrier wall, normally a wall of earth of head height would form in front of me. If I held the chakra in the first and third sign longer, the wall would form on my left side. If I held the chakra on the first sign and speed it through the last, the wall would form behind me and curve slightly over my head. Explained the old man at length. Wow, I've never heard about that. That's so cool. Why doesn't every ninja learn how to do that? We would be like the most powerful ninjas of all the great villages. Clients would flock to hire us, exclaimed Naruto, excitedly bouncing on the couch. Well, it takes a lot of time and effort to master a jutsu. You need to experiment with the chakra flow, learn how to reduce the chakra overflow. To reduce the necessary hand signs to the bare minimum, you need to practice the jutsu so often that the shape of the chakra is embedded into your mind so that it is controlled through your will, which takes a lot of concentration before it becomes second nature, and you need to do that for any adaptations that you develop as well. You also need to learn how to sub-vocalize, so you no longer need to call out the name of the jutsu, and that takes a lot of time and effort to learn. I can't see any of the ninja today being willing to go to all that effort. Replied the Hokage. Well, why not? We're at peace right now, there's plenty of time, and if you ask me, that ninja around here could do with a bit more training time. Hardly any of the training grounds I visit are ever occupied by anyone over genin in level. Complained Naruto, knowing how unprepared most of the village had been during the invasion in his 13th year. If they start now, they should be in peak strength by the time it comes around again. Come to think of it, I have all the time in the world myself, perhaps I should look into mastering my own jutsu. I can think of a number of fights where being able to perform a jutsu silently would have given me the element of surprise and allowed me to win more quickly. I never saw the point of sneaking into a battle when the first jutsu would alert everyone to your position. Much better to enter with a bang if they're only going to know where you are anyway. You have a point, my boy. Perhaps I'll suggest it to my Jonin at our next meeting, replied the Hokage thoughtfully as he returned to his papers. Sounds like a plan, Gigi, exclaimed Naruto as he settled back on the couch with his book to read more on the details of mastering jutsu, plan swirling through his brain as the rain beat against the window outside. Chapter 9. The last few months had been especially good to Naruto. Due to a better diet, he had not only bulked up, as much as a 6-year-old could, but also had his first growth spurt since he journeyed back in time. As a result, he no longer had to stand on a chair to reach the upper cabinets in his kitchen, but instead utilized the small step stool from under his sink that he had used to reach the benchtops. Naruto had also begun experimenting with enhancing his muscles with chakra, allowing him to jump greater distances when training in the forest behind the Hokage mountain, and to finally perform the tree climbing exercise properly instead of just crawling up the wall, though he was careful to practice this new skill only in the privacy of his own apartment, as he did not want another uncomfortable conversation with his Gigi. But the best thing to happen in the last few months occurred only 2 days ago when Naruto celebrated his 7th birthday once again. The day had started well with breakfast at the Ichiraku stand and only gotten better from there. After breakfast he had spent the morning helping Tuchi-san and Ayame prepare the noodles for the festival crowds. They had both been surprised at how much unnatural he was at preparing the noodles, almost as if he had done it before. At lunchtime he had made his way to the library, being careful to avoid as many people as possible in the bustling streets, as Chishiki-san had invited him for lunch in her office. The Hokage, after hearing about the head librarian from his surrogate grandson, had suggested that she would like to do so as he would be busy at the time opening the Remembrance Festival, an event to which Naruto would not be welcome. Chishiki was more than happy to fulfill the Hokage's request, and the pair spent a wonderful few hours eating Chishiki's prepared birthday lunch and talking about the books Naruto had read recently. Before he left to spend the rest of the afternoon at the Hokage Tower, she had also presented Naruto with his first gift of the day, a book on sleight of hand and a 1-yen piece with which to practice. I noticed you've been practicing your hand signs for the last few months whenever you are reading in the library. If you practice the tricks in this book, it will help with your finger dexterity, so it will be easier to form the signs faster and more accurately. There's also a section on lock picking and escaping from knots, which will also come in handy when you become a ninja, the woman had explained as he opened the gift. Naruto was touched and thanked the librarian with a hug and his cheesiest grin as he left to spend the rest of the day at the Hokage Tower. "Thanks Chishiki-chan," he cried, as he raced off down the road. "Chan? What do you mean Chan?" she called after him as she smilingly shook her fist after his retreating form. "That boy, I don't know," she mumbled to herself as she turned and re-entered the library, shaking her head in amusement. When Naruto arrived at the Hokage Tower, he was pleased to be told that the Hokage had cleared his afternoon schedule to spend with him, just the two of them. Due to the incident that occurred during Naruto's birthday last year, the old man had thought it best if Naruto spent the night at the Hokage Tower, as it was the easiest location to secure, and the boys' guards could be freed to patrol the festival, as the Hokage's personal guards could see to his safety as they would be guarding the Sandame at the same time. Naruto had a wonderful time playing games with the old man and recreating his most treasured childhood memory, when the Hokage had allowed him to wear the hat and sit in the chair. Though this time he made sure to ask for a copy of the photograph that was taken to hang up in his room, as he had not thought to do so before and had regretted that fact after the Sandame's passing. The Hokage had then presented the young boy with a set of his very own training kunai and shuriken and spent the rest of the afternoon in the Hokage's own training room in the sub-basement going over the basics. Hiruzen was very pleased with how quickly Naruto picked up the techniques, and before long the aspiring shinobi was hitting the target, if not the bullseye, 9 times out of 10. After a wonderful dinner of all Naruto's favorites including barbecue, curry and of course an assortment of fancy ramen, the old man and Naruto retired to the Hokage's lounge, where he usually entertained visiting dignitaries. The rest of the evening was spent with the Hokage telling stories about famous Konoha ninja that he had personally known. Naruto's favorite stories were those that involved his parents, though he was careful not to appear overly interested whenever they were mentioned. It was late into the night when the excitement of the day finally caught up with his young body, and even though he mentally protested his weakness, he finally fell asleep to the gentle tones of his Jiji's voice. He awoke late the next morning, still in the Hokage's lounge, and after bidding his Jiji a good morning, set out to Ichiraku's for breakfast with the biggest smile on his face and a skip in his step. The next day he had arrived home from school and instantly knew that someone had been in his personal space, as a heavy scent of dog mixed with a hint of paper and steel permeated the room. He smiled brightly as he raced into his bedroom to find one more belated birthday gift on his bed. The first time he had received the gift, a funny animal themed sleeping cap several sizes too big for his small head, he had been beyond pleased and had wanted more than anything to thank the one person, other than his Jiji, to ever give him anything. Naruto had never been sure how, attributing the ability to instincts, if he had ever thought of it at all, but he had been able to follow the mystery person, by some mysterious means, through the bustling Konoha streets, without catching sight of him once, to an unassuming building halfway across the village. Naruto had known instantly, even before he had seen the gift, that someone had entered his apartment and somehow knew which way he had gone when they had left. With the reoccurrence of this childhood event, Naruto now realized, with his more mature mindset, that he had been able to smell the intruder in his personal space with his advanced sense of smell, and had subsequently followed the scent trail through the village. All a young Naruto had known was that someone had been in his room and they went that way, though he could not articulate how he knew this. All of which explained his present position perched high above the street, looking down at the very same unprepossessing building just across the road. The building being what he later learned to be the Anbu barracks, where off-duty Anbu went to rest up between missions, and the site of his very first, though unintentional, prank. It had taken a young Naruto quite a while to find an access point to the building the first time this had occurred. Serendipitously, a rookie Anbu had left a second floor bathroom window open and had forgotten to reset the security seals, allowing access through the help of a nearby dumpster to a young but determined Naruto. After gaining access, Naruto had followed the scent to a small, utilitarian room containing only a bed, a small desk and a chair, all in shades of gray. The room was deserted, and it was at this point that Naruto had lost his nerve of thanking the mystery gift giver in person and thought to leave a message of thanks instead. Not knowing how to write posed a problem, but looking around the room, Naruto thought that if he decorated the sad-looking room, maybe the mystery person would be pleased as he was with his gift. Wandering down the small corridor, Naruto had searched through the rooms for something to brighten the space, when he finally came across a small storage room at the end of the hall, which contained amongst other things cans of fluorescent pink paint that the Anbu used during training to simulate explosions. Taking a can and a sponge from a nearby shelf, Naruto had returned to his benefactor's room and proceeded to paint the wall above the bed, and the wall above the desk and on the space behind the door and on the floor beside the bed. Just as he was finishing, he had been surprised by the door swinging open behind him to reveal a man in a half mask, drying his white hair with a towel. Perhaps because of the sudden spike in adrenaline, perhaps because the Anbu was caught by surprise, but whatever the case, Naruto managed to evade immediate capture by the highly trained ninja by sliding through his widespread legs and racing from the building. The resulting chase had only lasted for a couple of minutes, but the feeling of euphoria caused by the release of adrenaline and being the center of concentrated attention from an adult cemented pranking as a worthwhile endeavor in his young mind, after it had been explained to him that that is what he had done, of course. Even after the inevitable punishment and lecture from his Gigi, Naruto had laughed gently to himself when he once again received the small gift and recognized the scent, putting a face to his first, unintentional, pranking victim. Who would have thought that the very man who had continually ridiculed his sleeping hat on numerous missions had in fact been the one to give it to him in the first place? Looking down at the building across the street, Naruto watched the various comings and goings and adjusted the straps of the bag on his back, preparing to recreate his very first prank, with some artistic changes. After all, he needed a stress reliever after all his hard training, and the Anbu needed this reminder about security. They were getting soft. After all, if an untrained 6-year-old could infiltrate their home. Naruto scaled down the side of the building and slipped through the shadows till he stood just beneath the open bathroom window. Climbing up onto the nearby dumpster, he looked around warily before hopping up and through the window. Crouching down beside the closed door, he listened carefully, before easing it open and cautiously making his way down the corridor towards the stairs at the end of the hallway. He cautiously made his way up, keeping all his senses alert for the presence of others. He did not want to be caught before he managed to leave his gift behind. Making his way to Kakashi's room, Naruto slipped inside and looked around. It was just as depressing as he remembered, but he was here to change that. Slipping the bag from his back, Naruto opened it and reached inside to take out the small dog carving he had made using the training kunai that his Gigi had given him a couple of days before. He placed the dog on the pillow and slipped a piece of paper with the kanji for thank you written on it underneath. Returning to his bag, he took out a small potted flower and placed it on the desk. Naruto dusted off his hands as he stood back and admired his work. There. Now to get out of here without being noticed. Listening once more at the door, he eased it open and made his way back downstairs, after first visiting the storage closet at the end of the hall. Bypassing the bathroom, through which he had entered the building, Naruto made his way to the first floor and cautiously entered the Anbu common room. Quickly grabbing one of the cans of paint which he had managed to snag from his bag, Naruto proceeded to paint a message in large letters on the wall. "Remember to check your windows." Snickering to himself, he climbed back up the stairs and out through the bathroom window. Climbing down the same way he got in, Naruto hurried through the back streets until he was a couple of blocks away before he allowed himself to collapse against a nearby wall and howl with laughter. Naruto was aware that his Anbu guard had probably seen the whole thing, and he was bound to get into trouble over the incident. But in the meantime, he was far too pleased with himself to care. The prankster king was back. Sitting high above Konoha, Naruto let the early morning sun warm his skin as he gazed out over the sleepy village. This was his safe spot, hidden amongst the spikes on his father's head, the spot he had always gravitated to when the world became too much. Even before he had found out his father's identity, the fourth had been his idol, and so it was to him that he had always gone to let out his pain, his complaints, and to ponder why he was treated as he was, why he was hated, and what he could do to change it. Though he had forgiven the villagers' ignorant hatred many years ago, being faced with it once more after he had already overcome it and gained acceptance once, was quite difficult and somewhat demoralizing. Over the last few months, whenever it all became too much to handle, Naruto had found himself coming more and more often to his safe place early in the morning, to gaze out over his beloved village and to remind himself of why he loved it so much. After all, this village was the place his parents had died to protect. It was the home of his friends both past and present and the birthplace of the will of fire, a way of life which Naruto believed in with his whole heart. But it was not for this reason that Naruto found himself perched once more on the Yondaimi's head this particular morning. He was there not to recharge and let go of any built-up negativity but rather to explore a newly awakened ability that he had been noticed emerging during his morning and nighttime meditation over the last few weeks. An ability that he had long associated with the use of his sage ability and Biju mode that he was beginning to suspect was in fact an inherited ability from either his Uzumaki or Namikaze blood, the ability being the ability to sense not only chakra signatures but also a person's state of health and emotional state. This undeveloped ability may explain why he had always been so empathetic throughout his life, as he may have unconsciously been responding to the emotions of those he interacted with, thus his ability to understand and make friends even with those who would be his enemy. Naruto had previously attributed this ability as a byproduct of the Sage and Biju modes, when in fact it was the high level of concentration and chakra control that such states afforded him that had caused a previously underdeveloped, pre-existing ability to become temporarily active. Due to his daily meditation and chakra exercises over the last 2 years, Naruto's mind was now clear enough that his natural sensing abilities were beginning to develop on their own, and it was this that he wanted to test. He reasoned that the emotional output of a just awakening village would not be as overwhelming to his senses as it would be fully awake, as he did not want to strain himself. The first time he consciously tried to use this new sense, Naruto made himself as comfortable as possible and assumed his meditation position. He first went through his internal exercises, making sure his chakra was flowing as calmly as possible, before he began to open his awareness outwards as he had been taught to do when sensing chakra. Spreading his circle of awareness outwards from his position, he became aware of numerous chakra signatures, a couple behind him in the trees, but the majority out in front and below him glowing gently, denoting them to be civilian in origin. Concentrating on the more fiercely glowing signatures behind him, he identified them as his Anbu guards, relaxing on tree branches as they watched him meditate. Naruto strained as he opened his senses further and felt an internal pop as suddenly feelings of contentment and boredom, separate from his own, became known to his consciousness. He'd done it. Naruto quickly moved his awareness out and over the village, excited to feel more. He was pleased to feel a blanket of sleepy satisfaction rising up from the village. Concentrating hard, he could feel brief flashes of intense happiness and some negative emotions from individuals, but the overall feel of the village was that of contentment. Naruto smiled as he let the warm waves wash over him. This was a feeling that he could fight to protect. This made it all worth it. This newfound ability to actually feel what others felt only increased Naruto's understanding of why the villagers behaved as they did, as he could literally feel the underlying fear and sadness which fueled their resentment. But though their feelings were understandable, their actions were unjustifiable to Naruto. He knew he had to do something, if only to free them from the cycle of hate that they were allowing themselves to wallow in, but what could he do? The more he contemplated on the problem, the more he came to realize that perhaps his original idea of playing pranks was actually the correct response, as it had helped to define him as a cheeky brat in the minds of the villagers and as such separate from the beast he contained. But this time he would be more mindful, not mean-spirited and spiteful in his pranks, but more thoughtful in his approach, using his pranks as a means to teach a lesson on tolerance and to add some joy and excitement to the village. The practice would also help in his future plans, as he would be able to keep his shinobi skills sharp if he approached the pranks as he would missions. Planning ahead, gathering intelligence, using traps and avoiding detection as much as possible. To this end, Naruto used his winter break to begin Operation Prankster King by walking about the village, people watching and mapping out the village, looking for potential targets and viable escape routes. Through the use of his new sensing ability, Naruto was able to separate his tormentors into 2 categories: those who lashed out from deep-seated pain and those who delighted in the torment of others and looked to him as an easy target. Naruto deemed it wise to avoid the first group as much as possible and to give them more time to get over their pain, whenever it was unavoidable to interact with such people. Naruto would endeavor to respond to any of their actions in a gentle manner and to never respond with anger. The former group, however, Naruto deemed worthy of his more playful attentions. Such as the middle-aged woman who sneered at him whenever he passed her in the street, spewing obscenities after him whilst he was just within earshot, her heart given over to anger and hate. After a few weeks of careful observation of her favorite haunts, this particular woman found herself the victim of a homemade whoopee cushion only. Moments after once again verbally attacking a young Naruto, as she sat down in a crowded cafe. Or the case of the father and son duo who found earthworms at the bottom of their cups of takeaway soba which they had purchased at a roadside stand just down the road. From where the boy had suddenly pushed Naruto down from behind only to be congratulated by his father for a job well done. But Naruto's personal favorite, and the one that made him break out and giggle for weeks afterwards, was the case of the man who emptied a bucket of dirty, slimy water over Naruto as he had passed below on the street. This man found himself stalked for 3 whole days by Naruto. Whenever he looked out a window, opened a door outside or turned around in the street, Naruto was there, standing silently, smirking at him, only to disappear whenever the man had turned to call attention to the boy. The pranks weren't much by his usual standards but they did manage to achieve one of his aims. They made people look at him rather than through him. Naruto knew this was the first step to changing the civilians' minds about him, as he needed first to be seen as himself and know the beast, and was encouraged by this progress. Not all of his pranks were so public however. His other goal in reviving his pranking career was to practice his ninja skills, such as stealth and advanced planning. To this end, Naruto planned 2 major pranks over the remaining month of the winter break. 2 weeks before the start of the new school year, all the memorial stones in the village were visited in one night and the soil around the base of each was overturned, despite the presence of the ceremonial Chunin rank guards at each. On closer inspection it was found that spring bulbs had been planted at the base of each of the memorial stones, lying in wait to pay their floral tribute in the spring. The second mysterious occurrence happened only 2 days before the new school term. That morning the Uchihas awoke to find that the boundary fence enclosing their clan estate had been compromised, as large fire and leaf symbols had been painted around the entire perimeter in bright, pink fluorescent paint. Chapter 10. The second year of pre-academy was the first screening process for the village children. Where during the first year students were mixed together, during the second year they were split into 2 groups, those whose future career path demanded more of a physical challenge such as the future ninja, blacksmiths and other heavy craftsmiths, and those whose future career paths tended more towards the academic such as the merchants, scribes and accountants. The 2 groups were divided into separate classes, where the first group's curriculum was changed so that physical activity and training accounted for about half of the school day. Such a heavy focus on physical conditioning was an attempt to weed out those unsuitable to the shinobi career before they moved on to the ninja academy. Due to the large number of ninja hopefuls, this class was further split into 4 separate classes, though as the year progressed these classes would be given many opportunities to mingle and learn together, as the teachers used such opportunities to observe the students and how they interacted with each other, as such information was essential for forming the ninja academy classes from which the ninja teams would ultimately be formed. So it was that with the new school year, Naruto was faced with both a new teacher but also with an entirely new class. Some of the new faces were known to him, as he recognized many as the civilian students who would share his ninja class in the future, and some belonged to minor clan members whom he recognized as shinobi who, though placed in alternate ninja classes in the academy, had graduated either earlier or just after he had himself. Oh my god, thought Naruto hysterically as the first moment of shock passed, it's a Chibi Ino and Sakura. And with that thought the floodgates opened and Naruto was overcome with hysterical laughter, so much so that he fell out of his chair and rolled down the classroom steps, laughing all the way, only to land at the feet of the surprised young girls. The 2 girls stood frozen in place as they stared at Naruto and waited for him to stop, only to grow increasingly offended as every time it looked as though he was calming down, it would only take one look at their faces to set him off again with intermittent murmurings of "chibi" and "can't breathe." How rude. Ino eventually huffed, "Come on Sakura, let's leave the baka alone. He's obviously an idiot, so please don't take it personally," she consoled her more timid friend, as she grabbed her friend's hand and towed her away to sit on the other side of the room from the giggling fool. Well, that could have gone better, thought Naruto as he finally calmed down and he picked himself up so he could make his way back to his chair, ignoring the stares of his fellow students along the way. He hadn't meant to react that way, but ever since he had returned to the past Naruto had been thinking of his friends as he had last seen them, and so was not prepared to see them as they were now. I'll have to do something about that, I suppose, before next year, as I know the girls will eventually get over it, but I don't think Kiba or the other guys would if I reacted the same way to them, and especially not Sasuke. As the school day progressed, Naruto found young Sakura's meek attitude puzzling, especially in the face of the overly confident she demon she would later become. It was only when he took the time to recall his earliest memories of her that he remembered that she had been bullied as a child, and it had only been her friendship with Ino that had enabled her to grow into the competent kunoichi he remembered her to be. It was this transformation from timid victim to class queen bee, on par with Ino Yamanaka, during this second year of pre-academy that had first captured Naruto's young attention and had resulted in his desire to make friends with the pink-haired girl in the hopes that he too could make just such a change. Unsure of the correct social norms and not wanting to mess up, Naruto had made the mistake of asking old man Tucci on the correct way to approach a girl in the hopes of starting a friendship. Seeing an opportunity to mess with the young boy, Tucci had informed him that such friends were called girlfriends, and the correct approach would be to ask them out. Naruto did so and was promptly rejected, partly because young girls that age thought all boys were icky and partly because Sakura, having just clawed her way up the social ladder, did not want to jeopardize her position by being seen with the village outcast, and that was when Naruto's stubborn nature kicked in. His never-give-up attitude in the face of rejection meant that Naruto continued to ask Sakura out even in the face of increasingly more violent rejections and even after he had come to realize the difference between just a friend who happens to be a girl and a girlfriend, as by that point he had talked himself into believing that Sakura was the love of his life. It had taken 3 years away with no contact between them for him to finally realize that though he did love Sakura, it was more a sibling kind of love rather than a romantic kind. Looking at her now sitting next to Ino, whose attitude was not that dissimilar to her older form, Naruto was not too worried about their current dislike of himself, as it had taken a few years and a lot of growing for them to become friends the first time. He was more concerned about watching over them now and seeing what he could do to make them stronger earlier, though this could possibly wait until they started the ninja academy. In the meantime, he just enjoyed how amusing they were as cute little girls, in that way. They reminded him a lot of Moegi. Simply knowing how to perform a jutsu is not enough to be able to do so. If it was, any 2-bit thug that got a hold of a jutsu training scroll would be flinging jutsu left and right. No, to perform a jutsu takes not only knowledge but also the ability to physically manipulate chakra, and like any other physical skill, this takes training and practice. Jutsu are formed by trained shinobi manipulating their chakra to cause supernatural effects. They do so by molding their chakra through specific pathways, this most often accomplished by using hand signs as a mold, and by focusing the caster's will on the desired outcome, most commonly caused by calling out the name of the jutsu, thus focusing the mind at the point of release. Though a well-trained shinobi, with enough practice in the technique, can manipulate his chakra and focus his will without the need for either hand signs or vocalization. Academy students were first drilled on how to form the hand signs and then on how to manipulate their chakra through the pathways formed by doing so. Only after this action became instinctual, without the need for constant concentration, were they taught how to cast jutsu. Speed was also a factor, as signs formed too slowly could cause the chakra to pool, resulting in a jutsu misfire, and this was also a skill that took time and practice to master. It was towards this end that Naruto had been constantly training his hand seals for the last year, making sure that his hand seals were not only accurate but also formed fast enough. 3 months into the new school year, he finally deemed himself ready to reclaim his ninjutsu. The only problem with reclaiming his ninjutsu, however, was explaining his knowledge of said jutsu to the old man and his Anbu watchers. Having exhausted all the possible plans he could think of to gain access to the jutsu section of the library with no success, Naruto now turned his mind to alternative sources for the instructional scrolls he would need to excuse his knowledge of the clone, transformation and replacement jutsu. He reasoned that as long as no one touched his clones or saw them pick up anything, they wouldn't be able to tell the difference, as even his enemies hadn't been able to do so until they actually hit one of them. It had taken a whole day of racking his brain before the obvious solution had occurred to him: where else to acquire the Academy 3 than the Ninja Academy itself? He even knew where to look: in the storage room on level 3, the very room he had been assigned to clean, oh so many times, as punishments for pulling pranks and skipping class. He planned to enter the academy building after school hours, when the students and teachers had left for the day, and before the night guards started their patrols, which gave him a window of opportunity of half an hour just before 5 o'clock. Strapping his pouch of practice kunai, that he had received from the Hokage, onto his thigh and putting on his shinobi sandals, Naruto made ready to leave. Just before closing and locking his door, he grabbed the piece of wire he had found in a random trash can and had fashioned into a primitive window shimmy, just in case, and made his way towards the Ninja Academy, being careful to stick to the shadows wherever possible. Opening up his senses, he felt around for the presence of others before scuttling across the open school grounds towards the safety of the shadows cast by the school building. Bending low, he crept along the length of the wall, avoiding the possibility of being seen through any of the low-set windows, and stopped at the corner to once again scan his surroundings. He could detect 2 chakra signatures in the immediate area, an adult-sized aura in one of the ground-floor classrooms of about mid-chunin strength and a child-sized aura in the training ground out back of the school at only civilian strength. The child shouldn't cause any problems that Naruto could see, but he would need to avoid the adult, whoever he was, if at all possible. Naruto eased himself around the corner and made his way over to the 3 large dumpsters that rested against the back wall of the academy. Rising up along the face of the building, just above the middle dumpster was a rubbish chute which ran the full height of the building and as such would be Naruto's ticket to the inside. The chute, though used for refuse, was not as bad as it sounded, as only paper waste was ever thrown down it, and as such it was relatively clean and had been Naruto's preferred method of access for setting up pranks over the weekend in his previous life, even though it was quite narrow and at times a tight squeeze. Climbing up onto the rim of the dumpster, Naruto reached up into the chute and pulled himself inside. Almost immediately after doing so, he froze in place with a judicious use of chakra as felt the rapid approach of the child-sized chakra signature. Soon enough Naruto could make out the sound of frantic footsteps that halted just a few steps from the dumpster above which he precariously hung. In the ensuing silence Naruto could just make out the hiccuping sobs of a small child on the point of tears who nevertheless was trying to calm himself down and appear brave. Rotating himself using chakra alone, until his head was pointing down towards the chute's opening, Naruto cautiously peeked out, being careful to stay concealed. Standing below him he could make out the form of a young boy, perhaps a year older than his own current physical age, dressed in a simple green t-shirt and a pair of shorts with his thick black hair clubbed into a tail at the nape of his neck. As Naruto watched, the boy seemed to collect himself and raised up his left hand, in which he held 3 small scrolls with the Ninja Academy symbol painted on the outside, obviously getting ready to throw them into the dumpster before him. Without thinking, Naruto called out to him, "Oi, wait a minute," and in doing so lost control of his chakra and plummeted head first into the dumpster below him. "OWWWW," moaned Naruto as he painfully righted himself and then stood up, holding his hands up above the rim of the dumpster. "Hey, be a pal and help me out, would ya?" he called out, and soon enough he felt 2 small hands grab his own and haul him out with surprising strength. Tumbling out over the side, Naruto managed to land on his feet and somewhat reclaim his lost pride. Dusting himself off, he looked up at the young boy before him and was instantly struck by the boy's 2 defining features. "Hey, those eyebrows look like..." It couldn't be. Standing up straight, Naruto stuck out his hand and introduced himself. "Hello, my name's Naruto Uzumaki, future Hokage." "Who are you?" The boy wiped his face and blew his nose on his sleeve before grabbing a hold of Naruto's hand and answering, "Rock Lee." "Hey, nice to meet you," beamed Naruto. "Hey, sorry for surprising ya. I didn't mean to startle ya, but I wanted to have a look at those scrolls before you threw them out, as they look like the ones I was going to go look for inside," he finished, gesturing towards the building before sheepishly rubbing the back of his neck with one hand. "I'm not sure if these are the scrolls that you were looking for. They are the jutsu scrolls assigned to academy students to learn from after they have unlocked their chakra. Though they give them to you during the first week, even if you haven't unlocked your chakra yet, you still need to be an academy student to get them," explained the newly revealed Rock Lee apologetically. "Yeah, that's them," confirmed Naruto with a nod. "I'm going to be in the academy next year and wanted to get a head start, as I've already accessed my chakra and us orphans need any advantage we can get over them clan students," continued Naruto cheerfully before a puzzled look overcame his features. "But why are you throwing them out? Have you mastered them already? Wow, and it's only been 3 months since school began too." Lee looked away in shame as he replied in a low voice, "No, Naruto, I have not. I am afraid that I will never master any jutsu, nin or otherwise, as my chakra network has been discovered to be deformed, and as such I have been told that I must give up my dream of becoming a ninja of the hidden leaf." Tears sprang to the boy's eyes and his breath caught in his throat as he bit his lip, attempting to stem the flow. Naruto straightened up to his full height, his attitude suddenly serious. "Don't say another word, Lee. You will come me now," he bit out as he grabbed hold of the startled boy's arm and marched him angrily from the school grounds towards the village library. Nodding a greeting to Chishiki-san as he passed her desk, Naruto dragged Lee towards the study tables against the back wall. "Sit," he ordered the confused boy. "Stay." After which the annoyed young man turned and disappeared between the shelves. Moments later Naruto reappeared with a pile of books held in his left arm, laying them down one by one, with some force, before the startled Rock Lee. Naruto explained their contents to him. Tekken Mi, Jonin Shinobi of Kumogakure, sustained injuries to his Tenketsu in the Battle of Misted Rock. Unable to cast jutsu, he went on to develop the Rising Rock Taijutsu form and achieved special Jonin rank as a result, served 40 years as an excellent shinobi even after the injury. Mista Miyagi, shinobi hunter of the village hidden in the clouds, born with chakra levels so low he could only ever cast the most basic of E-rank jutsu, developed the Clashing Gale Taijutsu style and went on to capture the highest number of missing nin of any other shinobi from his village, a most excellent shinobi by any standards. Book after book left Naruto's hands as shinobi after shinobi was detailed, each having one thing in common: their excellence as shinobi and their inability to use jutsu. And finally we come to Might Guy, Konoha's sublime green beast, Jonin. And our very own taijutsu master. He is one of the legends of our village, and with his skill he is able to fight off countless high-level ninja unarmed. He makes a conscious effort to rely almost exclusively on taijutsu. As his philosophy is based on what he can achieve with his bare hands, he sees using ninjutsu as cheating. Despite this, he is a most excellent shinobi of Konoha. Naruto stood back and looked at Lee's face, wanting to see if he had gotten through to the dejected boy. Looking deep into the other's eyes, he smiled in satisfaction as he saw a small ember of hope ignite within them. They all were excellent shinobi even without chakra. The boy asked hesitantly, looking up at his new friend as hope grew in his heart. Definitely, confirmed Naruto, all it took was not being afraid of a little hard work. Returned Lee, lost in thought. You know, started Naruto slyly, I know for a fact that Might Guy will be taking a genin team in a few years' time. If you start now and work hard enough, he might even take you on. Really? Asked Lee, his eyes now shining brightly with hope. Oh yes, but it will take a lot of work. Tell you what, I'll leave you to read through these books tonight, and if you want to travel down this path, I'll help you out by letting you train with me in the mornings, starting at 6 o'clock by the swing in front of the academy. But if you decide not to, if you give up in the face of anything less than complete physical incapacitation, then I must agree that you have no business being a shinobi, especially not a shinobi of the village hidden in the leaves. And so saying, he turned to leave. Wait, Lee called out. Why are you helping me? Why are you so concerned? What kind of Hokage would I be if I let one of my comrades fall even before he could begin? Asked Naruto as he looked back over his shoulder. Here, offered Lee as he held out the 3 scrolls he had attempted to throw out before. You said you wanted these and I won't be needing them. I'll see you tomorrow. He finished with his trademark smile and returned to sit down and begin reading. See you tomorrow, Lee, smiled Naruto in return. Returning home for the night, Naruto locked his door and drew his blinds before giving in and twirling giddily in the middle of his lounge room floor. Everything is going so well, he thought before catching himself and knocking on wood to cancel the jinx. Yosh, time to get to work, he exclaimed as he pumped his fist in the air. Placing the 3 scrolls on his kitchen table, he moved back and stood in the middle of his carpet. Okay, shadow clones coming up. It took a couple of hours and some minor chakra explosions before he was able to create a single, functional shadow clone, though it still puzzled him how nothing was broken. When he accidentally created a 50 shadow clones for a split second in his small apartment. Circling the final result of 2 hours' work, Naruto examined his doppelganger, looking for any mistakes. So how do you feel? He finally asked, returning to stand before his mirror image. As far as I can tell, I feel just like we remember our clones always felt, boss, replied his clone as it looked down at itself. Excellent, he exclaimed before a grin spread over his face, matched by the clone in front of him as they high-fived each other and exclaimed simultaneously, we did it. Right, now to test the memory transfer, grab a scroll off the table and read it while I make some dinner. Instructed the original as he moved towards the kitchen to begin preparations. A comfortable silence enveloped the apartment as the 2 Narutos set to work. 15 minutes later, a puzzled look came over the clone's features as he called out to the original, hey boss, did you know that the transformation jutsu is a genjutsu? Naruto looked up from the pile of vegetables he was cutting. That can't be right. How can a physical change be classed as a genjutsu? Well, it says here that it's only supposed to be an illusion, not a physical change, replied the clone. But, well, wouldn't that be useless? I mean, it would take heaps of concentration, otherwise the illusion would collapse with any sudden gust of wind. And what about transformations that are bigger than you? You'd have to look out that you didn't pass under anything that would go right through your illusion. What's the point in transforming into someone bigger if you still can't look over tall fences or reach any further? Man, my sexy jutsu wouldn't be anywhere near as effective if it didn't feel as soft as it looked, ranted Naruto as he walked over, wiping his hands on a dish towel. Well yeah, it says here that these are common faults of the jutsu, but it also says that the transformation jutsu taught at the academy is only a genjutsu and is to be used as an infiltration technique. It also says that though physical transformations are theoretically possible, it would take so much chakra to be impractical for daily use. Answered the clone calmly. So all this time the others have been using an illusion to transform? Must the original. No wonder it didn't look like it hurt when others practiced it in class. I just thought they had better pain tolerance than I did. Used to piss me off. But then how come our transformations are real? Maybe it's because we never, strictly speaking, learnt the transformation jutsu in class. Reasoned his clone. Remember how the teacher would always make us leave the classroom whenever he was demonstrating the hand signs? We had to spy on the third years to learn how to do it, and they would form their signs so fast that even after watching them over and over again we still had to guess some of the signs. Oh yeah, and by the time it came for Iruka-sensei to test us on the ability, I could create the hand seals fast enough that no one would have caught the difference if they had even cared to look. Finished Naruto as he sat down at the table in a chair facing his clone. What else does it say? It says that Tsunade Bon had theorized that if true transformation was possible, that the easiest transformation would be into other people, as the brain would use a shinobi's inherent genetic blueprint for the new body, thus negating the risk of a shinobi dying as he created a body that wouldn't work correctly. It was for this reason that it would be ill-advised to turn yourself into an animal without a thorough knowledge of the animal's inner workings, as a misplaced organ would spell an instant, agonizing death. Turning into an inanimate object was extremely advised against, as doing so would cause instant death, as the shinobi would not be able to turn back, as his chakra network would have collapsed, not being able to be sustained in an inanimate body. Explained the clone. But boss, we've turned into inanimate objects all the time and we're still here. Yeah, I wonder how that worked. It's probably just because I'm awesome like that, mused Naruto. They looked at each other for a moment in silence, both lost in thought. Oh. Well, I know it works for us to turn into inanimate objects, so I won't question it. But I might hold off on turning into an animal until I read those biology books in the library and get you guys to practice it before I try, just to be safe. You finish reading that while I finish dinner and we'll see how much transfers. Unbeknownst to Naruto, it would have in fact been instant death to any shinobi that attempted to truly transform into an inanimate object. The difference between himself and others, however, was his natural healing ability. Sensing the danger inherent in the technique, the primal center of his brain automatically created an organic core surrounded by a chakra shell at the center of any such transformations, to house his consciousness and his chakra network. Much like the sending of white blood cells to fight off an infection, the process was completely automatic and undetectable by his conscious mind. This core acted much like Sasori's heart. This organic core kept Naruto safe whilst using the transformation technique by housing his chakra network, and allowed him to sense what was happening around him even when he had neither eyes nor ears. Returning to the table with a full plate of food and a glass of milk, Naruto set down his burdens and sat down as he ordered his clone to dispel. Naruto closed his eyes as he took a moment to assimilate all the information that his clone had managed to gather. Clone technique is a success, he cheered internally. Better tuck in and have an early night, cause tomorrow is when the real work will begin. Chapter 11. Over the next 3 months, Naruto was never more thankful for a spontaneous decision than he was for the impulse to invite Lee to train with him every morning. Though he had to adjust the intensity of his morning workout to accommodate Lee, he was able to compensate by intensifying his mid-morning and night training, and even so it did not take Lee very long to catch up as his natural robustness kicked in. This slight inconvenience was mitigated, however, by the physiological benefit that Lee's friendship provided to the stressed-out time traveler. Their friendship very quickly falling into the easy camaraderie that Naruto had always enjoyed with Lee. A friendship based on a mutual desire for self-improvement through friendly competitiveness with no overtones of jealousy and only an honest wish for the other to do well also. Lee's continual encouragement for Naruto to do his best, and celebrations when he did so, soothed the youth's hidden confidence issues that he would be strong enough to make a positive change in the futures of both his friends and the village. Once Lee was able to keep up with Naruto's original morning training routine, he finally deemed his friend ready to try and attract the attention of Guy-sensei. Naruto had mixed feelings about this, not wanting to lose his training partner, but he knew how important Might Guy was to his friend in the future, and so he did not want to jeopardize that relationship for his friend. He did not anticipate, however, how hard it would be to convince Lee to even make the attempt. Look, all you have to do is train after school at Training Ground 9. Might Guy is in the village at the moment on leave, and that is his favorite training field. It shouldn't take too long to attract his attention, explained Naruto for the 5th time. But it just seems so deceitful. Naruto, could I not just approach Might Guy and beg him to train me? Asked Lee, still unsure. You can do that too, but you need to gain his attention first. Look, Might Guy is all about strength and commitment. You need to show him how dedicated you are. I'm not telling you to deceive him in any way. In fact, I would definitely try not to do so, as the man values honesty over everything else. All you will be doing is training there in the hope of gaining his attention. Don't hide anything from him if he asks you about your training or why you want him in particular as a teacher, that way he will definitely take you on. Naruto patiently explained. True to his words, it only took 3 days of afternoon training for Lee to attract Might Guy's attention and only a week after that for the man to take him on as a student. We can only train when he is in the village, of course, and I must attend the academy still and score as best as I can. But Naruto, he says there is no reason why I cannot still be a splendid ninja even if I cannot use chakra. Can you believe it? Babbled Lee excitedly as he told his friend the good news. Of course I can, Lee. Did I not tell you so the first time we met? Asked Naruto indulgently as he beamed in happiness for his good friend. Oh, but Naruto Guy-sensei wishes for me to train with him not only after school but also every morning. A frown appeared on Lee's face as he remembered this only for it to disappear moments later as he continued excitedly, perhaps you could join us. I am sure Guy-sensei would not mind, and I know how much you admire him as you have told me so yourself. Naruto thought about the offer for a moment before rejecting it. It's all right, Lee. I do not want to take Guy-sensei's attention away from you. I still have half a year before I start Ninja Academy, and I know this early training is important for ninja who choose to specialize in taijutsu. Anyway, I am thinking of specializing in ninjutsu myself as my chakra reserves are quite large and I have my eye on another teacher. But that doesn't mean that we can no longer train together. Your Guy-sensei will be out of the village on missions all the time after all, and we can train together then. We can even have a competition to see who can learn something new by the time we train together again, and perhaps share any new skills that we think could help the other. What do you say? Yash, that sounds like a most excellent plan, my friend. As Guy-sensei says, I can see that your flames of youth burn very bright. Thank you, my friend, Lee exclaimed as he bowed before him in gratitude for all his help. Naruto really didn't want to mess too much with the timeline when it pertained to his friend's development as individuals, and he knew that the training during these first couple of years was really important to Lee as it helped cement his bond with his teacher and formed the core of his own personal nindo. Lee had told him as much a couple of months before the war broke out on an overnight mission to Rain. Being an orphan himself, Naruto understood just how important this early training time was for Lee and didn't want to mess with it. That being said, if training opportunities came up in a couple of years' time, he wouldn't be passing them up. Naruto took great delight in Lee's progress over the next couple of months as the personality quirks that defined his long-lost friend began to make themselves known. Though he was forced to question if he had done the right thing when only 2 months later Lee turned up at their meeting spot sporting the skin-tight, dark green training suit and the trademark bowl haircut he would be later known for. He reassured himself with the thought that it just would not be Rock Lee without them. Naruto was surprised by how reassuring it was to once more have access to his jutsu, as he had previously been unaware of how much of his sense of identity was tied into his signature jutsu. Now that he had access to his clones once more, he felt much less physically vulnerable and much more confident in his ability to effect positive change. It also opened up opportunities for training that he simply did not have time for before. It took 2 weeks of nightly practicing in his apartment for him to feel comfortable enough in his ability to use his clones outside. He soon learned that if he created only one clone, then it would last for up to 5 hours as long as it did not engage in any strenuous activity. Naruto dubbed this clone as his C-class clone or classroom clone, and it was this clone that attended pre-academy every morning. By creating only one clone, his chakra was split in half between himself and his clone, leading to a longer-lasting clone which was slightly more durable. After resting for half an hour and eating an energy bar he made from a mixture of scavenged nuts, dried berries and honey, Naruto was able to recoup the lost chakra as if he had never split his chakra in half, allowing him to train at full capacity whilst his clone attended class. Every morning he would henge himself into something inconspicuous, like a rock, in the privacy of his own home, and then his clone would carry his transformed self outside and drop him off at the park on its way to pre-academy. Once he was sure that his Anbu guard had followed his clone and no one else was in the vicinity, he would transform back and then make his way to his private training ground at the back of the Nara clan grounds to train with his clones until it was time to swap once more with his classroom clone. Through trial and error he realized, much to his disappointment, that he was only capable of creating 30 clones at a time with his current chakra levels and control, but this was more than enough, as any more would not have fit into the limited space of the training ground. At first he dedicated this morning training time to chakra control exercises and refining the Academy 3, or rather his versions of them, aiming for a soundless and smokeless creation by limiting the amount of extraneous chakra used in their execution. At lunchtime he would dispel all his training clones, and once he had assimilated their memories, he would make his way back into the village to replace his C-class clone. He did not want to pass up the free lunch provided by the Academy, as it was still a vital source of food for him, and he also wanted to personally take part in the physical conditioning class that followed lunch, as his clone would not withstand the strain and his physical body would receive no benefit even if it could. Before he left to re-enter the village, he would always make sure to create another 30 clones to continue training. One clone would be set to guard duty using its sensing abilities to make sure no one discovered the secret training. 2 more would be set to hunter, gather duty to provide meat, nuts and mushrooms to supplement his diet. The rest of the clones would be set to chakra control exercises and to dispelling, after creating their own replacements, at irregular intervals to train his ability to still function with randomly incoming memories. Pretty soon he wouldn't even flinch when a clone dispelled suddenly, though his earlier reactions gave him the reputation of being jumpy with his instructors, which was recorded on his personal record. In the evenings he would use his clones to further his studies whilst he himself tended to his rooftop garden. He was only able to have 5 clones studying at a time, as he found that any more than that and the information would be too jumbled for him to understand, and anyway no more would fit into his lounge room. He soon discovered that the best results would occur when he tasked his clones to reading different scrolls and books about the same subject, as his mind was better able to compartmentalize similar material, and he gained a better understanding of the theory by being able to examine various viewpoints by various authors all at once. He had been slightly disappointed by this development, as he had hoped to spam clones and learn everything at once, as it would have been ultimately more badass, but at least he was still able to get through the material 5 times as fast as before with better understanding. 2 months into his new training regime he added the basic taijutsu forms to the program, as he now had someone, even though it was himself, to spot him, so he knew he was correctly forming the stances. He knew from his early training how easy it was to fall into bad habits when you had no one to point out the flaws in your stance. This time, he would be able to fix such faults before they had become embedded in his style through repetitive practice. To this end he would create 4 clones to sit around him as he practiced and call out adjustments. When they dispelled he would go over their memories and make a list of all the things he would need to work on. Naruto was also pleased that now he had clones he would be able to continue with his avoidance and flexibility training, which had stagnated as his hand-built training rig had become too predictable, by having his clones throw rocks at his blindfolded figure. After a while Naruto began to wonder if he should be worried by how sadistic his clones were, particularly as he was knocked to the ground for the 6th time by a well-aimed rock to the back of his head. "Why you?" he angrily exclaimed whilst he scrambled to his feet and stalked towards the hysterically laughing clone behind him. "Take this," and he dispelled the disrespectful doppelganger with a fist to the face. "Be more careful next time," he grumbled as he created another clone and took his position once more in the center of the training field. "Right, let's do this." Soon enough it was his birthday once more, and while he was nowhere near ready enough to fight anyone higher than a genin in strength, he was as ready as he could make himself for what lay ahead in only 4 months' time. Naruto's 8th birthday was almost a carbon copy of last year's, with only the gifts marking a difference. Once more he spent the morning helping out at Ichiraku's making ramen and stirring the stock. Just before he left to meet Chishiki-san at the library, the old man and Ayame presented the grateful boy with 42 vouchers for free ramen. Extra large portions. Beaming so hard it looked like his face would split in half, Naruto yelled his goodbye as he raced through the village, dodging civilians and ninjas, themselves busy setting up for the festival. As he went, once he reached the library he helped Shishiki-san shelve the various scrolls and books that had been returned that morning, all whilst he excitedly exclaimed over the techniques and theories he had been recently reading about to the indulgently listening head librarian. After a wonderful lunch handmade by Chishiki-san just that morning, Naruto was presented with possibly the best gift he had received in either timeline. "It's not much, Naruto-kun, in fact it is slightly worn, but I can think of no other who would appreciate it more," explained Chishiki with a slightly secretive smile as she gave the small, rectangular, cloth-wrapped package to the boy. Gently unwrapping the gift, Naruto froze in place as he uncovered a small green novel with the oh-so-familiar title. With a trembling hand Naruto traced the words embossed on the cover in gold leaf, "The Tale of the Gutsy Ninja." "Look inside, Naruto-kun." This copy was donated to the library by the 4th Hokage himself on the eve of his inauguration. He wrote a message in his own hand on the front cover, she explained to the shell-shocked boy. With frantic hands, Naruto pulled the book from the table towards himself and opened the front cover. To future followers of the Will of Fire, I leave to you this tale that inspired. My own Nindo. May you find the strength to protect that which you hold precious and the will to strive for peace. Remember to stay true to yourself, to never go back on your word and to never give up. Minato Namikaze, Yandaime Hokage. Tears streaming down his face, Naruto gently set down the book on the table before launching himself at Chishiki-san, burying his face in her abdomen as he clung to her for dear life. Arigato Chishiki-san, arigato. After he had calmed down and secured his gift beneath his shirt, he once more embraced the head librarian before bowing low before her. You will never know how much your gift means to me, Chishiki-san. Thank you once again. You are most welcome, Naruto, and thank you, she replied as she ruffled his hair indulgently. Now you had better go, I am sure the Hokage is waiting for you. Hi, Naruto yelled out, smiling brightly and waving goodbye vigorously. See you tomorrow. Running through the village towards the tower, Naruto made sure to keep one hand on the bundle beneath his shirt at all times so that he did not lose it. Once more the Hokage had cleared his calendar to spend the afternoon and evening with his favorite ninja hopeful. Ah, Naruto, wonderful to see you, dear boy. How was your morning? Did you have fun? Asked the old man jovially as he sat back and lit his pipe. Hi, it's been fantastic. I got some vouchers for ramen from Old Man Tucci and Iyame, and just look at what Chishiki-san gave me, Naruto exclaimed happily as he presented his newest most precious treasure for inspection. Oh my, that is indeed a most excellent gift, Naruto. Make sure that you take care of it. Hiruzen said, impressed, but now my gifts will pale in comparison, I'm afraid. I'll love anything you give me, just cause it came from you, old man, believe it. Exclaimed Naruto as he put his book away. I'm sure you will, chuckled Hiruzen as he got up and approached the boy, hiding one hand behind his back. He placed his other hand on Naruto's shoulder, causing the boy to look up into his eyes. 8 years old today, that means that next year you will be starting Ninja Academy, and as such you will have much more responsibility. That being so, I feel that you are ready for this, and so saying the old man presented Naruto with a small, round gift wrapped in brown paper. Smiling, Naruto tore off the paper and exclaimed, Gama-chan, as he held the stuffed toad-shaped purse high above his head with both hands. Arigato, Gigi. This is not just a purse, Naruto. This is the start of your independence. Inside is your allowance for the next month. With this you will be responsible for buying your own food and clothing from now on. At the end of the month I will give you some more for the next month and so on, but you must make sure not to spend it all at once. Do you think you can do this, Naruto? Asked Hiruzen seriously. Hi Gigi, don't you worry, and if I do it won't really matter as I can always find food or use what I have grown. Naruto reassured the old man, extremely happy that he now had access to ready funds. He could now buy some better clothes and training equipment. The clothing assigned to him was getting a little tight and worn out as it was civilian grade, and not really up to the strain of his daily training. That is true, isn't it? Chuckled the old man indulgently. I also have this for you, he continued, holding out an even smaller package also wrapped in brown paper. It is from my most accomplished former student. I told him about your training with rocks as substitutes for weights, and he made you this as a better alternative. Ouch, that's pretty faint praise, Gigi, considering your other students are either a snake-obsessed trader or an alcoholic gambler who always loses. Poor Ero Sanin, thought Naruto Ts King to himself as he unwrapped the small gift. Inside he found 2 black wristbands with red Uzumaki swirls painted in the middle. They may look like normal wristbands, but they hold a secret. My student is a sealing master and created these seals for training purposes. They are concealed beneath the decoration on the front. They are called resistance seals, and they work by putting resistance on your whole body all at once, working all your muscles. As such, it is a much more effective way of training than using simple weights. The seals are self-calibrating, which means that they will adjust to your current ability. All you do is slip them on and then send a burst of chakra into the seals. They will then measure your current strength and adjust the resistance to just above your current level so that it will feel like you are wading through thick mud, causing you to work all your muscles every time you move and thus making you stronger. To release the seals, just form the ram sign like so and pulse your chakra once more. Every time you turn the seals back on, it will recalibrate, so make sure to turn them off at least once a week and move around normally for one whole day so you can get used to moving without them on. Hiruzen explained whilst Naruto curiously examined the wristbands before putting them on. Thanks, Gigi, he exclaimed as he sent chakra into the seals and then promptly fell over. The Hokage laughed as helped the boy back up. Careful there, Naruto, and you are most welcome. Now how about something to eat? I don't know about you, but I am Famished, the rest of the evening was spent laughing, eating and telling stories until they both fell asleep. The next morning when he returned home, Naruto's apartment once more smelled of paper and dog, and on his bed he found one last gift, a pair of green goggles. No matter how hard he searched, however, Naruto could find no sign of Kakashi in the village, and he did not feel his chakra signature in the Anbu detail set to guard over him over the next 4 months either. By snooping in the Anbu mission records at the tower, he discovered that Kakashi, codename Inu, was assigned a highly classified undercover mission outside of the village. It would be another 2 years before he returned. A common factor of the seals used to create Jinchuriki was the ability for the host to communicate with the beast sealed within. This was usually facilitated through a filter built into the sealing matrix. Depending on the filter used, different triggers were necessary for communication to take place. For example, the seal used on Killer Bee and Yugito Ni needed the Jinchuriki to consciously wish to open the lines of communication. Others like Gaara and Han had no such filter, and so their Biju could talk to them constantly. Naruto's filter was unique in that he needed first to know about the beast within, accept it, and then to consciously wish to speak to it for communication to be possible. Ever since he had awoken in the orphanage, Naruto had left part of his mind open, straining to hear anything from the seal. He thought he could detect the faint, echoing sounds of deep breathing, but this could just as easily have been an echo of his own. But over the last few months this sound had been interspersed with low grumbles, growls, and slightly humorous yips. Kurama was stirring. On the night that his father, Minato Namikaze, had sealed the nine-tailed beast within him, he had split the enormous creature's chakra in half, taking the yin or spiritual portion with him into the belly of the Shinigami. By doing so he hoped to lessen the strain on Naruto's underdeveloped chakra coils and to mitigate any possible influence the great beast may have had, as splitting its chakra would have sent it into a coma until Naruto was at least 16 years old. What he failed to take into account was the mutation that would occur in Naruto's healing ability as his Namikaze and Uzumaki blood mixed, causing this ability to act in overdrive. When this ability was then mixed with the Kyuubi's more potent chakra, Naruto's healing ability took the next leap to become regenerative. As was seen time and time again when Naruto's wounds would almost instantly heal whilst he was using the Biju cloak, wounds that would take hours or even days to heal normally. A section of Naruto's seal had been deliberately designed for his and the Kyuubi's chakra to mix. Every night as he slept, a small portion of his chakra would be sucked into the seal to be mixed with a portion of the Kyuubi's chakra. This mixing process would dilute the great beast's chakra and somewhat purify it. The chakra would then be released back into Naruto's system at dawn, accounting for the chakra surges he experienced each morning, as the more potent chakra would then be absorbed into his system, swelling his already high chakra reserves even higher. Thus Naruto's chakra system would get used to small amounts of the Kyuubi's chakra, gradually building up a tolerance to the more potent and corrosive chakra, so that by the time he was a Jonin his body would be ready to harness the beast's full strength. Or at least that was the plan. What Minato had not accounted for was the fact that Naruto's natural healing ability, carried in his chakra, would affect the great beast and speed up the recovery of its lost chakra. As a result, the great beast recovered enough of its chakra to awaken during Naruto's 8th year. It would take another 3 years for Naruto to become aware of the Kyuubi and open the lines of communication, but the beast bided its time by forcing more chakra through the seal than it was designed for at irregular intervals, thus messing up Naruto's control and fuming about how his jailer would not even give him the courtesy of a gloating visit as its previous 2 hosts had done. This was not to say that all of the lost yin chakra had been recovered or rather regenerated by Naruto's 8th birthday. Kyuubi's chakra was still horribly unbalanced and with much more yang or physical energy than yin, which accounted for its angry red coloring and the great beast's overwhelmingly negative attitude. It would take another 8 years before Kyuubi's chakra would be fully balanced, but for now there was just enough yin energy for Kurama to regain consciousness. 3 days after his birthday, Naruto knew that he couldn't put it off any longer. The irregular snarls and growls in the back of his mind were getting more frequent, with occasional grumbles and mumbles of a semi-conscious mind on the point of waking up. It was time to once more enter his mindscape and wake Kurama up at last. Naruto had been hesitant to do so ever since he had abruptly awoken in the orphanage. Sure, he and Kurama seemed to have become somewhat friendlier towards each other in the last few moments of the war, but the resulting silence ever since had been somewhat off-putting. Naruto decided that if he was going to do this it would need to be somewhere private, so he decided to take himself off to his private training ground just in case any of Kurama's chakra escaped. The day before, he had his clone take him outside, in his rock form, just before dusk and drop him off at the park, before it headed home and finally dispelled itself behind closed blinds. He then made his way carefully to his training grounds to spend the night, creating another clone to keep guard with its sensing ability. The next morning found Naruto sitting beneath the shade of one of the surrounding trees with another 4 clones dispersed throughout the surrounding forest keeping guard. Taking a deep breath, Naruto cleared his mind and entered a meditative state. Reaching deep within himself, deeper than he had gone before, Naruto felt the distinctive mental jolt that signaled that he had entered his mindscape. Slowly he opened his eyes and looked around. A puzzled look overcame his features as he thought, now where am I? Instead of the familiar red-lined sewer walls and thick, ghastly-smelling, ankle-deep liquid beneath his feet, Naruto was met with the pure white glow of an endless void surrounding a veritable sea of smooth, ripple-free, silver liquid on which he somehow stood even though he had the feeling that it was infinitely deep. Looking down he saw his reflected self. Oh hey, I'm big again. I suppose this is my mental image of myself as I don't exactly feel like I'm 8. But it sure looks different in here. It almost looks like that place where I met all the Biju. But how am I supposed to find Kurama? There's no paths to follow, everything looks the same. As he said this, a black dot appeared on the horizon in front of him. Shrugging to himself, Naruto set off towards it. Even though he was not moving very fast, soon enough he found himself standing in front of an enormous cage. Sitting on a vast rock plinth rising just centimeters above the water's surface, the cage's shadowed interior was surrounded by a ring of bars, constructed of a metallic substance, that stretched up and disappeared overhead. On the central bar, whose width was the size of his chest, was a paper seal stuck to the bar just above his head. Naruto hesitantly approached the cage, squinting to try and see through the gloom. Kurama, he called out. Inside the cage, the features of the great 9-tailed fox slowly came into focus as it opened one of its massive eyes. A rumbling growl issued forth from the great beast as it raised one gigantic paw and stretched it out through the bars and formed a fist just in front of Naruto's face. Brat. Trembling now, Naruto raised his own arm and bumped fists with the Biju before him. Tears streaming down his face, he slumped to his knees as his strength gave out in relief. Making sure to maintain contact as he did so. Thank Kami. He whispered. He was no longer alone. Sometime later found Naruto sitting cross-legged on the water, before the Kyuubi's cage as he caught the great beast up on all that had occurred. But I still can't figure out how this all happened. I mean, I thought time travel was impossible, he exclaimed as his arms flailed around above his head. Have you thought to re-examine your memories? Asked Kurama, knowing how scatterbrained the puny fleshbag could be. Well, sort of, it's pretty much all jumbled. Hey, maybe you would remember something I didn't. You were standing over me at the time and might have seen something. Perhaps, allowed Kurama, try remembering now and we shall see. A contemplative look overcame Naruto's face as he tried to remember back, and almost instantly a change came over his mindscape. Large rectangular shadows suddenly appeared surrounding the cage from the horizon and seemed to speed towards his position. Naruto stood up and backpedaled rapidly until his back met one of the bars as hundreds of enormous black monoliths raced towards him, only to stop just a meter from his feet. The monoliths thus revealed themselves to be the end caps of enormous bookcases, rising above him over double Naruto's height and stretching far off into the distance. Every shelf was packed with scrolls and books with titles such as, First Word, Things That Are Green, Clone 174 Memory, and, The Battle at Wave. Wah? Asked Naruto intelligently. Looks like these are your memories, Gaki. Much more organized than last time, they used to just ooze out of the walls like puss. Try thinking about that last battle. Now. Right, the war. Madara and Obito. Aha! Exclaimed Naruto as a scroll some 2 rows over began to glow. Walking over, he reached out to grab it, just as his hand touched the scroll's ribbon, the world changed. It took a disorientating few moments for Naruto to realize that he was looking through what would have been his own eyes at the memory. It was like being a passenger in his own head, like watching a movie, but a movie where he could see, hear, smell, taste, touch and feel everything that was going on. He just didn't have any control over what he was looking at. As Naruto watched, he saw himself send blast after blast towards the reviving Geto statue, only for them to be repelled by Tobi, or rather Obito, using the Sage of Six Paths. Battlefan, Risengans, mini Biju bombs, Gai's nunchucks, Kakashi's Kamui, they were all repelled. Just as Octopops and 8-0 finally forced their way through Obito's defense and through the falling rocks and debris, to land a hit on the Geto statue, Obito manages to erect a wall of defense around it using a flaming Uchiha barrier technique. If you look ahead, you will see Madara preparing to Kamui with the power of his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Just behind you and to the left, Obito is preparing to do the same. If I remember correctly, you are currently focusing all of my power through your body, plus your own and one of your nature clones is about to dispel. I think this is it. Right after the two techniques hit us, there was a flash of white light and then I was asleep. Sure enough, when Naruto let the scene continue, he felt a rush of intense energy fill his system almost to the point of overflowing just moments before he was hit by the two Kamuis. Pain racked his body as an intense white light filled his vision and then, nothing. Naruto blinked and the scene disappeared to be replaced with the endless void of his mindscape, his hand still stretched out towards the scroll on the shelf before him, though it was no longer glowing. Ha! He breathed to himself as the shelves receded back into the horizon until they eventually disappeared. Okay, so Biju mode mixed with Sage Chakra, mixed with two Kamuis is enough to send someone back in time. Well, I guess that answers the question of being able to reverse all this. I guess, there's no way we could recreate all that, mused Naruto as he walked back to stand before Kurama's cage. Naruto contemplated the seal before him as he said, "You know, I still remember the key. It is only a seal after all. Do you want me to open that for you?" "No, not now. Your body isn't ready for it yet, you would just die and take me with you." Kurama rejected, though a twinkle of amused affection could be seen in his great eye. "Go now, you have your answers and I grow tired. I will probably sleep most of the time anyway, so being in this cage is fine for now. You go and get stronger. We have many challenges ahead of us after all. Hi. Good night, Kurama, I will see you soon. I will leave my mind open, talk to me anytime, okay?" Naruto closed his eyes and mentally reached up and out of his mind. When he opened his eyes, he was once more beneath the tree on the edge of his training ground. Judging by the sun, it was mid-morning. Plenty of time to get some training in, after all there was no time to waste. Chapter 12. In the years subsequent to Sasuke's defection from the village, many people had told Naruto to give up on him, that he was wasting his time, that Sasuke was too far gone. He was a traitor and thus reintegrating him back into the village would be impossible. Naruto understood these concerns. After all, Sasuke had tried to kill him on a number of occasions, but Naruto had made a promise and he would never go back on his word. Besides, if there was one thing that Naruto would never do, it was to turn his back on a friend no matter what they did, and that's why his goal had changed slightly over the years, from a desire to bring Sasuke back to a drive to save him instead. For Naruto never blamed Sasuke for leaving, though he was disappointed in his friend and rival's weakness. In truth, he understood as no one else did just how messed up Sasuke had been inside and how very easy he had been to manipulate. Naruto had never made a secret of the fact that he himself could have so very easily have slid down the wrong path. In fact, his whole friendship with Gaara had been based on the fact that he understood exactly what had led the other to become a serial killer who based his search for existence on the deaths of others. Contrary to popular belief, it was not just the loneliness of a family-less child that Naruto had witnessed in Sasuke's eyes, on that fateful afternoon when their eyes had met at the old pier, that had drawn Naruto in and caused Naruto to feel like Sasuke understood who he was and thus understood him as only a best friend could. It had also been the overwhelming feelings of fear, anger and self-loathing which had run just underneath the loneliness that had called out to the inner Naruto. But where Naruto had grabbed onto and clung to anything that could have pulled him up out of that emotional mire, Sasuke had chosen to wallow in it in the mistaken belief that doing so would make him stronger. When Sasuke had lost his family, he had lost himself. He had lost the chance to gain the long-sought-after approval of his father, he had lost the care and support of the mother that his child's heart still needed, and he lost his brother whom he had loved and idolized. Most traumatic of all, he had lost all of this thanks to that very same brother's betrayal. It was only after he had joined Team 7 that Sasuke had started to open up. Under Kakashi-sensei's teamwork lessons, Sasuke had learned to share a laugh and to show concern for his teammates as they worked together towards a common goal. He had started to heal from the trauma of his family's deaths and his brother's betrayal, and then Orochimaru marked him with the curse seal. The curse seal fed on his negative emotions, emphasizing them and feeding his obsessions. Days after he had received the mark, it was sealed, but only after it had already started insidiously working its way into Sasuke's psyche. Unfortunately, the seal used to contain the curse was reliant on Sasuke's own willpower to stay functional, which was already weak. Perhaps all might have been well if his mental stability had not been further compromised by his brother's Tsukuyomi, a genjutsu that trapped opponents' minds in an illusory world, torturing them for what felt like days in a matter of seconds, which he was forced to undergo only 2 months after receiving the seal. Though Sasuke's Uchiha blood meant that the technique did not cause as much psychological trauma as Kakashi had suffered, it was still enough to weaken his will. Particularly as it was left untreated for at least a week awaiting Lady Tsunade's arrival in the village. His will thus weakened, it needed only one more emotional push for the seal containing the curse mark to fail, which was provided by his lose to the Dobi in a fight. Sasuke had long been plagued by his need to prove his Uchiha superiority, fueled by his memories of his father's pride in the Uchiha name and his demands that his sons be the best. This clashed, however, with Sasuke's innate inferiority complex caused by having a genius for an older brother. As such, Sasuke just could not stand to have anyone be seen as better than him in any way. When Naruto, the dead last of the class, showed signs of not only developing faster than Sasuke but of also being stronger than him, Sasuke's jealousy exploded, causing him to challenge Naruto and culminating in Sasuke giving in to the curse mark and allowing Orochimaru to take hold of his soul. The problem with Sasuke was that he had built his entire identity around gaining revenge against his brother. He was an avenger, and as such he had to be better and stronger than anyone else. To achieve his goal he needed power, and he didn't much care where he got it from. But when his revenge was realized, when his brother was dead, he was lost once more. He was a bundle of hatred without an outlet and thus open to any manipulative force that could give him a target, leading him to attack his own village. But right now, in this time, Sasuke was an innocent boy untouched by hate, only wanting to grow up to become a shinobi of his home village like his beloved brother. This was Naruto's chance to finally save him, to free him from obsession. All he had to do was stop a massacre perpetrated by one Anbu captain, a homicidal psychopath and a megalomaniac with his own private army. It would be a bowl of ramen. Naruto was taking a shortcut through the park on his way to the Hokage Tower after school a week after his 8th birthday. It was the last day of pre-academy and he was excited as he now had more time to pursue his data collecting on the Uchiha. He was glad that he had decided to take up pranking the village during his free time, as it gave him a legitimate excuse for being seen lurking around places he shouldn't be. Anyone spotting him around the police station or the Uchiha clan grounds would think him up to no good but would never think he was spying. As well as giving himself an innocuous reason for being out and about in the village, Naruto had also made a point to make himself a fixture in the Hokage Tower. He would wander into different places, ask innocent questions and even run errands for the tower staff, so that by now his presence was hardly ever questioned by those working in or visiting the tower. A bonus consequence of his daily visits to the tower was that he had gained a clear understanding of the inner workings of the village and knew where all the records were. Captain knew the faces of the shinobi who ran the various government departments and their subordinates. I've been hearing more and more whispers about the Uchiha. They should be starting to move pretty soon. I need to find a way to get Itachi on side without revealing myself. Though, really a lot could have been avoided if he had just made the right decisions. It's too soon to reveal myself to Gigi just yet, I'm not ready, but I can't just let Sasuke's family die for no reason, he thought as he made his way through the trees. Just then he heard a meaty thud, as if a fist had made contact with flesh, and the faint pained cry of a child. Quick as thought, Naruto took to his heels and raced towards the sounds. 3 large youths that he recognized from last year's pre-academy graduating class were standing over a small, huddled form curled up at their feet. Their fists clenched, the youths were hurling abuse at the small child, taunting their weakness and kicking them with their feet. "Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing, you brats? Get away from her," yelled Naruto as he rushed forward and pushed them away. Crouching down, he rested his hand on the back of the sobbing child and gently asked if they were okay. The child looked up into Naruto's face to reveal the tear-stained face of a young Hyuga. "Hey, now it's okay, you just rest here and I'll take care of those bozos for you," he gently reassured the girl with a smile as he wiped her tears away with his thumbs. Patting her on the head, he stood up and faced her tormentors. "You hit a little girl? What is wrong with you?" he demanded indignantly. "Oh look, the little crybaby princess needs to be saved by the village loser," taunted one of the youths. "Maybe you two should stick together, it could be a club of losers." "There is no such thing as a loser. If you are trying your best and never give up, anyone can be someone," stated Naruto calmly, "though I suppose you could call someone who uses their strength to pick on others losers, but I'll just call you pathetic instead." Enraged, the 3 youths charged at Naruto with flailing arms and growls of outrage. Naruto calmly sidestepped every punch, kick and shove, weaving his way through their uncoordinated attacks before eventually punching one in the back of the head and knocking the other 2 heads together, effectively knocking them out. Dusting his hands together, Naruto nodded his head in satisfaction and turned to meet the awestruck look on the face of the small girl he had saved. Kneeling down in front of her once more, he took her chin in his hand and raised her head to survey the damage. "Oh, that's going to be a beauty of a bruise," he said as he gently poked at the swollen, red flesh on her small cheek. "Are you hurt anywhere else?" No, stammered the child timidly. Just then her eyes widened as Naruto felt a sharp pain to the back of his neck and slumped sideways as he lost all feeling in his body. How dare that beast lay hands on a Hyuga, much less a member of the main family. Come my lady, we must leave at once, exclaimed the pompous voice of the shinobi who had attacked Naruto and who then grabbed the girl by the hand and dragged her away despite her protests. Ow, that could have gone better, mumbled Naruto after he had surged his chakra to release the pinched nerve point which had resulted in his temporary paralysis. That will teach me to let my guard down, I suppose. Standing up, Naruto dusted himself down. After noting that the three youths had made themselves scarce, he once more set off through the park. I wonder if the girl was related to Hinata or Neji. That Chunin did say she was a member of the main branch, but boy was she little. Grinning to himself, Naruto rested his hands behind his head as he hummed softly. Just before he reached the park gate, Naruto's journey was once more interrupted. So much for a shortcut, thought Naruto as he stopped and just looked at the group of 4 shinobi that appeared before him, 3 of which featured blank Anbu-style masks and who guarded a 4th heavily bandaged figure. Oh great, Danzo and Root, just what I need right now, mentally sighed Naruto as he discreetly extended his senses to make sure his Anbu guard were nearby and to get a feel for the emotional status of his visitors. Feeling much more secure, Naruto let his patented, baka, face, the one that used to drive Sakura nuts, take over his features. Oheyo mummy-san, Naruto chirped, his eyes wide and as vacant as he could make them. How can I help you? Good afternoon Naruto-kun, my name is Danzo Shimura. I am a village elder and an advisor to the Hokage, returned the old warhawk with a slight grimace. You know Gigi, mummy-san? Enthused Naruto as if this was the world's most interesting fact. Yes, I know the Hokage and I prefer to be referred to as Danzo-sama, Naruto-kun. I have heard many great things from your teachers and would like to extend the invitation for you to attend my special training program for elite shinobi. Finished Danzo with slightly gritted teeth. Wheel, I do like school, mummy-san. I like the books cuz they has good pictures and I like to run cuz the wind hits my face. But I don't think I can go with you mummy-san. Gigi always says not to go with strangers. He answered innocently with his head tilted to the side and his hands up near his chin. Inside, however, he was laughing his ass off. Well yes, that is good advice for a child. But a ninja, you will find, needs to grab any opportunity to become strong. I will leave the offer open. Think about it. Danzo then turned to his waiting escort and raised one finger, and with that the whole group shushed away. I will leave the offer open. Think about it. Blah, mocked Naruto as he held down one eyelid and stuck out his tongue. The old goat. I never thought he would approach me now. But perhaps I can use this, he thought as he continued on his way to the tower. The reason Danzo had chosen to approach Naruto at all was on the recommendation of his root operative in the teaching staff of the pre-academy. This was all part of the recruiting strategy for his root forces. All of the village orphans attended pre-academy after all, and so it was easy for his operatives to keep their eyes open for potential recruits. Once a child was identified, their records would be altered, so as far as the village was concerned they had failed to qualify for Ninja Academy. The orphanages were told that the child was offered an apprenticeship to a merchant leaving the village, and then they would simply fall through the bureaucratic cracks and disappear. The reason Danzo had not approached Naruto during the first timeline was because he was too high profile to spirit away and his performance was not good enough to make the attempt worthwhile. This time, by not being as disruptive in class and by trying harder and achieving more during the physical conditioning classes, he had shown enough potential to attract the old warhawk's personal attention. Pausing before the large oak doors that lead to the Hokage's office, Naruto extended his senses once more and smirked as he felt the familiar presence of the diminutive Weasel Anbu. Perfect. Raising his foot he kicked open the doors and enthusiastically exclaimed, Oheyo Gigi. Oheyo Naruto-kun, returned the Hokage indulgently, and he gently admonished, but what have I told you about kicking my door? Sorry Gigi, Naruto sheepishly answered as he rubbed the back off his head with one hand. He made his way over to the desk and sat down in the chair facing his grandfather. Figure. So how was your day? Asked the old man as he set aside the papers he had just been reading and steepled his hands in front of him on the desk as he leant forward. Great. It's the last day of school. I saved a fair damsel and saw off an old geezer that tried to get me to go away with him. Exclaimed Naruto innocently. Hiruzen's eyes widened slightly at the last revelation before narrowing once more as he asked, I'm glad that you are holding true to your nindo to protect Naruto, but tell me more about this old geezer. Well, he said his name was Danzo Shima something, but he looked more like a mummy-san to me. He said he was a village elder and your advisor, but he couldn't have been that important as he only had rookie Anbu with him. He wanted me to go to his special training for elite shinobi. It was all a little shady if you ask me. Naruto finished as he crossed his arms in front of him and sat back in his chair. I believe you just met Danzo Shimura, and indeed he is a village elder and one of my advisors, the Hokage cautiously said. Why did you think his escort were only rookies? Because their masks were blank and they felt kind of unfinished. Like there wasn't anyone behind the mask, answered Naruto. Root, thought the Sandame. What were they doing out in the open? He is becoming more and more brazen in his actions. Something in Naruto's last statement caught the Hokage's attention, pulling his thoughts away from his erstwhile rival. What did you mean that they felt unfinished, Naruto? Well, even when the Anbu are wearing their masks I can still feel that there is a person there. I mean they still have emotions and their chakra feels warm, but those rookie Anbu just felt blank. Perhaps he is developing a sensing ability that will be something to watch, mused the Hokage to himself. A contemplative look overcame Naruto's face as he hesitantly asked, Gigi, if that mummy dude is really a village elder and your advisor, does that mean I was wrong not to go with him? I mean, don't I have to do what he says? No, Naruto, you did that right thing. Only your guardian, that is myself, the civilian police, and your teachers can tell you what to do, and your teachers can only tell you to do what I let them. As a civilian you are only answerable to those authorities. Danzo may suggest options but he cannot order you. Even when I become a ninja, even when you become a ninja, then you will answer to me and will receive orders from either myself, the mission board, or from your team leader. You are not to accept any orders from anyone else, clarified the old man. Naruto stretched out his senses to make sure his target was paying attention to the conversation. But what about secret missions? You know, like assassinations and abductions. Could your advisors order me to do anything like that, say on your say-so? Once again that would be a no. They simply do not have the authority to order something like that. You see, those kinds of missions are very sensitive as they could cause all sorts of political ramifications. As such it is my duty and my duty alone to approve of all missions undertaken in this village. Any orders you receive from sources other than myself or from the duty officers in the missions hall would be illegal and should be reported to me personally, admonished the Hokage as he tried to make sure that Naruto understood this most fundamental shinobi law. Naruto smiled in triumph as he felt the contemplative emotions flowing off of the hidden weasel Anbu. Well, good, I really didn't want to have to follow that man's orders. He felt so slimy, huffed Naruto, but enough of that, let me tell you about my daring rescue of the belabored damsel in distress. It was Naruto's hope that Itachi would remember that conversation and make the right decisions when the time came. But that did not stop him from making preparations and plans of his own to save as many innocents as he could. He reasoned that the attack on the clan head, clan elders, and the Jonin directly involved in the coup d'état was a lost cause, but he was determined to save the civilian women, children, and more innocent shinobi of the clan at least. Naruto also wanted to prevent the death of Shisui Uchiha, who by all accounts was a loyal Konoha shinobi and not deserving of his fate. But not knowing exactly wherein when his death would occur, seriously hampered any plans Naruto could make, and so he made do with sending a coded message to the Hokage, using a code that Jiraiya had devised as a student under Hiruzen and had not used since. All he could do now was to wait and see and hope that his Gigi was able to act. Time passed as Naruto watched and observed. The senior officers of the Konoha police became tenser day by day as Itachi became ever more stressed. Shisui disappeared 3 weeks before the Ninja Academy was due to recommence, and Itachi was questioned, though Naruto was pleased to sense no spike in the shinobi's chakra levels, signaling the evolution of his Sharingan. The day before the first day of class, Naruto finished the last preparations for his plans. Hopefully they would prove unnecessary, but it was better to be safe than sorry. On the third day of class, an announcement was made that from then on Wednesdays would be half days to allow for clan training and self-improvement. All students were thus required to head home at 1 o'clock after the village history class. It was go time. A little after 12:30 p.m. the sound of a hollow thunk echoed through the classroom as the head of Sasuke Uchiha, the second son of the Uchiha clan head, slammed into his desk. The teacher rushed over to the unconscious boy's desk to check his vitals after pressing the button that would alert the academy's resident medic Nin that a student was in trouble. Moments later, said medic Nin arrived and checked over the boy. Not too worried about the boy's condition. After all, he had administered the sleeping drug to the boy's lunch himself whilst disguised as the lunch lady. The medic Enin stood up and addressed the class. Not to worry, he's just suffering from physical exhaustion. It happens a lot, especially to the clan students. All that added pressure. Let this be a lesson to you all. Only train to your capabilities. If you start to feel nauseous or dizzy, stop. And for goodness sake, stay hydrated. So saying, he turned back to the unconscious boy, picked him up and carried him from the room. The teacher turned to his class and proceeded to reinforce the medic Nin's statement with a 15-minute lecture on the dangers of overtraining before dismissing the class for the day. In the academy sick bay, the medic Nin had lain Sasuke down on one of the beds, making sure he was comfortable before locking the doors and releasing his henge to reveal himself as Naruto. Earlier that morning, before the sun had risen, he had visited both the lunch lady and the real medic Nin's homes and had administered a double dose of the self-same sleeping drug that had taken out Sasuke. Naruto had then assumed their identities whilst a C-class clone had attended classes. Naruto now created 30 clones and had them henge as random students, letting them out of the sick bay. His clones mingled with the other departing students and made their way into the village proper. 20 clones were assigned to protect the Uchiha of the police force by trying to keep them out of rude hands, whilst the remaining 10 clones were assigned to the Uchiha estate to try and head off Tobi and to keep an eye on what happens at the clan head's house. Naruto himself would stay in the sick bay to monitor Sasuke in case he had an adverse reaction to the drug and to monitor his clone's actions. His C-class clone was ordered to return home and stay put so that no suspicions could fall on him for any of his clone's actions. Making himself comfortable on the bed beside Sasuke's, Naruto closed his eyes and easily fell into a meditative state. During experiments with his clones using his chakra sensing ability, Naruto had noticed that every clone that he produced had a hair-thin line of chakra connecting it to his person. He discovered that if he mentally tugged on one of these lines while meditating, he was able to see and hear what his clone did. Reaching out, he tugged on one of the lines and made contact just as the clone and its brothers reached the outer walls of the Uchiha estate. At a nod from the lead clone, they all transformed into squirrels, the one animal-type transformation his clones could perform, and they all hopped over the fence. Naruto had chosen the squirrel as the small creatures were common around the area in which he trained and so easy to study for their biological makeup. They were also rather tasty. Even after lots of trial and error, the jutsu was still incomplete as the clones could only last for about an hour before expiring in intense pain, and so Naruto vowed never to try the transformation himself, but it was good enough for short-term bursts. The transformed clones made their way into the compound, one splitting off to head towards the main family house, whilst the rest made their way to the back of the estate, where the clan ladies were supposed to meet, and it was here that Naruto had the first inkling that events would occur differently than before. For as the clones made their way to the rooftops to transform into evacuation sirens, in the hope of scaring Tobi off, their senses told them that far from a crowd of people of the female and childlike variety, below them was gathered a predominantly male group of disguised shinobi alert for an imminent attack. 9 of the clones immediately turned back to help out the police clones, leaving only one clone to witness what happened as they were no longer needed here. The 20 or so disguised Anbu would be able to handle Tobi, or at least be able to send him on his way. Naruto relaxed slightly on the sick bay bed and let out a sigh of relief. Switching to another line, Naruto made connection with the clone stationed on the roof of the building facing the clan head's house and watched whilst Itachi and a team of Anbu cordoned off the building with a barrier seal whilst working under a silencing seal. Making no sound, the group formed hand seals simultaneously, and as they clapped their hands to the ground in front of them, a shimmering dome of silver chakra appeared over the building. Cancelling the silencing seals, the Anbu then placed one hand on the hilts of their tantos as they formed a hand seal with their other hand and oozed their way through the barrier. As they entered the building, Naruto let go of the connection. He would retain the memories later anyway, and concentrated on one of the clones sent to the police headquarters. These clones had a much more fun mission than just watching. Their job was to scatter the police force throughout the village, thus making it much harder for the rude operatives to find them. In the previous timeline, the police force had all been in the headquarters attending the weekly village debrief and had been sitting ducks. By forcing them out into the village, Naruto was hoping to avoid this result. One after the other of Naruto's disguised clones entered the building to report crime after crime, dragging off teams of Genin and Chunin officers. Other clones set off smoke bombs and pushed over market stalls randomly to add credence to the claims. Before long, all of the Uchiha police force was out and about in the village, except for the duty officer who had to stay behind in the police building at all times. His clones dragged the officers around the village, through alleyways and parks, taking the most indirect routes they could. Often these routes took them past places where smoke bombs had been let off or stalls had been knocked over, and after taking statements, the police units would turn to head back to the headquarters only to be met by yet another disguised clone that would drag them off yet again to another supposed crime scene. After about half an hour of this, 3 of Naruto's clones suddenly dispersed. Naruto created more clones and sent them into the village before connecting with a clone close to where one of the dispersed clones was last. When the clone appeared at the scene, he was sickened to find the bodies of the 3 officers who had made up the squad, lying in an alleyway, their eyes torn from their heads. Mentally grabbing hold of all the lines connecting him to his clones, Naruto urgently broadcast the command to get the remaining Uchiha to safety, immediately. Peering over the edge of the building at the street below, a Naruto clone disguised as a random Uchiha saw a group of real Uchiha genin being accosted by a root shinobi. Just as he looked down, one of the Uchiha, the only one with an active Sharingan that he could see, finished the last hand seal and called out, "Fire style, fireball technique." Releasing an enormous fireball that was met by the root operative's earth release. Earth shore return, which formed an equally large wall of earth, thus stopping the attack. The root shinobi then struck the earth wall, causing it to shatter and for large boulders to fly towards the Uchiha genin, who were then pulled out of the way by the disguised Naruto clone who had been leading them through the village. Standing up, the Naruto clone on the roof whistled to call attention to himself, and nodded to the other clone before addressing the root shinobi, "Hey, hey, hey, nay nin, that technique was very impressive there. You know," continued the clone as it hopped down from the roof to land behind the nin, shinobi of Nay, "if you just added some plants to that rock pile, you would have yourself a very attractive shrubbery." Whilst the enemy nin was thus distracted, another clone disguised as an Anbu appeared behind the Uchiha genins and signaled for them to follow him silently. Once they were away from the immediate danger, the disguised clone ordered the group to head towards the village's T&I department for safety. The village is overrun with shinobi hunting the Sharingan. Your clan head has ordered all Uchiha to assemble at T&I. Protect your eyes. I'll stay behind to watch your backs. Now go. As he watched the team disappear down the road, the clone turned to the civilian disguised clone and said, "Follow, make sure they stay safe." "Hi," saluted the clone as it transformed into a squirrel and took off after the team of Uchiha. Thankfully it was only a short distance to T&I, and so it was not very long before the clone dispelled, signaling that the team was safe. The clone facing the root shinobi paused in its witty banter, stood tall, saluted with 2 fingers while saying, "It's been fun," and dispelled. The C-class clone sat on Naruto's bed, discarded scrolls surrounding it as it sulked, bored out of its little clone head. Huffing, the clone assumed a meditative state and stretched out its senses to see what was happening outside. Its eyebrows raised themselves slightly as it felt the majority of its Anbu guard head off towards the village proper, leaving only one guard on Naruto's roof. Obviously they had been called in to help with the Uchiha situation, probably because of the discovery of Uchiha bodies by concerned citizens. It was not the first time that Naruto's detail had been called away, and so it only caused a momentary concern for the clone, that is, until it sensed the approach of several blank and almost clinical signatures denoting root shinobi. Acting quickly, the clone hid inside the bathroom before dispelling just as it felt the Anbu on the roof lose consciousness and heard the front door being forced open. Naruto frowned as he felt the last of his clones dispelling. It had been 4 hours after the Ninja Academy had been let out, and it was almost time for the sleeping drug to be wearing off Sasuke. The Uchiha head, elders and Jonin were all in custody, those that had survived the raid and subsequent resistance of arrest. The Uchiha police force, those that survived the root hunt, were all housed at T&I and were undergoing interrogation as he sat there. The civilian women and children of the Uchiha clan were safe in the basement of the Hokage Tower, and only 4 Anbu had been harmed by Tobi before he had been routed from the village. It was only a matter of time then that someone would come in search of Sasuke. Naruto contemplated the child version of his old friend as he whispered, "I hope you appreciate this, Teme." After checking Sasuke's vitals one last time, he stood up and made his way to the door. Transforming once more into the Ninja Academy's resident medic, Nin Naruto walked out of the school building and headed home. He needed to check what damage the root agents had caused. Pausing in an alleyway a block from his apartment building, Naruto released the henge and openly made his way to his apartment once he felt the presence of his Anbu guard searching for him. Just before he reached his door, one of his Anbu detail appeared before him and told him that the Hokage wanted to see him. Taking a hold of his shoulder, the Anbu then shushed them both to the tower, where he was met by the welcoming arms of his Gigi. "Naruto, my boy, thank goodness you are safe." "What happened?" asked his Gigi in concern. "It's okay, Gigi. I felt them coming and went out the bathroom window like you told me to." Naruto reassured the man as he returned the hug. The Hokage released the boy and placed both hands on his shoulders so he could look at him. "You will stay here tonight just to be safe. We're still not sure how many of those shinobi are in the village." "Hi, Gigi," Naruto answered, resigned to having to wait to check his apartment. The Hokage handed Naruto back over to his Anbu escort with an order to watch him, before turning back to the Jonin and Anbu who were waiting to report to him. The fall of the Uchiha clan came as a complete shock to the village and caused quite the political upheaval. Shortly after the end of the last Shinobi War, the Uchiha clan had taken over the responsibility of the Konoha police force. Traditionally, the police force had been manned by retired shinobi or by those acting shinobi that for one reason or another needed time out from active duty. Gradually over the years after the end of the war and particularly after the reported death of Obito Uchiha, the clan had weeded out these officers until only Uchiha were serving on the force, and the only Uchiha on active duty in the ninja forces was Itachi. In their role as the village police force, the Uchiha thus became the face of the ninja class to the villagers, and over time the villagers began to feel a sort of ownership of the Uchiha. After all, not only were they one of the founding families of the village, they were also the ones that concerned themselves with the daily lives of the villagers. The Uchiha were the ones that made sure they were safe and protected their property. It was this that gave the Uchiha clan enormous political power within the village, as the civilian council saw the Uchiha's interests as their own, and it was this that the village elders had feared would have caused a civil war if the Uchiha's coup d'état had gone ahead. The involvement of Root in the subsequent fights within the village was surprisingly a godsend, as it diminished the villagers' suspicions, as it was assumed that the Uchiha arrests were for their own protection. At least for a few weeks anyway. During the fighting, 4 Jonin were lost in the raid of the clan estate, and 4 police teams were lost to Root operatives, totaling 12 Chunin and Genin, only 6 of whom had active Sharingan. Their eyes were not recovered. In the weeks following the raid on the Uchiha estate, every member of the clan had been through the T&I department. A majority of the clan were deemed loyal and released back into their clan homes. Those Jonin and Chunin deemed to have divided loyalties were given the option of retraining or exile. Of the 30 Uchiha deemed to be untrustworthy, only 2 chose to be retrained, as they both had young families with more on the way. The rest had their Sharingan sealed and were escorted out of the fire nation, their names entered into the register of missing nin. The children were housed in one of the restricted training grounds, warehouse-sized structures where Jonin could practice S-rank jutsu in secret, and were handed over to the Yamanaka and Nara clans for evaluation and rehabilitation. Much outrage was felt and support for Danzo's exile from the village and classification as a missing nin was given. When just how many clan children found amongst the recovered children was made known to the council. The executions took place on a cold February afternoon as westerly winds howled through a clear blue sky, in front of the Temple of Judgment where Danzo had once forced a young Anbu captain to agree to slaughter his family. The execution was witnessed by the Fire Daimyo, the Hokage and his advisors, minus Danzo, the village council, and Naruto through the eyes of a squirrel clone perched on the statue of the Merciful One. Itachi stood tall behind the kneeling figures of his father and the 4 clan elders, his hand resting on the hilt of the katana strapped to his side, facing the seated figures of the witnesses arranged on the steps between the enormous statues of the 2 judgments. You kneel here now, traitors to your nation, your village and yourselves. Your pride betrayed you and almost cost the lives of not only you family but of your former comrades. And of the innocent civilians whom you had vowed to protect. For this sin of pride I hereby call for your execution at the hands of the new clan head. May Kami keep you, intoned the daimyo as he stood before them and the seated audience. As he sat once more he signaled for Itachi to begin. Starting at the end of the line, Itachi unsheathed the katana and pierced the clan elder through the heart in one move before flicking off the blood and sheathing the blade. Before moving to the next and repeating the movement. One by one the elders fell until he came to his father's kneeling figure where he paused. So you have aligned with the other side, eh? Murmured Fugaku Uchiha as he stared straight ahead, head proudly raised. Father, started Itachi. I know already, Itachi. Just promise me this, take care of your mother and Sasuke. I will, sighed Itachi, his hand tightening on the hilt of the katana by his side. Do not fear it, you chose this path. Compared to you, my pain will be over in an instant. Even if our philosophies differ, I am still proud of you. You are truly a considerate child. Tears streaming from his eyes, Itachi responded to the signal given by the Fire Daimyo. Drawing his katana he pierced his father's heart in one movement. As the body slid from his blade, a piercing pain seemed to afflict his eyes, causing him to drop the sword and clasp them with both hands to relieve the pain. Moments later he looked up to reveal the Mangekyo Sharingan. So he got them after all, thought Naruto as he relaxed back in his bed and released his connection to the squirrel clone as it dispelled. Naruto understood that severe emotional trauma was needed to cause the Sharingan to evolve into the Mangekyo Sharingan, which could only occur if the Sharingan was fully developed and if the trauma was somehow felt to be caused directly by the Sharingan wielder. Kakashi-sensei had explained it to him when he had questioned how Sasuke's desire to kill Naruto could have made him stronger. Apparently it was not only by killing your best friend that the Mangekyo Sharingan could develop, this being the example given by the Uchiha sacred scrolls, but any death of Someone close to you could have the same effect, such as a lover or a family member, just as long as the wielder was the cause of their death. I wasn't sure if he would, as Shisui is still alive. He continued to muse to himself as he remembered seeing the injured Jonin in the Hokage Tower where he was recovering from the eye he had lost to Danzo's schemes. Father had a theory about this. He thought of it when he was researching the possibility of time travel. He called it a fixed point in time. The theory goes that certain events were fixed on the timeline and had to occur for the universe to continue onward. Certain people had to die at certain times, certain places needed to be destroyed, and certain powers needed to be obtained by certain people. These fixed points were flexible in how they happened, but they would always happen. Suddenly said the deep voice of his tenant from the back of his head. What does that even mean? Asked Naruto petulantly. It means, you stupid human, that even though you try to stop something it may happen anyway. If it's their time to die, nothing you or I do will change that, just the way it would happen will change. So I might not be able to fix things? Naruto hesitantly asked, still trying to wrap his head around the concept. Well, only certain things, but that doesn't mean that you don't try. After all, it is only a theory. Right? Called out Naruto, his enthusiasm once more restored. After all, I did vow to change the future. To make it better. And I never go back on my word, for that's my nindo. My ninja way. Bonus chaplet 2. Not all of Naruto's training could be completed in the Nara training grounds. Even though he had not been discovered there in the 4 years that he had been using them, they were still too exposed for Naruto to risk working on his Rasengan, elemental chakra nature training, and most the precarious of all his techniques, the usage of Kurama's chakra. For this he needed somewhere secluded that not many shinobi would think to use for training, but that was also easily accessible from the village. Only one place fit his requirements, the 44th training ground, the Forest of Death. The stage for the second part of the Konoha Chunin exams. The Forest of Death was surrounded by a metallic fence that enclosed its 20-kilometer diameter forest, containing rivers, overgrown trees and plants, and a tower located in the exact center. Its primary function served as a testing ground for the survival and fighting skills of Jonin and Anbu teams, and as such it was a very dangerous place, filled with hordes of plants and animals, often of gigantic proportions, highly poisonous or both. Within this forest, in an out-of-the-way corner far from prying eyes, Naruto had carved out a small training area for himself. Using a natural clearing of about 10 meters in diameter, Naruto created an area for Kata and Jutsu training by clearing away all of the small plants and shrubs that littered the clearing's floor and setting up some old training posts and wooden training dummies he had managed to scavenge from the Ninja Academy storerooms. Using offcuts of rope that he managed to find in various alleyways and dumpsters, he had wrapped the posts and wooden training dummies to avoid injury and was quite pleased with the effect. Even though this new training ground was much more discreet than his old one in terms of training controversial techniques, he did not use it all the time as it was. Unfortunately, not without its security risks. Of all the dangerous creatures that populated the Forest of Death, several of which consisted of large and deadly creatures such as leeches, tigers, and bears, none were more dangerous to him and his secrets than those of the human persuasion. It was not the abundance of dangerous animals that caused Naruto to avoid the 44th training ground on occasion. Once he started to train with Kurama's chakra after the first week of obtaining his new training area, the animals all tended to avoid him. It was the occasional and quite random teams of Jonin and Anbu who would pop in for training exercises that he had to look out for. He also made a point of avoiding the area whenever a certain crazy snake lady was in the village, as she had a tendency to haunt the place whenever she was not out of the village on assignment. But even with all of these interruptions, he still had plenty of time to train and had managed to regain much that was lost. It took 3 months to retrain his Rasengan technique. Once he had figured out to use henge to purchase water balloons and rubber balls from the incooperative shopkeepers. Though the technique took so much longer to relearn, mainly because of the somewhat sporadic opportunities he had to train in the technique, but also because he wanted to do it correctly this time and learn how to cast the jutsu one-handed. Naruto knew that he was not yet ready physically to create the more powerful Odama Rasengan, or any of his other Rasengan variants, as a long-healed broken arm and the large-scale damage on the western side of his training area could attest, and so he contented himself with improving and refining the original technique as he had done so, and continued to do, with his clone, transformation and body replacement techniques. His elemental chakra nature training was going well, as he had managed to complete the leaf-cutting exercise in only 6 months due to his advanced knowledge, and had moved on to slicing rocks in the absence of a handy waterfall, and now he was working on slicing trees from a distance. Success in this new exercise was slight, as he had only Managed to nick the bark slightly even from a distance of 1 meter, but he was not anything if not persistent. Much to his disappointment, Kurama had banned any attempt at the Biju cloak, saying that his body was just not ready for it. Though this didn't stop them from working on incorporating more of Kurama's chakra into Naruto's chakra network than the seal automatically allowed for, by Kurama voluntarily sending small amounts of chakra through the seal for Naruto to use, thus building up a resistance to the corrosive nature of Kurama's chakra in Naruto's body. As they worked together, Naruto noticed a distinct change in the color of the Kyuubi's chakra. No longer was it an angry, blood red, but neither was it the golden hue of when Naruto had taken control of it, but it was distinctly lighter and more orange than it had been before. At the moment, however, Naruto was taking a break from working on his high-powered techniques and had decided to work off his excess energy with some basic kata exercises. As he struck at the wooden training dummy, again and again, he fell into an almost trance-like state as the repetitive rhythm echoed through his head. Left strike, right strike. Kick, spin and thrust. Step back. Again. Left strike, right strike. Kick, spin and thrust. Step back. Again. His mind wandering, he imagined that each strike echoed with the tone of the taiko drums that kept the rhythm during the festival dances. Almost unconsciously, Naruto began to hum the traditional children's counting song that fit the rhythm he was making and that he had always found catchy but had never known the words to, having little occasion to sing during his childhood. Suddenly that imp of mischief that had visited him so often reared its little head as he playfully smirked and called out in rhythm to his song, Biju. Counting song. Alright, here we go. First, sleep is better than humans, says Shukaku. Second, burning in fire, Matabi. Third, leave the water to Isobu. Deep within Naruto, the great beast, Kurama, opened one eye as he was roused from his slumber. Fourth, hot as lava, Son Goku. Fifth, always on the run, Kakuo. Sixth, taking it easy and not in a hurry, Saiken. What is the brat doing now? Mused Kurama, slightly interested in spite of himself. Seventh, the flying leaf insect, Chome. Eighth, yeah, is all it needs, Gyuki. Kurama snorted at this as he was reminded of his most annoying brother. Ninth, Ko-kan, cries the mighty Kurama. I do not, roared an indignant voice from the back of Naruto's head, causing him to jump and lose his rhythm. Wa? He asked intelligently. I do not and have never gone koan in my life. Huffed the ancient beast sealed in Naruto's belly. Well, I know that, but I needed something that would fit into the song and foxes go koan, explained Naruto, trying to placate his temperamental tenant. Fix it, it's undignified. Fine, fine, said Naruto as if humoring a small child. How about this? Once more Naruto took up the rhythm of the kata exercise and sang out. Ninth, the strongest ancient and modern, Kurama. Better, you may continue. Glad you approve, Naruto silently sent to the great beast as he kept up his rhythm. It's a bit hard, but they have nice names. They're all splendid names. They're all wonderful names. This is a very silly song. Came the internal critic once more. I can stop if you don't like it. Naruto returned silently. I never said that, emanated the reply from deep within. Naruto sped up his movements slightly to match the drums in his imagination. Next up, the Jinchuriki, here we go. First, the one with terrible bags under his eyes, Gaara. Second, with a silky voice like a cat, Yugito. Third, the fourth Mizukage, Yagura. Fourth, together for 40 years, Four Tails and Roshi. Fifth, tough and powerful, Han. Sixth, reserved and dressed in a kimono, Udakata. Seventh, the heartwarming Kunoichi, Fu. Eighth, he's got crazy rap skills, Killer Bee. If you say so, said Kurama in monotone, causing Naruto to grin as he continued. Ninth, Konoha's Uzumaki Naruto. All the powerful Jinchuriki have finally come together. Can they become friends with the tailed beasts? They're all splendid shinobi. They're all splendid shinobi. Naruto slowed his movements as he came to the end of his song and sat down heavily in place as he finished. A thoughtful silence echoed up from his seal. What do you think the other Jinchuriki are doing right now? He asked as he lay back with his arms resting under his head to stare up at the sky. Fighting, sleeping, surviving. Whatever they were doing last time. And hurting. Right now they're suffering while I'm here safe. While you're here getting stronger. They can wait. You know that they survived once, they can do so again. For them it is the first time after all. You're right. Why are you always right? Someone has to be the voice of reason. Great, my voice of reason is an ancient demon of mass destruction. What does that say about me? Humph. Whatever, you stupid brat. Ha, ha. Are you sure you're not a tsundere? Chapter 13. Iruka-sensei had explained the Ninja Academy ethos to Naruto one afternoon over ramen a couple of years after he had graduated. Apparently the Ninja Academy's curriculum was designed to provide only the basics of ninja techniques with the expectation that students would expand upon this in their own time. After all, they were learning to become ninja, and one of the basic tenets of being a ninja was the ability to gather information. To this end, the first 6 months of the academy was dedicated to information gathering, code breaking, and the idea of looking underneath the underneath. For the first 2 years, the school day was broken up into specialty classes with various teachers coming in to instruct on everything from hand seals to taijutsu stances, escape techniques to stealth skills, genjutsu basics to shuriken and kunai throwing, and so much more. The last 2 years were devoted to refining these skills and to understanding village and shinobi history, thus building strategic knowledge, and these classes were conducted by their first and second year homeroom teacher and one assistant, Aruka and Mizuki. Lectures on ninja history were not only used to teach strategic thinking by examining the battles and plans of past shinobi, they were also deliberately boring in an attempt to teach patience. Students were expected to be able to pay attention even when overwhelmingly bored, all whilst recognizing retaining key strategic points and hints for further training opportunities that were liberally sprinkled throughout the lectures, such as the mention of jutsu used, which could lead the students into the private study of the various elemental styles, genjutsu, or even fuinjutsu. Patience was deemed a necessary skill for a ninja, as contrary to popular belief, many ninja missions were anything but exciting. Survival training exercises would periodically occur throughout the school term and would consist of learning what was safe to eat, how to build an undetectable shelter, and how to manually make fire and find water. During these lessons, instructors would casually mention that the campfire jutsu or the water creation jutsu would make such tasks much easier, but would not elaborate. If questioned, they would only point the students toward the Camp 5, which they could find in the academy library if they chose to look. The Camp 5 was a series of 5 E-rank elemental jutsu designed for overnight missions. Water style. Refreshing leaf, extracted drinking water from freshly picked leaves and could also be used to dry clothing after heavy rainfall. Fire style. Breath of ember, would light any small campfire even when the wood was damp. Earth style. Softening earth, softened the ground, making it easier to dig a fire pit even on rock and to prepare a soft sleeping mat. Lightning style. Glowing fist, created light for as long as chakra was pumped into the jutsu. Wind style. Hidden smoke, dissipated campfire smoke so as to avoid detection. Knowledge of these jutsu guaranteed extra points on the final jutsu exam, but this fact was not widely known. The Academy 3 introduced the students to jutsu creation, but it was up to the students to widen their repertoire themselves by accessing the low-rank jutsu available at the Ninja Academy Library and the Konoha Public Library and in their own clan archives. This was why the libraries contained such a large number of beginner guides freely accessible by Academy students, with subjects covering many E and D rank jutsu, various taijutsu styles, jutsu theory, and basic fuinjutsu scrolls. Henge, Kawarimi, and Bunshin no Jutsu were chosen to be taught in the academy not only because they were E rank and thus easy to learn and cast, but also because they formed a security measure to allow for the easy escape of genin and students in the case of attack. There was actually 2 ways to graduate from the academy. The first way was the standard completion of the graduation exam showing competency in all subjects instructed in by the academy, and consisted of a written exam, an accuracy test, taijutsu competency spar, and the casting of the Academy 3. The second way to pass was based on the underlying lesson of information gathering and was accomplished by displaying a mastery of a skill learned outside of the academy, and by doing so plus having the endorsement of an acting shinobi of the village, such as the case of Rock Lee, and his specialization in taijutsu, guaranteed advancement to the rank of genin. This was why early graduation was possible, and why at the end of the 3rd year of Ninja Academy students were given the opportunity to take the graduation exam with permission from their guardians, and again halfway through the 4th year, and then again at the end of that same year. Whilst other clan students were encouraged to attempt early graduation, the children of the clan heads were expected to complete the full Ninja Academy curriculum, giving them time to learn the intricacies of their family jutsu and to complete the other lessons required of them to fulfill their future political roles. Naruto, however, being impatient to prove himself, had taken the opportunity for early graduation the first time around, which explained how Naruto had failed the test not only once but thrice. The first day of Ninja Academy was almost a repeat of the first day of the 2nd year of pre-academy. Even though he had warned himself, Naruto, that all his friends were children right now, he had still made the mistake of picturing them as he had last seen them, and so the first day had been taken up by him sitting in the back row chuckling to himself about how cute everyone was as chibis. Though the blank look in Iruka-sensei's eyes whenever he looked in Naruto's direction sobered him up some. Naruto had also been surprised by the fact that the small child he had saved only weeks before had been in fact Hinata. In actual fact, Naruto had saved Hinata before but had forgotten, as her reaction to him when he had originally greeted her on his first day had left the impression that she, like everyone else, hated him. Now realizing that her rapid blush and inability to look at him was just because she was shy, Naruto smiled and nodded at the small girl before taking his seat. Over the next few months, a shy, on her part, friendship flourished between them, and Naruto was pleased to see it was only friendship. Though Hinata's declaration of love had warmed his heart during his first lifetime with unspoken of possibilities, the thought of having the same kind of relationship with the young girl before him left him feeling quite queasy. After all, he was over 16 years older than the child. Wanting to encourage this friendship as he had missed his shy yet caring friend, Naruto endeavored to build a sibling-like relationship with the young girl so he could encourage her to grow stronger that much quicker. Though his relationship with Hinata grew quickly as his rescue of her had opened the doors, his relationship with the other Rookie 9 was not going quite as well. Ino and Sakura, who were still holding a grudge over their disastrous first meeting, were still a lost cause. Sasuke was locked in his feelings of Uchiha superiority and was still overcoming the loss of his father and was as such emotionally inaccessible. Shikimaru just wasn't interested, and where Shikimaru went, Choji followed. Shino was locked in his own little world as his colony took up most of his attention, and Kiba was still trying to claim alpha status in the class and was thus resistant to overtures of friendship. All of this was further hampered by Naruto's own social ineptitude, as his overly familiar attitude rubbed his future friends the wrong way. Naruto had never had the best handle on social norms, never having experienced them much as a young child. Most of his early human interaction had occurred between himself and adults such as Tuchi Ichiraku and the Hokage, as children tended to avoid him unless they were picking on him, and so he just did not understand many social Ks. Much of what he knew was gathered through observing those around him, but often this led to some mistaken beliefs. Thus Naruto had come across as weird and obnoxious to his peers as he tried too hard to fit in. The first time, and now that he was trying to make friends with the 9-year-old versions of his old friends whilst he himself was also physically 9 but mentally 16, made that right attitude to assume that much harder. The fact that his teachers often singled him out for ridicule and undeserved punishment did not help win him many friends either. Naruto had been pleasantly surprised to realize, contrary to his belief, that his various teachers did not actually hate him. They were in fact, like many other shinobi of the village, quite ambivalent to him, though their indifference leant slightly towards the negative. Which left the conundrum of why exactly they insisted in systematically sabotaging his education, as more often than not he was sent out of classes when key information was about to be given on one excuse or another. During taijutsu lessons his stance was adjusted so as to cause discomfort and a lessening of potential power in his strikes, and his test and papers habitually marked incorrectly. A little extracurricular snooping of his teachers' papers both in the staff room and in their homes provided the answer. After the Kyuubi attack and the subsequent rebuilding of the village, many of the daily workings of the village had been handed over to the civilian council to run, whilst the ninja council concentrated on rebuilding the village's reputation and coffers. Whilst many of these civic assets, such as the power station and the public library, were handed back to the ninja council's control, the various village academies were not. This included the Ninja Academy. As such, a large number of the teachers at the school were in the civilian council's pocket, and it was the civilian council that chose to follow Danzo's suggestion, even though he was proved to be a traitor, that a weak Jinchuriki was a controllable Jinchuriki. Naruto had only sighed as he realized that he wasn't going to be learning much over the next 2 years, at least until Iruka-sensei became his full-time teacher. Though he already knew what the teachers would be teaching, and though this gave him more time to focus on building relationships with his peers and his own training, he was still saddened by his teachers and the civilian council's attitude, but in no way discouraged. At least his relationship with Iruka-sensei had improved after the first month to something approximating their previous relationship, and all it had taken was a fight with 3 enemy kunoichi in the hills surrounding the village. After his earlier overtures of friendship to the young teacher, including a respectful yet affectionate attitude and exemplary behavior in class on Naruto's part, was met with little response, Naruto had fallen back on the plan to recreate what had happened before to change his teacher's attitude to him, whilst grumbling that it always took imminent danger for Iruka-sensei to look at him properly, though Naruto supposed he could not blame the man. Falling in with Hibachi and friends' plans to humiliate him through a so-called test of courage was easy enough to accomplish, as was making sure Shikamaru was close enough to overhear and thus inform Iruka-sensei. Though it was a stroke of luck that Kakashi was in the village at the time submitting his quarterly report, before he was to head back out on his mission again, and so available once more to not only remind Iruka of his goal as a teacher to inspire the will of fire in others, and to also defeat the three enemy kunoichi flushed out by Naruto. This point had caused Naruto some concern as he wasn't quite sure of the date of this little episode, but it seemed that the set point in time theory was at work again. The second year of Ninja Academy saw no real improvement on his relationship with the others, though he did see two major successes during that year. The first was a curtailing of the fangirl situation in the class that had led to the non-fulfillment of potential of his female comrades in his first lifetime. Sasuke's drive to be the best fueled by comparisons to a genius older brother, memories of his father's disappointment in him and expectations from his surviving clan had secured his place as the top student of the class during the first year. His so-called mysterious, brooding nature, typical of the Uchiha blood and his inherited dark, good looks, only emphasized his idol-like status for the majority of the pre-pubescent girls of the class, and so the Sasuke Uchiha fan club was born once more. Soon enough the girls started to take more care with their appearance, and giggling groups of girls poring over unrealistic romantic tales began to appear during the lunch break. A distinct drop in their physical performance also occurred as the young girls endeavored not to perspire in front of their crush. Seeing where the wind was blowing, Naruto decided to correct the damage before it could occur, and knowing he could do little to stop their obsession, after years of dealing with Sakura, he endeavored to redirect their energies with the liberal use of the transformation jutsu and logic wrapped up as rumor. Soon enough the idea that what Sasuke Uchiha, top student and next in line to become clan head, was actually after in a potential partner was a tough kunoichi equally as dedicated to becoming stronger as he was, rather than the long-haired, waif-like princess of popular belief, resulting in a rapid increase in the physical capability of the whole class as the boys, seeing the girls' efforts to improve, and thus win the love of the emo king, did not want to be left behind, and they too stepped up their game. The second success of the year lay in the hatching of one Hinata Hyuga from her shy, introverted shell. Already the supportive friendship she enjoyed with Naruto had been slowly opening Hinata up, but it was one event that occurred halfway through the school year that secured her transformation. Naruto, in an effort to better understand his young friend and to help her overcome her crippling shyness, had been attempting to build her up through compliments only to be met, time and time again, with rejection as the young girl protested that she was in fact weak, despite all evidence to the contrary, leading one day to a discussion on strength. During the lunch break, no, Naruto, I am not street strong at all. I'm very weak. I can not even win one match against my little sister, and she is 4 years younger than me. Hinata protested once more, totally flustered by the praise she had just received from her bright friend. Naruto tilted his head quizzically as he studied the blushing girl. And why not? Is she actually that much stronger than you? I am just that weak. I do not wanna hurt her. She wailed in response. Well, of course not. She is your sister after all. Startled, Hinata looked up and met Naruto's eye for the first time. No one had ever said that before. But training is different. Though I suppose. I mean, you're not trying to hurt her, just to show her where she needs to improve. That's the purpose of a spar, isn't it? That way you are making each other stronger. If you think about it, by going easy on someone in that situation is actually harming them more than any punch or kick could do, as you are giving them false belief in their abilities, that could really come back to bite them later on if they ever face someone stronger than them. Hinata had never thought of it that way. Not one person in her clan had talked about making your partner stronger, only about how by defeating them you were proving your worth, and by showing mercy you proved only your own weakness. But if what Naruto said was true, then by hitting her sister when she saw an opening, then she was preparing her sister for the future, thus ensuring her survival and making her stronger. I don't mean for you to take this the wrong way, Hinata, began Naruto, recalling her attention to the conversation, but I want to ask you this. Why exactly do you want to become a ninja? Began Hinata hesitantly, taken aback. What I mean is, well look, you know how I want to become a ninja because I want to be Hokage one day. Hinata nodded. Her friend had made no secret of this fact. Well, do you know why? Hinata shook her head. Well, I want to become Hokage because that is what the strongest ninja in our village becomes. But I want to be the strongest ninja, not just to be powerful. That would be wrong and quite selfish after all. I want to become the strongest because then I would know that I am enough to protect my precious people from harm, enough to protect this village which I call home, and enough to protect the ideals by which I choose to live. And that's how I know that I can become strong enough. A friend once told me that to become strong, to become truly strong, then you must have someone to protect, and you know what? I truly believe that this is so. In fact, I have based my nindo on it. So I ask you again, Hinata Hyuga, why do you want to become a kunoichi? Hinata was silent as she thought until finally she murmured, I wish to become a strong kunoichi capable of defending both my family and my comrades and prove myself as an excellent leader for my clan. I want to change my clan, unite it and make it stronger. I want to protect my precious people and help them grow. Her voice growing stronger. As she continued, her stutter completely gone. And that is why you are strong, Hinata Hyuga, Naruto pronounced before asking, now can you tell me more of this training you get at home that forces you to fight your sister? And exactly what your family says to you. This conversation not only led to a complete 180 in Hinata's attitude from that day forth, but also in the most ambitious of Naruto's pranks and the first to be carried out on a clan family during this time period. A week later, the Hyuga clan was plagued by a ghost, a shadow, which flitted just within their periphery and hid within their much protected blind spot. Try though they might, not one Hyuga managed to catch a glimpse of the shadow's identity, and no attack was made, though it did frayed their nerves, causing them to jump at shadows for days. Afterwards, a week later, the shadow's objectives were made known not only to the clan but to the village at large, as hundreds of posters were found plastered throughout the village depicting candid photographs of Hyuga family members in compromising positions. Neji Hyuga was caught raiding the clan refrigerator for chocolate dressed only in a sleep shirt, obviously late at night. Ko Hyuga, Hinata's bodyguard, was captured reading an ICHA novel while supposedly on watch. Hiyashi Hyuga, the clan head, was captured snuggling a cute little kitten, a soft smile on his usually stoic face, and Henkin Hyuga, clan elder and Hinata's harshest critic, was captured dressed in his wife's lingerie, posing before a floor-length mirror and applying lipstick. Each poster depicted a separate Hyuga in one's humiliating situation or another, and beneath each picture was written these words, before pointing out the weakness in others, perhaps you should look at yourselves first. Hey, Hyuga-san? Just before the end of that year, the news of the demise of the last remaining exiled Uchiha finally reached the village. Many had criticized the Hokage's decision to allow the disloyal Uchiha the option to leave the village as too soft, but all too soon did his detractors come to realize that the banishment was actually a death sentence disguised as mercy. Perhaps the exiled Uchiha may have had a chance if their ninja skills had actually been as good as their Jonin status implied, but for far too long had they relied on the Sharingan to influence their capabilities. The ability of the Sharingan dojutsu, to copy ninjutsu and genjutsu and to record whatever the user sees, resulted in the technique granting the user a temporarily photographic memory whenever the dojutsu was in use, so this knowledge could be stored without overloading the mind of the user. As such, all the techniques copied by the Sharingan were only made available when the dojutsu was active. By sealing off the Sharingan, the Hokage had reduced the fighting capabilities of the exiled Uchiha as, due to their family's arrogance and belief in their dojutsu superiority. The only jutsu they had learnt without it was the Academy 3 and the fire jutsus traditionally taught to the children of the clan, thus making them easy targets for the hunter nin from Kumo and Iwa, who set out after them only days after they had been entered into the register of missing nin. It was then that the second part of the insidious seal used was made known, as all attempts to remove the eyes of the captured Uchihas resulted in the bodies exploding, thus destroying the eyes and whoever was in the room with them. Attempting to unseal them or to kill the captives resulted in the same reaction. The Hokage had recalled Jiraiya to help him design the seal so that it not only sealed the Sharingan and alerted the village should any of its bearers approach the village, but also to include fail-safes, one of which stored small amounts of the bearer's chakra, which was then released in an explosive force should the Uchiha be killed. Should attempts be made to remove the eyes of a live Uchiha or the seal's removal be attempted by anyone other than the caster, the Uchiha would also explode in the same manner. Attempts to breed from the captives also proved ineffective, as the last of the seal's fail-safes rendered its bearer infertile, which accounted for why it had taken so long for the last Uchiha to be killed. Third year of Ninja Academy saw the return of Naruto's iconic orange jumpsuit and a stepping up of Naruto's pranks to the next level. After much soul-searching, Naruto had come to the conclusion that, much like Lee in his green spandex suit, a Naruto without orange just wasn't Naruto. He had also come to realize that in order to keep the same team he had before and thus keep the timeline as close to the original as possible, a reclaiming of the dead last mantle was necessary, and if nothing else the orange suit did force people to underestimate him. His original suit had been purchased from a shinobi outfitter owned by a civilian who had been the only one willing to sell to Naruto when he had gone in search of new clothes. After he had finally outgrown those provided with his apartment. Only that morning the shopkeeper had been despairing on how he would unload the unsightly training suits, which had been made to the wrong specifications. Originally they were meant to be one of his best sellers, featuring as they did the Uzumaki swirl on the back, which was sported on the back of the village's shinobi uniform, as well as the namikaze swirl on the shoulder commemorating the village's hero, complete with memorial knotwork hanging in front. But instead of the blue and forest green coloring he had stipulated in the order, the outfits had arrived in garish blue and orange. When Naruto had finally arrived after being turned away from all the other stores he had tried, the shopkeeper had been more than welcoming to the village pariah, seeing in him a chance to unload his unwanted stock which otherwise he would have had to have thrown out, resulting in Naruto receiving enough outfits to be able to wear the same thing for an entire month without the need to wash even once if he so wanted. It was to this store Naruto headed once more, having bypassed all the other stores knowing what reception he would receive, to be met once more by the effusive welcome of the shop owner. Even though his new uniform cost an astronomical amount, he was more pleased than he thought he would be to see the orange jumpsuit again, but it was the malicious nature of the man's smile that Naruto noticed for the first time, as they finished the transaction that later led to the man's comeuppance and Naruto's greatest prank to date. When the man awoke the next morning, beside his sleeping wife, surrounded by his bedroom furniture but most obviously in his lounge room, he was understandably befuddled. Confused, the man wandered into his dining room, now made over as his lounge room once was, complete with curtains and pictures on the wall. Upstairs, where his bedroom once was, he found his children sleeping in their beds, their toys scattered about as they had left them in their room the night before, and where his children's room used to be he found his dining room set up, though somewhat cramped, with the wine glass he had forgotten to return to the kitchen the night before, prominently displayed on the table. Though he called in the police, the squad of which was made up of an Inuzuka and a Hyuga, no clue was found to identify who did this to his family or how it was accomplished, and so this incident joined the many unresolved occurrences that had haunted the village over the last few years. The success of this prank encouraged Naruto to start on the next stage of Operation Prankster King, though he continued his small-scale public pranks to maintain his reputation. Naruto turned the focus of his stealth pranks away from civilian targets, deeming himself ready to tackle more challenging objectives. Throughout the rest of that year and into the next, the various ninja-run departments in the village were hit by a mysterious individual who would infiltrate their security. Though no damage was ever done, the morning after each hit, a multi-page, handwritten document would be found on the desk of the department head, detailing exactly how the security measures of the facility had been breached and just how easily the perpetrator could have sabotaged operations, say by dropping poison pellets into the village water supply, sabotaging the explosive tags stored in the Anbu storeroom, or by releasing the prisoners in the T&I department holding cells. Naruto had initially been disappointed that the so-called secure facilities of the village had security measures not that much more difficult to overcome than the various noble houses he had previously targeted, but was later pleased by how quickly it had become that much harder to gain entry. Amongst the village elite, whom were made aware of the mysterious infiltrator, it was conjectured that the raids were perpetrated by an individual of Jonin strength, signified by his liberal use of clones, as in the reports left, and by the fact that no clue as to his identity or to the fact that he had even been there other than the reports on the department head's desk was ever found. Perhaps now the village would be better prepared for the troubles ahead, as previously years of relative peace had resulted in a relaxing of standards, which in turn had led to the widespread infiltration of foreign spies from the various hidden villages and from Konoha's homegrown threats. 2 months into that year, Naruto also realized at last an overture of friendship from his peers, other than Lee and Hinata, which came surprisingly enough from Shikamaru. Though Naruto felt that he should have expected this, for although Shikamaru was his laziest friend, he had also always been his most curious. After failing various attempts to make friends with the rookie 9 during the first 2 years, Naruto decided to change tack and not to try as hard, trusting that he would eventually gain their friendship as he had before, even if it did have to wait until after the academy. To this end, Naruto set about constructing a clone made up of many other clones that formed each individual organ and muscle of the resulting clone. Soon enough he realized that for the clone to succeed, a certain amount of knowledge of human anatomy was needed, so he would know what clone went where, but this was easily enough to find in the library. Initially, the casting of these new clones took a lot of concentration, but once the design was set, the clones became that much easier to cast, as a lot of the construct became automatic as Naruto's subconscious mind took over. It took 5 months to complete, but when it was finished, Naruto could not be more pleased. Though the technique had its drawbacks, it took a lot of chakra to cast and no memories could be transferred from it, as all Naruto got was white noise as if hundreds of people were speaking at once. These were more than made up for by the durability of the clone in combat and its badass cred. For if the clone did sustain damage, only the clones in the immediate site of impact would dispel, resulting in a clone that, whilst missing an arm, leg or even part of its head, was still able to continue fighting. There was no need to study for Ino and Sakura, however, as they had still not forgiven him, and he knew that there was nothing he could study anyway to ever hope of understanding either of them. Sasuke was the easiest to reconnect to. All he had to do was prove himself as a rival, though this was made trickier by Naruto's deliberate failure at every test. Early on, Naruto had decided not to send C-class clones to class but to attend himself, as he did not want to cheat his friends or his teacher. Instead, he would send 5 of these clones off each morning to his private training ground to work on chakra control exercises and techniques with enough chakra each to create 40 clones apiece. Due to the massive amount of chakra control exercises that Naruto and his clones had completed, his control by this point was such that his C-class clones lasted double the amount of time as when he first created them, and so he did not have to worry about them dispelling too often throughout the day. This only left him with the problem of how to make the school day bearable, as he had soon come to realize that he knew much of what was being taught already despite not paying much attention the first time. Playing pranks on the teachers only ate up so much time, and so he came up with other ways to pass the time, such as using a different obscure code to write out his class notes week after week, and it was this habit that finally captured Shikamaru's attention. On that particular day, Naruto had been translating the day's lesson into Morse code by using his leg to tap out the dots and dashes under the table. He had been seated about 3 desks away from Shikamaru, whom he had thought to be sleeping like on any other day. That is until Shikamaru decided to confront him about his classroom activity during lunch. "Well, what else could I do to make the class more interesting?" he had asked in reply to the probing questions. "We can't all sleep as much as you can, Shika." "How troublesome," came the reply to his new nickname, and yet from that day on Shikamaru chose to spend his lunch breaks with Naruto and Hinata. And where Shikamaru led, Choji was soon to follow. Not long after, Kiba made his way into the group once he had overheard their plans to prank one of the teachers. For Naruto had fallen back onto his old habits when interacting with younger friends, as he had done so with Konohamaru and crew, by organizing training missions for his new friends to complete disguised as pranks. Finally, the day of the final graduation exam came again, though in order to gain access to the Forbidden Scroll and thus excuse his knowledge of the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto knew that he had to fail it once more. Knowing that he had to fail but wanting to do so with a bang, Naruto had decided to move his most famous of pranks up by one day, and so early that morning the village echoed once more with the sound of childish laughter and the angry shouts of shinobi as they chased a young boy, covered in paint, throughout the village. "Ha, ha, ha, you can't catch me," called Naruto as he paused on the roof of a building to address his pursuers. "You're just jealous that you don't have the guts to do what I did. Losers, wannabes. Blah," he finished as he poked out his tongue and the chase resumed. Jumping over rooftops, ducking down alleyways, Naruto finally lost the maddened crowd after using the most basic of ninja tools, the camouflage sheet. Turning as he laughed at their gullibility, Naruto came face to face with a most irate Iruka-sensei. "Hey, Iruka-sensei, what are you doing here?" he asked, totally relaxed. "What am I doing here? What are you doing here? You should be in class right now. Don't you know the graduation exam is today? You already failed 2 times already and you can't afford to fail again, Naruto." And so saying, the Chunin grabbed his student's shoulder and shushed back to the classroom. "All right students, take your places," he called out as he watched Naruto climb up to his seat. "We will begin with the written portion and then make our way outside for the accuracy test. Remember, try your best and good luck." Students sporting brand new, shiny Hittite mingled with their proud parents and siblings as they gathered outside of the Ninja Academy building, their families excited and somewhat apprehensive now that their children had become shinobi of their village. Sitting forlorn and overlooked, Naruto rocked back and forth on the old swing, the very picture of misery. He gritted his teeth as his advanced senses allowed him to hear the whispered disparaging remarks about his apparent failure. Though he knew it was necessary for the plan, that did not make it any easier to plan. Turning away from the concerned gazes of his friends, he looked off to his left just as Mizuki-sensei approached him from behind. Naruto grinned evilly as he heard the words of greeting from his deceitful teacher, "Gotcha. That night Iruka lay sleepless musing over his most confounding student, one Naruto Uzumaki. By all accounts the boy should have passed. He was quick, clever and obviously more talented than he appeared, and yet he just did not test well. In class he appeared attentive, always taking notes and watching everything his teachers did, answering every question asked of him correctly, and yet he failed every test. His taijutsu was in a word chaotic, and yet no one could land a hand on him. He would duck, dodge and weave around his opponents as if dancing with them, and yet his style only had a passing relationship to any known taijutsu used in the village. His ability to analyze his opponents was particularly perplexing, as he only needed to observe the other for a moment to get a handle on their movement, so much so that he could point out their tells, those inherent movements of any style that let your opponent know what move you were about to use next. But the way he did so was like a master who had years of experience watching how each muscle moved as they refined their own style, as was seen by Naruto's ability to correct his opponent's stance mid-fight and point out where they were going wrong and how they could fix it to gain better results. Naruto's chakra control was very good, as shown by his ability to cast the transformation and replacement jutsu without smoke, other than the deliberate creation of said in his idiotic sexy jutsu, and yet he could not perform genjutsu or the even easier clone jutsu. Iruka just did not know what to think, and then there was the meeting held only hours earlier with the Hokage. Iruka, the most venerable village leader, had began, "I know how you feel. You grew up just like Naruto, not knowing the love of a mother or father, the warmth of a family." Iruka's thoughts spiraled out of control as he remembered once more that terrible night, when the heavens clashed and the demon had appeared, taking with it his beloved parents. Just as the memories threatened to swamp him, the sound of loud banging came echoing from his front door as a familiar voice called out, "Iruka-sensei, wake up." Answering the door quickly, Iruka found Mizuki, his teaching aide, on the other side. "Iruka-sensei, you need to come to Lord Hokage's immediately. It's Naruto. He stole the sacred scroll." "You mean the forbidden scroll of sealing?" "No," screamed Iruka. "Oh Naruto, what have you done?" Naruto sat at ease later that night as he rested his back against the large scroll behind him. He had spent the last 3 hours training so as to appear suitably scruffy and was now waiting for the main event to begin. His clone had long since finished copying down interesting-looking jutsu from the forbidden scroll and had dispelled after sealing the new scrolls under the original's belt. His trap was set, and now all he had to do was wait. After the Root had raided his apartment, Naruto had felt a need to secure his more secret papers about his person. Luckily the Root agents hadn't found his notes on future events, not knowing to look for them, but he wasn't so confident that he would be as lucky next time, and so he had turned to sealing as a means of securing his secrets. He had always been planning to take up Fuinjutsu anyway, not only because it was very useful but also as a tribute to his teachers and his mother, whose clan was well known for the art, and so he had dedicated a fair amount of clone hours to the study, using the guides freely available in the public library. Much had been made about the difficulty of Fuinjutsu study, but Naruto could not see what everyone was talking about, as he found the various sealing matrices and formulas almost too easy to understand. Learning to read was harder. Before long he had managed to finish all the books available in the library, making him a level 1 journeyman in skill, but had to wait until he became a genin to access any more advanced scrolls as per his deal with the Hokage. But using the skills that he already had, it was easy enough to etch sealing seals along the underside of his leather belt. That held up his shuriken pouch, into which he could seal his papers, spare rations and anything else he could care to seal away. Hearing a noise coming from the forest just in front of him, caused Naruto to sit up and look towards the tree line surrounding the small clearing in which he sat, as he felt Iruka's familiar chakra signature approaching. "Oh, I found you, Iruka," he called out cheekily as he raised one hand to point at his obviously irritated teacher. "Idiot, I found you," his teacher huffed out as he entered the clearing and walked towards his errant student. "What have you been doing? Do you know how much trouble you are in?" "I've been training, of course. How else did you expect me to learn one of the jutsus in that scroll so I could pass?" asked the boy, pointing to the large scroll lying in the dirt behind him. "Naruto, where did you get that scroll?" asked Iruka slowly, starting to feel like something else was going on than just a stupid prank. "Oh, that, Mizuki-sensei told me about it, and about this place too. He said that if I learned a skill from this scroll I could still graduate. He said it was a secret test given out to special students," said Naruto ingenuously. "Mizuki," mouthed Iruka silently as he realized what was going on. Just then multiple kunai came flying towards the pair. Acting quickly, Iruka pushed Naruto out of the way and raised his hands up into a defensive position as he was pinned to the wall of a nearby wooden shed by the throwing knives. Naruto was not too worried about Iruka sustaining too much damage here, as the wounds had been superficial before, but he did want to avoid letting Iruka be hit with the large Fuma shuriken if possible. Nice job finding him, called out Mizuki as he appeared on a branch above them. Naruto, hand me the scroll. No. Don't do it, Naruto. That's a dangerous scroll that has forbidden jutsu sealed within it. Don't give it to him even if you die, Iruka instructed as he pulled out the kunai in his jacket and legs, thus freeing himself. What is going on? Asked Naruto in seeming confusion. Mizuki tricked you, he was only using you to get his hands on the scroll, there is no secret test. Explained Iruka as he took a stance, kunai in one hand. Naruto adopted a serious face as he stared up at his traitorous teacher. Naruto, there's no point in you having the scroll. I'll tell you the truth, called out Mizuki slyly. No don't, called Iruka desperately trying to interrupt. 12 years ago, you know about the fox demon being sealed, right? Since that incident a new rule was created for this village, a rule that was never meant to be told to you. Mizuki continued evilly. What rule? Asked Naruto. No stop, called Iruka, though he was ignored. The rule that nobody is allowed to tell you about the fact that you are the demon fox, screamed Mizuki, spitting hatred with every word. Stop it, called Iruka once more. You, Naruto, are the nine-tailed fox, that's why everyone hates you. You were the one to kill Iruka's parents and destroyed the village. Mizuki finished staring at the young boy, avidly waiting for his despairing reaction. Naruto tilted his head to the side quizzically and asked calmly, you mean Captain Fuzzypants? You think I'm Captain Fuzzypants? I'm not Captain Fuzzypants. Sure, he's awesome and everything, but he's not as awesome as I am. Naruto's gaze became vacant as he continued, well, you're not. A pause. No you're not, as I am currently winning at 400 to your 398, I am definitely more awesome than you are. Looking at the two shocked shinobi in front of him, he explained, sorry about that, where were we? Oh yeah, I'm not the QB, I'm his container, dumbass. There was silence for a moment as the two shocked shinobi looked at each other, then at the young boy. Naruto, ventured Iruka hesitantly, you call the QB Captain Fuzzypants? Well yeah, but only for another 3 months and 2 days. He lost a bet, explained the boy, still totally calm. You're in league with the beast, exclaimed Mizuki, die. The Chunin began to surge towards the boy, arms raised up ready to throw the enormous shuriken in his right hand. Iruka shook off his shock and moved forward to intercept. When all of a sudden a cloud of smoke erupted behind the rampaging Mizuki as the rock directly behind him transformed into a clone of Naruto and hit him on the back of the neck with the blunt end of a kunai, knocking him out. Well, that went well, mused Naruto, still eerily calm as he walked towards Iruka. Are you okay, sensei? You were hit pretty badly before. Iruka, once again shocked by recent events, didn't know what to say. How long have you known? He asked. Known what? Returned Naruto, confused. Known that you contain the nine-tailed fox, of course, Iruka almost shouted at the boy in frustration. What? You mean what he said was real? I thought he was just spouting bullshit to throw me off. You mean it's really in me? Naruto seemed to pale as he fell to his knees. Grabbing his hair with both fists, he leant forward as he gasped for breath, apparently starting to hyperventilate. You mean I am the beast? That's why everyone hates me? I'm. Gasp. Gasp. Monster. Gasp. Aren't you laying it on a little thick, Gaki? Asked a deep voice from the back of Naruto's head. Hush up, Captain Fuzzypants, and watch the master at work. I should never have agreed to that bet, grumbled the voice as it faded out. Iruka raced forward and fell to his knees in front of the boy. Oh no, 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 Naruto. He cried out as he took both of the boy's fists out of his hair and held them in his hands, forcing Naruto to look up into his face. You are not the beast. Gazing into the tear-stained face in front of him, he continued, Naruto, you must have been in a lot of pain. I know how lonely you must have been, searching for someone to acknowledge your existence. I'm sorry, Naruto, if I had only done a better job, you wouldn't have to feel this way. Naruto, you are different from the demon fox. Though you are clumsy and not very hard-working, you know what it is to feel pain in your heart. I acknowledge you as one of my excellent students. You are not the demon fox. You are a member of the Hidden Leaf Village. You are Naruto Uzumaki. Iruka-sensei, arigato. Naruto chalked out through his tears as he surged forward to hug his sensei, overcome to once again hear those wonderful words of acknowledgement from his favorite teacher. Come now, Naruto, dry your eyes. I have something for you, said Iruka as he wiped his student's face with a spare bandana. Here, close your eyes. Naruto sat back on his heels and closed his eyes, and soon felt Iruka remove his goggles only to replace it with his own Hitai 8. Congratulations on graduating, Naruto, you are now a shinobi of the Hidden Leaf. The man exclaimed as he sat back and smiled at the young man in front of him. Naruto grinned his widest smile as he rubbed the back of his head with one hand in embarrassed glee. He. Now you grab the scroll and I'll carry Mizuki and let's go see if we can't sort this whole mess out, said Iruka as he stood up. Yash, cried Naruto as he too surged to his feet. See, I told you it would work, thought the new genin as he walked home later that night, his hands resting comfortably behind his head. Yes, well, anyone else would find it suspicious, even with your ability to cry at the drop of a hat. You're just lucky that your teacher was still in shock from the blood loss, grumbled his companion. Well, you must agree that those acting lessons I got, or rather will, get from Koyukiheim are awesome, answered Naruto complacently. Hey Naruto, wait up, called out a voice from behind him. Turning around, Naruto saw Iruka racing towards him from down the road. He stopped and waited for the Chunin to catch up. How about we go get some ramen to celebrate? I want to have a chat with you before you head home to make sure you're alright, explained the man as he stood before him. That sounds good, Iruka-sensei, lead the way. Side by side they sat down at the counter of Naruto's favorite ramen stand and ordered. So Naruto, you are a genin now, Iruka began. You know it only gets harder from here on out. But I want you to remember that you are not alone, you will have your teammates and the rest of the village's ninja there to watch your back. Oh, I know Iruka, don't worry, and if I have any need for advice I'll always have you to ask, won't I? Naruto replied as he peered over the counter, impatient for the noodly goodness to arrive. That you will, chuckled Iruka, comforted by the boy's optimistic response even after that night's traumatic revelations. Just then Tucci set the bowls of steaming ramen in front of the pair and there was silence for a few moments while they both dug in. After the edge had been taken off their hunger, Iruka decided to continue with his gentle questio. So the Hokage explained everything for you all right, Naruto? Asked the concerned teacher. After the incident in the forest, Iruka and Naruto had made their way back into the village, and Anbu had met them at the village gates and explained that the Hokage had witnessed the entire incident and had requested that Iruka go to the hospital to seek medical attention, whilst Mizuki was taken to the T&I department and Naruto met with the Hokage himself. Yeah, the old man explained about how a kunai can be sealed into a scroll, but that the scroll does not become a kunai because of that. It's a little convoluted, but I got the idea, Naruto answered offhand, more interested in the fresh bowl Tucci had just put in front of him. That's right, I taught you all that in the second year, didn't I? Must Iruka good-naturedly, but I must say you surprised me being able to learn the shadow clone jutsu. That's a high-level jutsu that just not any shinobi could learn as it takes a lot of chakra. It's even more amazing as you can't even manage a normal clone. Well, I've always had a lot of chakra, that's why it's impossible for me to perform genjutsu, I just have too much power and not enough control. It's a common problem for Uzumakis, or so I have read, answered Naruto. What do you mean? Asked his teacher in confusion. Well, I'm an Uzumaki, right? Well, according to the clan books at the library, the Uzumaki were well known for their large chakra reserves and the potency of their chakra, allowing them to easily create the high-level seals that they were known for. Well, I've always known that I had large reserves. You remember that exercise that we did in the first year to unlock our chakra by reaching deep inside ourselves to find it? You said that the less we had to reach the larger our reserves were, right? Asked Naruto and was answered by a nod from Iruka. Well, I didn't have to reach, it was already there, explained Naruto as he turned back to his noodles. Iruka gaped at the boy as he tried to assimilate this new information. But wait a minute, if you can't perform genjutsu, then how come you can do the transformation jutsu? That's just an illusion after all, and I have definitely seen you do that one, particularly that idiotic version of yours. Asked the Chunin triumphantly as he thought it had caught the trickster out. Well, drawled Naruto in an embarrassed tone, strictly speaking my transformation jutsu is not technically the same as that taught in the academy, he confessed as he rubbed the back of his head with one hand. How is it different? I call it my true transformation jutsu. When Hokori-sensei was teaching the hand seals in the second year, he would always find a reason to send me out of the classroom, so I had to spy on the third years to learn how to do it. But they would move their hands too fast for me to see all of the signs, so I had to guess a few. It took me a while, but I finally got the hang of it and the true transformation jutsu was born. Explained Naruto. It wasn't until the third year when you became our teacher full-time that I realized my jutsu was different from everyone else's, but I decided not to change as mine was more useful, as it didn't have any of the drawbacks that you explained the original had. Here, I'll show you. Naruto quickly ran through a series of hand signs and called out, transformation jutsu. A puff of smoke covered the boy, and when it cleared, Iruka found himself staring into his own face. Here, feel, his mirror instructed as the disguised Naruto grabbed Iruka's hand and raised it up to his face. Iruka's face adopted a look of amazement as he slid his fingers over his double's features, clearly feeling the ridge of the scar that adorned his own nose over a full head higher than Naruto's own more diminutive height. "How is this possible?" he asked. "Well, my best guess is a lot of chakra," Naruto answered in an exact copy of Iruka's voice. "At a guess, I would say it takes as much as creating 10 shadow clones." "Wait," said Iruka incredulously, raising a hand up in the air, "you can create 10 shadow clones? And cancel this jutsu before you answer, this is really freaky." The Iruka double created the ram seal with his hands and called out, "Kai." In a puff of smoke, Naruto reappeared. "Well, yeah, I can create even more than that, shitload of chakra, remember," he answered cheekily. Iruka sat back on his stool nonplussed. Naruto smiled mischievously at the shocked shinobi and turned back to his bowl. Picking it up, he slurped up the last of the broth and stood up as he put it back onto the counter. "Well, I better get going. It's team placements the day after tomorrow, right? I'll see you then. Thanks for the ramen, Iruka-sensei, and don't worry, I'll be alright." And with that, the most surprising genin turned and left through the ramen stand's curtain. Iruka stared down into his own empty bowl as he tried to get all Naruto's revelations clear in his head. He looked up when he heard Tuchi's deep chuckling to find the man standing in front of him, idly cleaning the counter with an old rag. "He's a surprising young man, isn't he, Iruka-sensei?" asked the ramen stand owner good-naturedly. "Yes, that he is," returned Iruka with sudden strength. "I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't manage to surpass all the Hokages one day." "Not surprised at all. Well, from now on, please check with me before starting any more major art projects. Even if the monument does look better now, it could have been very bad if you had made a mistake and defaced it instead," instructed Hiruzen as he accepted the new genin's file from his helper. "Now Naruto, as to the reason I have called you here. Are you happy with the information you have supplied for your genin registration?" "Hi Hokage Gigi. So, Genin Uzumaki Naruto, registration number 102607. Known Jutsu. Transformation, Replacement, Camping 5 and Shadow Clone. Fuinjustu Level 1 Journeyman." At this, the Hokage's Chunin helper quickly looked from the Hiruzen's face to Naruto in surprise. "Hobbies, pranking, gardening, training and ramen," continued the old man. "How is ramen a hobby, Naruto? It's not just food, Hokage Gigi, it's a whole way of life. There's the different types, noodle consistency, and don't even get me started on how different environments create different flavors," exploded Naruto enthusiastically as he counted off each point on his fingers. "Well, I suppose this is all fine, but what happened with your photo, Naruto?" asked the Hokage in exasperation as he stared at the offending picture. Sure, it looked like Naruto enough for use as identification, but it depicted a much more feral-looking Naruto as he had spiked up his hair, thickened his whisker marks with black paint till they looked like bars on either side of his face, and for some reason he had painted orange circles over his eyes. "It's only war paint, Hokage Gigi. This way people will know what I look like when I'm serious. My enemies will know that if I look anything like my photo at any point, shit is about to go down," answered Naruto with a smile. "Come on Gigi, it's not that bad. I could have gone the whole kabuki painted warrior look." The Hokage looked down to hide a smile as the Chunin beside him snorted gently with amusement. "Ah, fresh genin and their delusions of grandeur. I suppose it's fine. Truth to tell, the other genin shots were not much better," said the Hokage once he had gathered himself together and was sure he would not laugh out loud. "I don't know why you young people always feel the need to be artistic with these things. Well, I guess I can approve your registration now, except don't you want to add the jutsu you used on me the other night? I don't remember much, but you did render me unconscious, though mostly because I was caught off guard, you understand." "You mean this one? Sexy jutsu?" asked Naruto before performing some hand signs and transforming into a gorgeous, naked, blonde girl in a cloud of smoke. The girl bent over slightly as she blew a kiss to the Hokage, billowing clouds protecting her modesty even as they added to her allure. "Oh Hokage-sama, I've been a very naughty girl. Please, spank me," she cooed out, causing both the Hokage and his Chunin assistant to fall back on their chairs with massive nosebleeds. "Hee hee," laughed Naruto as he transformed back and retook his seat, giving the Hokage and his helper time to recover. "It's my anti-pervert jutsu. I use it for infiltration and distraction. Unfortunately, it only works 50% of the time. I'm working on a version for use on Kunoichi, but it only seems to work if the naked dude is on a horse, and that takes a heap more chakra to pull off," explained the young genin as he rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. The Hokage straightened his robes as he retook his seat and cleared his throat. "A most effective jutsu, Naruto, but please don't cast that on me again. We will just add that to your form then." Whilst the Chunin helper began to busily update the file, the Hokage smiled at Naruto and had just opened his mouth to comment on the boy's growth when the sliding door leading to the room was suddenly violently wrenched open and a small form barreled into the room. "Old man, I challenge you. I'm going to defeat you and become the 5th Hokage," screamed Konohamaru as he raced forward, kunai in hand, and promptly tripped over his own oversized scarf and landed flat on his own face, causing Naruto to face palm in embarrassment. "Ow!" cried the small boy, "something tripped me. Are you okay, honorable grandson? And by the way, there's nothing here to trip on, it's pretty flat," asked the overly concerned voice of the boy's so-called elite trainer from the open door. Jumping up, the young boy swung around with accusing eyes before they lit on Naruto still seated in his chair. Marching over, the young boy indignantly confronted his much larger senpai. "All right. You're the one who tripped me, aren't you?" Naruto grabbed Konohamaru by the collar and dragged him closer as he hissed out, "See here, kid, I didn't do nothing. You tripped over your own scarf. Why the hell is it so long anyway? Hey you, take your hands off of him right now. He's the honorable grandson of the honorable 3rd Hokage," shouted Ebisu, distraught by the blatant disrespect, even though the Hokage was taking it all in stride. Konohamaru smirked up at Naruto, who could just tell what the little brat was thinking. Oh man, he was so spoilt back then, or rather now. Arg, being from the future is so confusing sometimes. What's the matter, huh? I thought you were gonna hit me. Afraid cause the Hokage as my grandfather? The young boy taunted his aggressor. I don't care if he's your grandmother. You get my respect when you earn it, dumbass. Naruto spat back as he whacked Konohamaru over the top of the head, causing him to fall down in pain. As Ebisu-sensei had a spaz attack, the Hokage let out a long-suffering sigh as he asked, "Was that completely necessary, Naruto?" Of course it was, old man. The kid needs a wake-up call, especially if he thinks it's okay to attack you all the time. Well, I gotta go. Places to see, people to annoy. By your leave, Hokage-sama, Naruto said as he cheekily bowed to the Hokage. You may go, Naruto, but don't forget team placements are tomorrow. Oh, and I've had a word with Chishiki-san. You will have access to those scrolls you wanted the day after. Team selections. Naruto's eyes lit up. Hi Hokage Gigi, arigato. He bowed slightly to his adopted grandfather and then continued with an irreverent, well see ya. And with a wave he walked past the lecturing, elite trainer and his errant student and out the door. Honorable grandson, I am most disappointed in you allowing yourself to be drawn into conflict with riffraff of that caliber. You see, he is far beneath you. You mustn't stoop to his level. As your elite trainer I am never wrong, which means I am always right. I'm far above the other trainers, so heed my every word. Your goal is to become the next Hokage, and I can teach you the best way to do it. Indeed. Here the pompous twit was interrupted by the Hokage. I'm afraid my grandson has left some time ago, Ebisu. I think he followed Naruto and I'm not sure where they were going. Perhaps you should look for them, as I think the next Genin hopeful is waiting to come in. Hinted the Sandame. He's with Naruto? What a disaster. Ebisu screeched as he ran from the room shouting, Honorable grandson. Casually strolling down the street, his hands comfortably resting behind his head, Naruto's cheerful whistling was cut short as he suddenly halted in place and snorted in amusement. Oh come on kid. You're not even holding it upright. Give it here. See this ridge? That tells you which way is the right side up, so that you can use it even in low visibility. Man, what is that tutor training you with anyway? Hee hee, the rumors about you are true. You're good. Alright, I'll be your apprentice and you'll be my new trainer, shouted the small boy, who had been ineffectively hiding behind the ninja camouflage sheet, triumphantly. Are you sure? Replied Naruto, rubbing his chin thoughtfully as he tried to hide a grin. I'm pretty tough. Do you even think you can keep up? Course I can. And afterwards you have to show me that sexy jutsu thing you did on Grandpa Hokage. Exclaimed Konohamaru as he bounced up and down slightly with excitement. I don't know. That jutsu is pretty high grade. Mused Naruto, seeming to hesitate. Come on. Please boss? Begged the child. Boss? Yeah, you're the boss, boss. Boss, boss, boss. Well now, how could I refuse? Exclaimed Naruto with a foxy grin. A short while later found Naruto and his erstwhile student standing in the center of one of the small training grounds attached to the ninja academy. Naruto stood with his hands on his hips as he looked Konohamaru up and down. Now I'm sure you've read all sorts of scrolls and books about chakra control and whatnot. But the main thing you have to know about how to do ninja techniques can be summed up by two things. What are they, boss? Asked his enthusiastic student. I'm glad you asked, young grasshopper, said Naruto with a grin. The two things are just plain hard work and guts. Alright, I'm with you, cheered Konohamaru. Okay then, let's see what you've got. Huh? Asked Konohamaru with his head tilted to the side in confusion. What do you mean? I mean, show me what you've got. Once I see what we've got to work with, I'll take you to the next level. Believe it. Naruto finished with a nice guy pose. So are you ready? Alright, I'm ready. Okay then, show me a transformation. What should I transform into? Do you want to learn the sexy jutsu, don't you? Then transform into the most beautiful woman you can think of. Naruto instructed the young boy. Konohamaru scrunched up his face in concentration as he tried to picture a beautiful woman before he made the necessary hand signs and yelled out, transform. What eventually emerged from the overabundance of smoke made Naruto face palm as he thought, oh god, it's even more hideous than last time. Indeed, the hideously deformed figure that Konohamaru had transformed into held only a slight resemblance to a human being, let alone a woman. No. Come here, but release that first, you're making me a little nauseous. Naruto pulled a scroll from inside his jacket that he had prepared earlier that morning and knelt down to release the contents sealed inside as Konohamaru approached. A pile of magazines spilled out onto the grass between the two boys. No way am I getting hit. Again, this time just so Ko can do some research. Here, look at this, he instructed his young friend as he handed him one of the magazines that featured a scantily clad and overly busty figure on the front. See, a beautiful woman is slender and yet curvy at the same time, not all lumpy. You got to make sure you get all the right bits in the right places. And their lips might be larger than ours, but they don't form a great big O-ring. But most importantly, don't forget the smoke this time, it adds to the allure, though don't ask me why. He explained as he pointed out different features of the women pictured inside the magazine. When first concocting his sexy jutsu, Naruto had used such magazines as research. Most of these had been heavily censored with all manner of images such as large black bars, various objects like teddy bears and weapons, and of course the obligatory floating clouds covering the more sensitive areas of the photos. Naruto's earlier attempts had used floating black bars to mimic the picture seen, but he had been disappointed by the effect as it only seemed to cause frustration in his victims. Fully naked transformations caused only embarrassed stuttering, and he had almost given up on the jutsu, but when he added clouds, well, that's when the full bloody nose, heart failure effect he has after was finally realized. And don't even get him started on the effects of cosplay. After flipping through a couple of magazines, Konohamaru looked up at his new idol with an excited grin. I think I'm ready now, boss. Okay, show me what you've got. Transform. No, curvier. Transform. No, skinnier. Transform. Sometime later found the pair sitting comfortably side by side on a fallen log, replenishing themselves with drinks from a conveniently placed vending machine. Neither questioned what such a machine was doing in the middle of the forest, both were only thankful for its presence. So what's up with you attacking Hokage Jiji? Asked Naruto casually. My grandfather named me Konohamaru after the ancient name of the village, so it should be easy to remember, but no one calls me that name. Not one person in the whole village. That's cause when they look at me they don't really see me. All they see is the honorable grandson of the Lord Hokage. No one knows who I am. Whispered the boy despairingly. I can't stand it anymore, it's like I'm invisible, it's like I don't even exist. I hate that. Naruto looked at the boy with sympathy as he continued, that's the reason I've got to become the Hokage now, so people will know who I am. Yeah, living without acknowledgement can be really hard, agreed Naruto as he leant back on his hands and stretched his feet out in front of him as he looked up at the sky. You begin to question your worth and are reduced to grabbing at anything just to get people to look at you. But you know, kid, he continued as he turned to look into Konohamaru's fascinated young face, even if you do defeat your grandfather, no one's gonna accept a squirt like you as the Hokage. What? Yelled Konohamaru indignantly as he jumped to his feet, hands clenched. A kid can't just become Hokage after a day or two, explained Naruto calmly, it's not that simple. It takes years of dedicated training and sacrifice, and even then to become Hokage, do you know what you have to do? What is it? Naruto smirked as he looked at Konohamaru with shadowed eyes. You're gonna have to defeat me in battle. The young boy's eyes widened as he took in the young man still comfortably seated before him. He was just about to open his mouth to retort when a rustling in the tree to his right caused both boys to turn. Perched just above their heads in the crown of the tree was Konohamaru's elite trainer Ebisu-sensei. I've found you, called the pompous man as he adjusted his dark glasses with one finger. Here's the closet pervert now, right on time, thought Naruto as he gazed up at the Jonin, his eyes narrowing as he spied the judgmental sneer on the older man's face. For a so-called elite trainer he sure acts ignorant, he mentally sighed. Now young master, let's go home. A Hokage must be well versed in all aspects of being a ninja. You must know over 1,000 skills. Right now you don't even know one, but with my expert training, lectured Ebisu to an increasingly agitated Konohamaru who finally exploded. Transform. Take this, my sexy jutsu. Exclaimed the young boy who had turned into a beautiful naked woman in a cloud of smoke. Wah, what a vulgar skill. Who taught you this atrocity? Exclaimed the horrified elite trainer. Huh? It didn't work. sulked Konohamaru as he released the transformation. Young master, if you hang out with the likes of him you'll turn stupid. Just do what I say. I am your easiest shortcut to being Hokage. Now let's go home, shouted Ebisu as he tried to drag off his reluctant student by the boy's overly long scarf. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu rang out a loud voice as 30 Naruto clones appeared throughout the training ground and surrounded the pair. How foolish, I am not impressed, said Ebisu as he let go of Konohamaru and straightened up, adjusting his dark glasses as he continued, I am an elite tutor you won't find me as easily defeated as Mizuki. He was answered with a knowing smirk and a shout of transform, as Naruto and his 30 clones transformed into naked, blonde bombshells who swarmed the surprised elite. Jonin, but we don't want to defeat you Ebisu-kun, they cooed in unison, we only want to please you, sang the chorus of nubile young women as they rubbed against him, suggestively causing the man's eyes to roll up in his head as he fell unconscious with a massive nosebleed. Too easy, scoffed Naruto as he released the transformation and dispelled his clones. Whoa boss, that was awesome, screamed Konohamaru in excitement. I call that one harem no jutsu, said Naruto with a cheesy grin, causing the Hokage who had been watching the whole thing on his crystal ball to face palm in exasperation. You defeated him so easily but I couldn't do a thing. I really want a name that people will acknowledge, yet why? Whined the young boy before him. It's not that easy dummy, explained Naruto as he bopped his friend on the top of the head. He walked past Konohamaru and stood facing away as he continued, the Hokage name is the name of the greatest ninja in the village. People acknowledge him not only because of his strength but also because of his sacrifices. Take me for example, I've put up with so many bad things during my life and yet I never gave up and finally I found that one person that believed in me. But it took a long time and a lot of hard work. I tell you now you better prepare yourself. Even after all that training and many sacrifices, if you really want to be Hokage that bad then eventually you'll have to fight me for it. Believe it. Konohamaru stared silently at the back of his boss, overwhelmed by what he had heard. Alright, I've decided, yelled out Konohamaru suddenly, causing Naruto to turn around and look at him. From now on I'm not your apprentice, cause from now on we're rivals. Naruto smiled happily as he walked over to the boy. I wouldn't have it any other way kid. Anyway, I didn't have time to train you as I start my ninja career tomorrow. But work hard, cause I'll be waiting. Konohamaru. A smile burst across the young boy's face. Someone had finally acknowledged him with his own name. You better be ready then, warned Konohamaru as he and his newly minted rival for the title of Lord Hokage bumped fists and smiled at each other, lit only by the light of the setting sun. Sitting in the front row of a classroom he had thought he had finally seen the last of, Sasuke Uchiha was not happy. Then again, when was he ever? His bad mood had begun shortly after he had awoken and had not improved since, if anything it had gotten worse. By all rights he should be feeling good, he had finally graduated, Rookie of the Year in fact, and yet for all his achievements it was soured by those that had gone before him. Arg, when will I ever beat him? Fine, I'm Rookie of the Year, whoopee duck poop. Itachi was Rookie of the Year at 7. How the hell can I compete with that? I don't even have my Sharingan yet and he had his by 8. Sasuke shifted uneasily as he remembered what else had dampened his mood. He leant forward over his desk and rested his mouth against his clenched hands as his eyes narrowed. If that wasn't enough, I also have the Dobi to overcome. He's almost more frustrating than my older brother. At least Itachi is consistent in his superiority. But I just can't get a read on the idiot. Here I sit Rookie of the Year and yet I don't feel like I deserve it as he beats me all the time. When we run he is always one step ahead, when we spar I can never hit him and yet I always score higher. It's like he is just giving me the win. I can't stand it. Just then his brooding was cut short by the sound of stampeding feet and the shrieks of those whom he privately referred to as the two banshees. Sasuke palled slightly at the sound as all that filled his mind was, oh shit. Bursting through the door came two girls his age, fighting and squirming against each other as they both tried to enter at the same time. They glared at each other momentarily before the both turned as one as stared at the source of their affections with predatory eyes. Oh Sasuke-kun, they screeched in unison. Oh God help, thought Sasuke as he discreetly looked around the room for salvation, but all he vocalized was a quiet HN in response. Squealing once more a stereo. The two girls rushed forward and took a seat in the empty chairs on either side of the mysteriously dreamy Uchiha heir. For a so-called genius he hadn't really thought strategically about his location in the classroom. He mused to himself in resignation as he set himself to blocking out the annoying noise from either side of him. This was the one thing he appreciated about the dumb blonde. At least he could be counted on to keep the two banshees away from him. Too bad the Dobi failed the final exam. Oh man, am I glad I'm not him. drawled the lazy voice of one Shikamaru Nara as he stared down at the spectacle below him from his seat in the last row. Indeed, came the calm replay from Shino as he too took in the scene. "Yeah, sucks to be him," agreed an unexpected voice beside them, causing both boys to turn abruptly to find Naruto Uzumaki seated comfortably between them with his feet resting on the desk in front of him and a hitai tied tightly over his forehead. "Yo," he greeted his surprised friends as he saluted them with 2 fingers. "When did you get here, Naruto, and what's with the headband? I thought you failed," asked his laziest friend. "Oh, I've been here a while, Shikamaru. I was just waiting to see how long it took you to notice me, and I got the headband cause I took a makeup test after the graduation exam." Long used to his friend's constant awareness tests, Shikamaru shrugged off his surprising appearance in the chair beside him, only pleased that his capable friend had managed to pass after all. "I was not aware that there was a makeup test, Uzumaki-san," ventured Shino. "Why, because I have never heard of such." "Hee," chuckled Naruto as he rubbed the back of his head. "Well, you know, stuff happened." "And please Shino, it's Naruto, remember? Anyway, are you two as psyched as I am to finally be assigned a team?" "Well, as long as I can work well with them, I don't mind who I get," mused Shikamaru as he looked up at the ceiling, silently wishing for clouds, "as long as I don't get Ino." Naruto cracked a smile at this and giggled softly to himself as he looked down at his fellow blonde who was attempting to snuggle up to Sasuke even as the boys spoke, much to the broody bastard's annoyance. "Indeed," added Shino, "as long as I can work with them and they are accepting, then it does not really matter who we get." "I suppose so," drawled Naruto as he looked around and waved to his other friends in the room, inviting them over to join the conversation, "as long as they've got your back. And you've got theirs, it's all good. Hey Hinata, Kiba, Choji. How you doing?" "Hey man, good to see ya," exclaimed Kiba as he came over and clasped Naruto's hand, bumping his shoulder in manly solidarity. "Glad you could make it." "Chip?" asked Choji as he offered the open packet to the group. "Naruto, you graduated after all, I'm glad. I knew you could do it," encouraged Hinata softly. "Thanks Hinata, Choji, Kiba. I'm glad you guys managed to graduate too. You all excited?" "Hi," came the group's answer, just as the sound of a door open echoed through the classroom and Iruka-sensei walked in. "Well," said Naruto as he stood up and stretched slightly, "guess I better go sit with my team." "How do you know who's gonna be on your team? Iruka-sensei hasn't even announced it yet," asked Hinata in confusion. Naruto smiled slyly as he raised one finger to rest against the side of his nose. "Shinobi intuition," he answered as he turned to saunter down the steps. The group as a whole groaned at the answer, one that Naruto had used frequently since they had come to know him to explain all manner of unexplained knowledge from the unpredictable blonde. Shikamaru summed up the feelings of the whole group as he quietly mumbled, "Troublesome." "All right class, take your seats and be quiet please," asked Iruka-sensei as he stood at the podium at the front of the class and organized his notes. When the noise did not abate, the teacher invoked his big head jutsu and yelled out, "I said be quiet and sit down now." Students frantically sat down and gave the occasionally scary teacher their full attention. "Let me start by saying how very proud I am of all of you today. Know that this village is built on the actions of people just like yourselves and act accordingly as you move into the future. Work hard, train hard and keep the will of fire in your hearts. If you do so, I know that you will all do very well as capable ninja of the village hidden in the leaves. Today you embark on your careers as shinobi of the land of fire and as agents of the Hokage. Do us proud." The class cheered slightly and quickly quieted to Iruka-sensei's upraised hand. "But you are still only rookie, genin, and as such the hard part has just started. Now as you go forth you will be split into 3-man teams headed by your jonin instructor. You will follow that sensei's instructions as you complete the duties assigned to you by the village. We tried to balance each team's strength. Please listen for your name. Team 1. As names were called out, the students shuffled their seats so that teams sat together. Next up, Team 7, Uzumaki Naruto, Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke smirked behind his hands. "Finally a chance to beat you," he thought as he looked at his unproclaimed rival from the corner of his eye. And Sakura Haruno under Jonin instructor Kakashi Hataki. The name of the team's instructor was almost drowned out by Sakura's shout of victory and the sound of the usually stoic Uchiha's head slamming into the desk in front of him. But loudest of all was Naruto's cry of, "I called it," accompanied by knowing chuckles from all of his friends. Next up, Team 8 will consist of Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame and Hinata Hyuga under Jonin instructor Kurenai Yuhi. Team 9 is still active, so Team 10 will consist of Choji Akamichi, Shikamaru Nara and Ino Yamanaka. Their teacher continued, causing a groan of, "Oh man," from Shikamaru and giggles from the rest of the class as Ino fumed silently for once, before Iruka-sensei finished with, under Jonin instructor Asuma Sarutobi. We will now break for an hour so you can all get some lunch. I suggest you take this time to bond a little with your new teammates. Please return here afterwards to meet your new Jonin instructors. Dismissed. Said Sasuke dismissively as he stood and walked from the room. Yeah, what he said, Naruto baka, seconded Sakura as she hurried after her crush. Wait up, Sasuke-kun. Oh man, can she ever hold a grudge? I only laughed at her once or twice, thought Naruto as he placed his hands behind his head and casually followed the two out of the room. And Sasuke is such a brat. Was he always like this? Good thing I've got away with brats Hakurama? Yes, this should be most amusing. Later that afternoon, after all the other teams had been picked up by their Jonin senseis and while Team 7 was still waiting impatiently for their team leader to arrive, said ardent teacher was receiving a tour of the home of the one he would later call his most surprising student from the third Hokage himself. So this is Naruto's house? Asked Kakashi as he looked around. It's surprisingly clean for a boy his age. What's this? He asked as he fingered some training menus stuck to the wall. His one eye widened as he took in the extensive exercise menu listed before him. He does all this every day? Twice, morning and night, corrected the Hokage as he sat back on the kitchen chair and smoked his pipe, with resistance seals. I'm not sure what level though. He resets them every night, says he gets the best result out of them by doing so. The resistance goes up by half a level whenever he does so. Your guess is as good as mine as to the level they are set at by now. He's worn them since his 8th birthday. Kakashi whistled softly as he took this in and looked through the bookshelves which were filled with books and scrolls of all sizes, each one handwritten. So, he's fast then I suppose. He wrote all these? Yes, he reads a surprising amount. To save money he has taken to writing out his own copies on blank scrolls, says he can study at the same time. He also knows a fair bit of Fuinjustu. I've agreed to let him have access to the intermediate scrolls after he becomes a genin. He might ask you for help with that. The Hokage informed him as Kakashi finally noticed the large storage seals taped to the back wall behind the couch. Each seal was labeled with what they contained on the area below each seal. Weapons, ninja wire, camping equipment, medical supplies, he read aloud before smirking at the seal labeled trophies, which according to the seal matrix was empty. You will find he is a bit of a pack rat. A few years ago he started collecting weapons and equipment left behind at the training grounds. With my permission of course. He also hunts for himself and I'm sure you noticed the garden on the roof. All in all he is quite self-sufficient, mused the Hokage as Kakashi moved to inspect the kitchen, the walls of which were plastered with recipes and nutritional menus. He eats more than I do, Kakashi said after reading, slightly amused by the fact that each menu contained at least one bowl of ramen. High metabolism. His leader explained placidly, we're not sure if it's because he is a Jinchuriki or because of his Uzumaki blood, but he has to eat about 3 times what a boy his age would usually. Right then and there Kakashi decided to only treat his team after receiving at least a C rank pay. Kushina Nisan always ate a lot if I remember right. Looking around again, Kakashi's face adopted a puzzled expression as he asked, all this and he still fails most of his tests? Yes, well I asked him about that and he only replied that it's just rank and doesn't really matter. That from a kid that wants to be Hokage? Asked Kakashi incredulously. Hummed the Hokage as he contemplated the footprints covering the new genin ceiling. Ah, but he doesn't see the Hokage position as a rank Kakashi. According to Naruto it's just a job that will allow him to achieve his goals. And what goals are these? I think I will let him tell you that, after all it sound much better coming from him. But enough of this, he said as he stood up and made his way to the door. I think you have kept your students waiting long enough. Hi, Hokage-sama. Naruto was perched rather comfortably on his desk, meditating, whilst he waited for his teacher to eventually arrive. He wasn't too annoyed, it was Kakashi after all, and anyway Sakura and Sasuke's reactions were keeping him sufficiently entertained. Soon enough he felt the familiar spike of chakra and hopping down he walked over to the blackboard. Even if it was expected Kakashi's lateness deserved some kind of response and he had a reputation to uphold after all. Sakura and Sasuke watched with some interest as their previously inactive teammate finally made a move after 3 hours of sitting still, an action they had both previously thought him incapable of. Geez, what do you think you're doing, moron? Asked Sakura as she watched Naruto climb up on a chair and wedge a blackboard duster in the door. PFT, as if a Jonin is going to fall for such a simple trap, drawled Sasuke condescendingly. As the students resumed their seats, a large hand appeared in the gap of the door and pulled it open, causing the duster to fall and hit their new teacher on the top of the head, thus releasing a cloud of chalk dust into the air around him. Ha, in your face, Sasuke. Naruto cheered as he pointed in the other boy's face. Careful not to get too close, you could never be too careful after all, and according to Kurama, you could never know what exactly constituted a fixed point in time. I am so sorry sensei, he's an idiot. I tried to stop him, simpered Sakura, suddenly afraid of getting into trouble, though secretly she had been all for the trick. How can I say this? Mused their teacher as he cupped his chin over his face mask. My first impression of you all is, I don't like you. Meet me on the roof. He instructed as he disappeared in the obligatory cloud of smoke. Nice going Dobi, sneered Sasuke as he stood and walked out of the room. Yeah Naruto baka, nice going, echoed Sakura as she too ran out of the room. Ha, just as planned. Team 7 is back in business, thought Naruto as he turned and sauntered over to the window and began to walk up the side of the building. He wanted to have a word with Kakashi before the other two arrived. Reaching the top of the building, Naruto climbed over the rail and made his way over to his seated sensei. Stopping before the man, he bowed slightly and respectfully said, Inu-san, I just wanted to say thank you for your care before the others arrived. Both when I was a child and during the second-year incident, know that such actions are greatly appreciated. You recognized me? Asked Kakashi, taken aback as his hand went to his left pants pocket and grasped the small carved dog that had found its permanent home there. Hi Kakashi-sensei, who would forget that hair after all? Naruto asked with a large smile, causing Kakashi to lay a hand on his head self-consciously. Did the flower survive, by the way? I have another plant I was going to give you after my 8th birthday, but I couldn't find you again after that. I was assigned away from the village and so I could not care for your gift. Kakashi apologized, still slightly off balance by the strange conversation. Never mind, I still have the other plant. I'll give it to you later. I call it Yuki-san, answered Naruto pleasantly as a noise made them both turn and look at the door through which Sasuke and Sakura had just entered the roof. Sasuke scowled to see Naruto once more beating him as he and Sakura made their way over to the benches where the rest of their team waited. Well, now that we are all finally here, started Kakashi, causing Sakura to frown, Sasuke to scowl deeper and Naruto to snort in amusement. Let's begin with some introductions. You know, like your likes, dislikes, dreams for the futures, hobbies. Stuff like that. Pinky, you go first. Can you give us an example? Asked Sakura hesitantly as she tried to marshal her thoughts. Oh me. My name is Kakashi Hatake. I have no desire to tell you guys about my likes or dislikes. Dreams for the future, Well, I have a lot of hobbies. Drawled their sensei unhelpfully. All we learnt was his name, thought Sasuke and Sakura. Kakashi Hatake, read Naruto from a small red book beside them, or copy Ninja Kakashi. Graduated Rookie of the Year at age 5 and was promoted to Chunin at age 6. A former student of the 4th Hokage, he has served as a member of Anbu for 10 years, reaching the rank of captain. Known as the man who has copied over 1,000 techniques, he is a formidable opponent and should be approached with caution. His one notable hobby is an unhealthy addiction to the Icha Icha series of novels. Oh, that's just great, another damn prodigy, moaned Sasuke silently. Where did you get a bingo book, Naruto? Asked Kakashi as he snatched the book from his cute, little Genin's hands. Oh, you know, I picked it up from somewhere. Can I have it back? Answered Naruto offhand. Perhaps later, but as you have seen fit to introduce me, I think it only fair you introduce yourself now. Instructed Kakashi-sensei with a hard glint in his eye. Hi. Yo, saluted Naruto with 2 fingers. Name's Uzumaki Naruto. I like training, my friends, and ramen as it is the food of the gods. I dislike people who revel in ignorance and the 3-minute wait it takes for ramen to cook. My dream is to one day become Lord Hokage, to gain the respect and acknowledgement of those around me. And to protect the lives and future of those precious to me. Nice answer. Now Pinky, you're up. Kakashi said as he pointed to the team's female member. Hi, started the young girl as she straightened up and adjusted her headband. My name is Sakura Haruno. The thing I like is, giggle, well, the person I like is. Or should I say my dream for the future? Giggle and blush, oh my. Ellipsis. The thing I dislike is Naruto. Hey, I only laughed at you like once, maybe twice, at least less than 10 times. Why do you hate me? Moaned Naruto playfully. Arg, groaned Sakura as she continued, my hobby is. Sigh. She finished on a breath as she stared dreamily at Sasuke, who had been edging away from her from just after her first sentence. Girls of this age are more interested in love than in jutsu, I suppose, thought Kakashi tiredly. Thank you for that. Okay, Broody, you're up. Make it good. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I have many things I dislike and not many likes. I don't want to use the word dream. I have an ambition, the resurrection of my clan's honor and to total surpass a certain man, recited the emo kid in monotone. Cool, thought Sakura dreamily. Oh boy, thought Kakashi. What BB is trying to say is he likes tomatoes and his mom. He dislikes fangirls, though who can blame him, and those involved in the incident, explained Naruto from the side. using his hands to form the inverted commas, and his ambition is to beat his brother for whom he has a rather unhealthy brother complex. I do not, shouted Sasuke as he jumped to his feet, momentarily dropping his broody persona. Mama, Kakashi said, trying to calm the boy down, none of that. We're a team, even if temporarily, which means no fighting. Temporarily? Asked Sakura. He, sniggered Kakashi, you're going to flip when I tell you this. The fact is, my cute little students, you're not actually genin yet. What do you mean we passed the test? Exclaimed Sakura indignantly, that makes us genin. Well, truth to tell, of the 27 graduates only 9 will be selected as genin, the rest will be sent back to the academy. Tomorrow we will embark on a training exercise, a survival test if you will. You against me. This training will be the hardest test of your life with a failure rate of over 66%. He explained as he stared at them with shadowed eyes. Sasuke and Sakura's pale faces stared back at him, adding to his amusement, though he was puzzled by the secretive smile on Naruto's face. The Hokage was right, he is an odd one. Ha ha, I told you you'd flip. Kakashi chuckled as he stood up and stretched his back before he walked off, calling instructions over his shoulder, anyway you will be graded on the training field tomorrow morning. Bring all your ninja tools. Oh, and skip breakfast, or you'll throw up. So, started Naruto as he handed the instruction sheets Kakashi had left behind to his shell-shocked teammates. Who wants to grab some dinner? We can check out the training field after, get the lay of the land. HN Dobi, snorted Sasuke, my mother is expecting me. Go yourself. Well then count me out too, echoed Sakura, you won't find me cheating. It's not cheating, it's called being prepared, explained Naruto with exasperation, even though Sakura was stronger during this time period thanks to Naruto's rumors inspiring the girls to train harder, she still thought as laterally as she had last time. Hey, come back here, listen to me, he called after his 2 departing teammates as he noticed them leaving. You do know that last bit was a suggestion, not an order, right? He called just as the door closed behind him. Oh boy, this is going to be so much fun, he thought sarcastically as he turned his face the sun setting over the village, but at least it's starting at last. BB? Asked the deep voice of his teacher from just behind him, causing him to jump slightly as he had not activated his sensing ability. Naruto smiled as he turned to face the man, short for broody bastard. Ah, said Kakashi as he moved to stand beside the young boy and look out over the view. So do you want to get that plant now? Asked Naruto after a moment of shared silence. Why not? Answered Kakashi-sensei as they turned as one and left the roof. Moments later a voice could be heard echoing up from the stairwell. You are going to give me my book back, right sensei? Sensei? Kakashi-sensei? Chapter 15. Dressed in the traditional Uchiha Genin uniform of blue clan shirt and white shorts, Sasuke stood on his front steps of his home, bathed in the early morning sunlight and tightened his kunai holder for the last time. Right, this is it. I'll pass this stupid test, show up the dobi and be one step closer to surpassing my oh-so-perfect brother. And, with that determined thought he stepped off his front step and into his future. Sasuke, wait! Called out the exasperated voice of his mother, causing his to pause only after one step and his shoulders to sag. Let me look at you before you go. Sighing, Sasuke turned to face his mother, who stopped on the step just behind him and took his chin in her hand so she could see him better. Tisk, I don't know how I got such a messy child. She sighed as she took a hanky from the pocket of her apron and much to Sasuke's horror proceeded to spit on it so she could clean his face. Mother, Sasuke whined, though he did not move from her hold, knowing better than to even try from previous experience. Hold still, Makoto scolded gently as she put the hanky away and started to mess with his hair. Satisfied at last, she tightened his headband and took his face in both hands, turning it up to her own. Now remember, listen to your sensei and do your best. Yes, mother, Sasuke intoned resignedly. All right then, said Makoto as she gave his hair one last tug and pushed him away. Off you go and good luck. I bet Itachi never had to put up with this crap, thought Sasuke petulantly as he walked away from his madly waving mother. Sakura tugged at the hem of her brand new red battle dress and then straightened the bangs on either side of her face as she looked at herself in the mirror. Okay, I've got my kunai strapped to my right thigh within easy reach. I've got the regulation manual in my back hip pocket and I'm wearing my standard issue shinobi sandals. Cha! I've got this. Look out world, here comes Sakura Haruno Kunoichi in training. Now remember me, she said out loud to her reflection, you will hit hard, fight smart and win Sasuke's love. Cha! Sakura, isn't it time for you to get going? Called her mother's voice from downstairs. A tick mark throbbed behind Sakura's left eye as she yelled back down, I know I'm on my way out now. Cha! How long are you going to treat me like a child? I'm a ninja. Now, unlike his other teammates, Naruto had been up and about for quite a while. As soon as he had awoken, he was out the door and running laps around the village. After 10 laps, he completed 100 sets each of push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups and straight punches before heading over to his training area in the Forest of Death. After making sure that Anko was going to be out of the village for the day, he created 125 clones and set them to training for the rest of the morning, with instructions to continue on with the elemental training he had begun some months before. He had completed the wind chakra training that he remembered from last time, and while he waited to learn more exercises, had decided to try and develop a second affinity. Of all the other chakra natures, Naruto had found water chakra the next easiest to use, and so this is what he was now working on. Deciding to treat himself after this relatively light workout, he decided to get a shinobi breakfast set from Ichiraku Ramen. The shinobi breakfast set was actually inspired by Naruto a few years ago when he had complained about having to make his own breakfast every day. Ayame, who had just joined her father in the restaurant full-time and had wanted to make her mark on the menu, had developed the dish with his help. It consisted of a whole broiled fish, a cup of miso soup and tamago cake gohan or raw egg, served on hot rice with various vegetable accompaniments, and provided all the energy a shinobi would need first thing in the morning. As such, it proved very popular with active shinobi and academy students alike. After breakfast, Naruto returned home to wash up and don his new ninja uniform. Unfortunately, due to a sudden growth spurt, he had outgrown his current orange outfit, so much so that the 3/4 length pants looked more like knee-length shorts. Rather than being disheartened by this fact, Naruto chose to see it as an opportunity to get a more badass look, knowing that in only a few short months, if all went well, he would finally be able to come clean with the Hokage and his teachers, and it would be best if he looked like he should be taken seriously rather than as a little kid when he did so. To this end, he had decided to model his new look after the outfit Jiraiya purchased for him after his training trip, using the money he had saved up in the transformation jutsu. Naruto had ordered a more streamlined outfit made out of top-quality, heavy-duty material that conformed to his now refined figure. His new jet black jacket was slimmer than his previous jacket, and the collar was not as thick, though it did cover his neck when zipped all the way up and provided some protection to this vulnerable area. The front of the jacket had 2 large burnt orange, rectangular panels that ran from his chest to his waist on either side of the zipper, which was banded by a wide black strip. He retained the memorial white namikaze swirl on his right sleeve and the large red uzumaki swirl in the middle of his back, but the rest of the jacket was completely black, though when unzipped the inside was revealed to be lined with numerous orange pockets and scroll containers of various sizes. Underneath his new jacket, Naruto wore a plain black, skin-tight t-shirt that showed of his toned body, which had obviously been molded for speed, flexibility and strength, with not 1 inch of excess flesh visible. On his wrists he wore his resistance bands, which were dark blue in color with red uzumaki swirls. He had decided to leave these as they were, as he did not want to chance damaging the seals by dyeing them, but he did change the cloth on his headband to black to match his new outfit and had lengthened the ties so they hung down his back and blew heroically in the wind. He paired all this with a new pair of black shinobi cargo pants with inch-wide, burnt orange stripes down the side of each leg. They were 3/4 length and ended just above the tops of his new black shinobi sandals, revealing that his lower legs were wrapped in white bandages. His white shuriken pouch and a new scroll holder were strapped to his waist with his old black leather belt, and he strapped his old kunai pouch to his right thigh over more white bandages. Wanting to improve on the functionality of his new outfit, Naruto had even added seals to it. In addition to the storage seals etched into the underside of his leather belt, he had added more storage seals to the inside of his pockets so he could store extra weapons and snacks within easy reach. He had even keyed the seals to each of his fingers, so for snacks he would channel chakra to his little finger, or for a kunai he would channel chakra to his ring finger or thumb, and shuriken were keyed to his pointer and middle finger on each hand. Another storage seal was placed just inside his collar to hold his old green goggles for easy access during dust storms or when fighting earth jutsu users where dust and debris was a serious hazard. On the soles of his sandals he had even inscribed some basic silencing seals so his footsteps would always be silent no matter what kind of surface he was walking upon. All in all, he presented a very competent-looking figure, he did say so himself. At last you look like a proper container for my exalted position as the most powerful Biju, approved the great beast as he looked through his host's eyes at the mirror in which Naruto had been admiring his new look. You didn't like the orange? Asked Naruto in mock surprise. Why ever would you not like the orange? You and I both know you looked ridiculous. Now stop messing around and get going already. Kurama groused in his usual grumpy voice. Hi, Hi, Naruto mumbled as he turned and made for the door. You know there's no rush. Kakashi-sensei won't be there for at least 3 hours yet. I know, but I want to watch the pink thing and the emo brat freaking out. Now Kurama, they may be little brats but they are our teammates now. Though I suppose we should do something to settle their nerves a bit. Get their minds off the test. Naruto mused angelically with a very foxy grin on his face. I like where this is going, Kit. Tell me more. Sasuke leant against one of the 3 wooden training posts that were secured into the ground of the designated training ground in which he was currently waiting for his errant sensei to arrive. Sakura meanwhile was standing to his left, agitatedly shifting from one foot to the other and apparently trying to talk his ear off. Sasuke-kun, I don't know why we had to get that Naruto baka, he is so annoying. Don't you think? Sakura ventured, fully aware of the ongoing rivalry between the two. Answered Sasuke disinterestedly. I mean, he's always trying to show people up and he had no respect for others, always laughing. Arg, he drives me crazy. And you know what the worst part is? No matter how annoying he is, you can't stay angry cause when you try he always gives you that look. You know the one? Like he knows something you don't, the one that makes you feel like a little kid. And that he likes you in spite of all you faults. She ranted on. Sasuke agreed as he stretched his neck slightly, trying not to look like he was desperately looking for someone to distract her attention away from himself. I mean, what's up with that? As if that baka could know more than us, and who is he to judge? Sakura continued despite the lack of response from her crush. Arg, where is he anyway? We've been waiting for half an hour already, and where is our sensei? Yo, came a sudden voice between them, causing them both to jump apart in surprise. Turning, they saw the last of their prospective team standing casually with his hands looped in the pockets of his new outfit. Why do you do that? Exclaimed Sakura, holding a hand to her chest to relieve her racing heartbeat. Naruto inclined his head to the side slightly and hesitantly asked, "'Cause it's funny?" "Well, when are you going to grow up and stop?" she demanded hotly. "When it stops being funny." Forgetting herself completely, Sakura charged towards Naruto and swung her fist at his head. Nimbly, Naruto sidestepped her attack, again and again, until she finally collapsed in an exhausted and frustrated heap. Not wanting to be hit every time the girl lost her temper, again, Naruto had been using this technique to train Sakura to not attempt to hit him for the last few years. But every now and then she would forget herself and try to attack him in frustration. Naruto of course would dodge and thus teach her self-restraint. Or at least that was the excuse he nobly told himself for continuing with the same response, even if it produced only mediocre results in her behavior. That it was also extremely funny didn't factor in at all. Anyway, how are you both this beautiful morning? Continued Naruto, cheerfully ignoring the dagger looks from his female team member. Said Sasuke derisively. I am very sorry to hear that, Sasuke. But you know they say if you put ointment on that twice a day the rash should clear up after a week. What? Screeched Sakura, rising from her place on the ground. Sasuke's face reddened dramatically as his eyes narrowed and a tick started to throb behind his right eye. Rushing forward he yelled, I will kill you. Laughing hysterically, Naruto jumped around, dodging his teammates' erratic swings until they both called a timeout because of dizziness. Okay. Sorry, I just couldn't help it. He laughingly apologized, but hey, at least we got a good warm-up out of it. So who's for something to eat? Asked Naruto as he sat down on a nearby log. Naruto, you baka. Kakashi-sensei told us not to eat. Sakura screamed in frustration. Oh, don't tell me you didn't eat anything this morning, Sakura. Asked Naruto just as a grumbling sound came from Sasuke's stomach. Oh, not you too, Teme. I thought I told you guys that was just a suggestion. Look, what was the first thing they taught us? Day 1, Ninja Academy. That's easy, look underneath the underneath. But what's that got to do with anything? Asked Sakura snootily. Everything. Exclaimed Naruto. Sakura, I tell you this now and I hope you listen this time. I have nothing but respect for you. Not just any girl could be smart enough to ace the written graduation exam or strong enough to knock down a tree with one punch, but you have got to start thinking like a ninja. You are way too literal sometimes. Sakura blushed at Naruto's words as a look of embarrassed comprehension flashed over Sasuke's usually stoic features momentarily as he realized what Naruto was trying to say. Here, let's try this. What are the 3 most important things to secure during survival training? Asked Naruto calmly. Shelter, food and water. Answered Sakura promptly. Right. Shelter cause you don't know what the weather will do. Water cause you won't survive long without it, and food to keep your strength up so you're ready for anything and especially for enemy attacks. Explained Naruto patiently, who was rewarded by a look of dawning understanding on his female teammate's face. Well, what can we do about it now? Kakashi-sensei could arrive at any time and we don't have time to find anything to eat. Sakura moaned petulantly. Naruto waved his hand dismissively as he reached inside his jacket for a scroll. Don't worry about Kakashi-sensei, he's well known for his tardiness, he is habitually 3 hours late for everything except important missions, so he won't be here for at least another 2.5 hours. He explained as he knelt down and rolled out the scroll. What are you doing? Asked Sakura interestedly as she moved over, Sasuke following, trying hard not to look interested himself. I'm getting us something to eat, said Naruto as he applied chakra to the revealed sealing matrix with his right hand and unsealed a large 3-layered bento box. He handed a layer to each of his teammates and instructed them to eat. But what if you're wrong and we get in trouble? Asked Sakura, hesitating still even though the box smelled wonderful and her stomach grumbled painfully. Well, he may have said no breakfast, but Kakashi-sensei didn't say anything about brunch. Answered Naruto with a cheeky grin. Brunch? Asked Sasuke, contributing to the conversation for the first time as he sat down and accepted the offered chopsticks. Yeah, you know, the meal between breakfast and lunch, brunch. It's like dinner but earlier in the day. Naruto answered offhandedly as he dug into his own bento box. Dinner? Mouthed Sakura to Sasuke, who shrugged and dug into his own heavily tomatoed bento. Soon enough the training field was filled with the sounds of eating and groans of contentment. Exactly 2.5 hours later, Kakashi finally arrived at Training Ground 3 and placed an alarm clock on top of one of the training posts, much to Sakura's ire. Turning to his 3 cute little students, he smiled in response to their accusing faces, angered by his lateness. Hey guys, good morning, he greeted them jovially as he moved to stand before them. Okay, I've set the alarm for noon and here are 2 bells, he explained as he held up the 2 bells for their inspection. Your task is to take these from me before noon. Those who cannot get a bell by noon get no lunch. I'll not only tie you to one of those stumps but I'll eat right in front of you. He paused for the expected tummy grumbles but frowned when none came. He looked questioningly at each of his students to be met by a blank stare from Sasuke, a cheeky grin from Naruto and a guilty look from Sakura. The little snots ate already, he thought. You only need to get 1 bell, he continued, deciding to move on. There are only 2. So, one of you will definitely be tied to a stump. And the person who doesn't take a bell fails. Here he paused again for dramatic effect, so, at least one of you will be sent back to the academy. Let me warn you now, you won't succeed unless you come at me with the intent to kill. Do you understand? Sakura gulped, thought the boys looked unimpressed, but you'll be in danger. She cried. Really, Sakura? Asked Naruto in deadpan, the man's a jonin and ex-anbu. You think we, fresh genin that we are, can hurt him? Sakura blushed even as she glared hatefully at the boy. Ma, Kakashi-sensei said as he made calming motions with his hands, enough of that. And there's no harm in trying at least. Okay, so let's get going, he suddenly exclaimed with a clap. Ready, start. In a flash a cloud of dust enveloped the area as the genin hopefuls jumped away. One of the basics of the ninja art is to hide yourself well, called Kakashi as the cloud of dust dispersed only to reveal the figure of the jonin's most distinctive student standing before him. Come and fight me, Naruto challenged the man as he assumed a stance, if you're man enough. You're a little bit off, Kakashi ventured hesitantly. What an idiot, muttered Sasuke from a nearby bush behind which he had concealed himself. The only thing off is your choice of reading material, cried Naruto as he charged forward. Kakashi-sensei sighed as he reached into his shuriken pouch. Ninja Art Lesson 1, Taijutsu. Let me teach you about it, he said as he pulled out a copy of his favorite little orange book while simultaneously blocking Naruto's frontal assault with one hand. And by the way, Icha Come Paradise is a classic. Naruto grinned toothily at the man as he said, if you say so, sensei. He spun and broke away from the man's hold, following it up with a roundhouse kick aimed at his teacher's head, which was nimbly dodged. Spinning, he managed to get behind the man and aimed a punch at the back of his head. Yah! He called as he followed through, only to lose his balance and bend forward as Kakashi disappeared. Huh? He called as he turned his head trying to find his opponent. Crouching behind the bent-over figure, Kakashi muttered, a ninja isn't supposed to get caught from behind, idiot. What? Thought Sakura from her hiding place in a nearby tree as she caught sight of the hand sign Kakashi-sensei was forming. That's the tiger seal? Huh, no way. He's going to use a fire ninjutsu against Naruto. Throwing caution to the wind, the young girl called out a warning. Naruto, get out of there. You're going to get killed. Panicked Naruto twisted around. Too late as Kakashi-sensei called out. Hidden Leaf Ancient Taijutsu Supreme Technique, 1000 Years of Pain, as he thrust his clasped hands towards the obvious target. However, the expected resistance of flesh was surprisingly absent, causing him to unbalance and fall forward as his pointed fingers pierced through the rectum of his student and traveled through the surprisingly fragile body to exit through Naruto's lower abdomen. Kakashi's eyes widened as he found himself unexpectedly elbow deep within his student. Naruto turned his head and looked down at his teacher with an exasperated expression. Was that completely necessary? He demanded. Palling in horror, Kakashi hastily removed his arms only to reveal a fist-sized hole through which he could clearly see the pulsating gray and pink shapes of Naruto's lower intestines and other internal organs. Kakashi-sensei's lone visible eye rolled up in his head, and much to Naruto's shock and amusement, he fainted dead away. Sasuke, who had been crouched nearby so he could observe the fight, tightened his grip on the kunai in his hand as he too palled in horror. What the hell is that? He internally screamed. It took all his concentration not to call out in an unmanly manner as an unexpected voice commented from just above him, "Man, am I glad the memory transfer doesn't work with the H-clone. I do not want to remember what that feels like." "Yo," Naruto greeted his shocked teammate as he jumped down and crouched beside him. "What the hell, Naruto?" whispered Sasuke hoarsely. "Oh, relax," scoffed Naruto as he waved one hand, "it's just a clone." Strictly speaking, Naruto had cheated just a bit. The chakra shells that made up the H-class clone should not have given away so easily to Kakashi's relatively blunt fingertips. However, Naruto had thinned the chakra walls around the cells that made up the clone's waist area. It had taken a number of months to work out how to do so, but Naruto thought it well worth the effort considering the result. "I thought you couldn't do clones?" Sasuke muttered as the two boys watched Naruto's clone crouch down beside their unconscious sensei and proceed to repeatedly poke the poor man in the cheek with its finger. "I can't do the illusion clone, true," Naruto admitted, "too much chakra. That's why I had to learn something that was a little more chakra intensive so I could pass." Sasuke gritted his teeth at this. However much it had frustrated him that Naruto seemed to be able to outperform him at every turn, he had taken some conciliation in the fact that at least he was better than the dobi at ninjutsu, and now he learnt that he doesn't even have that anymore. Arg, he internally groaned. "So what's the plan? It better be good, cuz I don't think he'll be out for long." Naruto continued, oblivious to Sasuke's reaction. "See?" he added as their previously inanimate sensei suddenly grasped the clone's aggravating hand and flipped the doppelganger over his head. Quickly rolling over, their sensei then proceeded to punch the downed clone in the face with a chakra-infused fist, thus destroying its head. Kakashi jumped back as he, and the two hidden boys, curiously watched the clone scramble to its feet and then try and find its missing opponent by waving its hands around in front of it whilst it stumbled around in a circle. "God, that's disturbing," the boys heard him mutter. "Ah," whined Naruto, "he destroyed its mouth and I had this really cool line I wanted it to say too." "Oh well, maybe next time. But boy does Kakashi-sensei look pissed." He commented to Sasuke as he absent-mindedly made 30 more shadow clones to keep Kakashi, who had just obliterated the rest of the H-clone, busy whilst the two boys talked. "So," he asked as he turned his head to look at his teammate, "do you think you could take him?" Sasuke absent-mindedly answered as he watched the clones being demolished by his teacher. "Really? Even though he's managing to hit me? Whom you still can't, by the way. Even if those clones only have about a 30th of my power, that's still pretty impressive, you have to admit." Sasuke turned his head to rebuke his teammate's analysis, but stopped in confusion when he saw him resting comfortably against a nearby tree, absently cleaning his nails with a kunai. "And let's not forget the fact that the man is ex-Anbu and a Jonin. Do you honestly think you can take him out yourself? You who can't even get a hit on your own brother who has 8 years less experience than Kakashi-sensei. How do you know I can't hit my brother? Have you been spying on me?" Sasuke hissed in spiteful anger. Hello, ninja here," Naruto answered him with cheerful sarcasm. "I spy on everyone. It's what we do." "Well, what do you suggest we do then?" asked Sasuke as Naruto casually made 30 more clones to replace those that had just been destroyed. "Well duh, we work together. You, me and Sakura," he replied as if the answer was obvious. "Why Sakura?" Sasuke asked with disdain dripping from his voice. "Because," Naruto drawled out, "she's smart, strong and a part of our team. But there are only 2 bells. Even if we work together, one of us is going back." "Why would she agree to work with us?" Sasuke asked triumphantly, sure that he had found the perfect counter-argument. "If you ask me," said Naruto, putting away his kunai and moving back over beside Sasuke, "I think this whole test is bogus. Who ever heard of a 2-man team, especially one with a Uchiha on it?" Sasuke's grip tightened on his kunai once more as he silently, though reluctantly, agreed with his teammate's point. Ever since the incident, when those traitors, otherwise known as his father, the older Jonin and elders of the clan, had dragged the family's name through the mud with their ridiculous plans for a coup d'état, the remaining family had to put up with being closely watched by their comrades. Ever since then no one team had more than one Uchiha on it, and if any of the teams that did have a Uchiha lost a team member, for whatever reason, the vacant position was filled quicker than those teams without a Uchiha member. This was a fact that the family had to deal with right now, but it did not lessen their anger at the traitors for what they had done in their arrogance, despite their subsequent deaths, nor the desire of the family as a whole to clear their name and restore their honor as soon as possible. Which was why they put so much pressure on Sasuke and the other Uchiha Genin to be the best they could possibly be, to show the village the worth of the Uchiha family. The younger members of the clan were told to look to Itachi, the new family head, as an example to follow, as he had managed to build a reputation for incorruptibility and excellence after the incident, and was seen by many as the only reason the family hadn't been even more ostracized by the village than they had been. Fine, grumbled Sasuke finally after a long moment of thought, where is she anyway? Over to the right, answered Naruto cheerfully as he motioned for Sasuke to follow. I have a clone speaking to her right now, so she should be ready to go as well. We just have to think up a plan. Why don't you do that while we make our way over to her? Sasuke grunted, not at all pleased by the prospect of working with the Banshee. Kakashi was not having a very good morning, though demolishing the surprisingly large amount of clones made by his blonde student was going a very long way to relieving some of his frustration. Not only did his new Genin team obviously ignore his instructions and eat before the test, thus ruining his fun, he had also been reduced to an embarrassing state by one of his students, a state he had never been in before. Smiling sadistically to himself, he dispelled the last clone with a punch to the head and looked around trying to spot his well-concealed students. He caught a flash of red from his periphery and dashed towards it. So Sakura is the next one to try her luck, he mused silently. Funny, I would have laid odds on it being Sasuke. The girl proved to be surprisingly fast and strong, thought Kakashi in surprised as the girl paused momentarily to punch a nearby tree, sending it crashing down towards him. Kakashi jumped to the side, thus avoiding being hit by the falling tree, but then landed squarely in a wire trap that sent him tumbling head over heels. Spinning gently by his foot from which he was suspended, Kakashi looked down when he heard the distinctive sound of leaves being crushed underfoot to find Sasuke standing beneath him. The boy was rapidly making the hand seals for a fire jutsu, fire style, great fireball jutsu. Sasuke cried as he opened his mouth wide and released the fiery inferno. What? A Genin shouldn't have enough chakra to be able to use that jutsu, thought Kakashi, his lone eye wide, just moments before he was enveloped in the fiery blast. When the smoke cleared, Sasuke cursed to see a charred log swinging from the ninja wire. Moments later, an unharmed Kakashi-sensei reappeared on the branch of a nearby tree and was met by the hiss of activated exploding seals, causing him to shushan away. Just as smoke enveloped the area. Time and again Kakashi appeared in different areas of the training ground, only to be met time and again by ever more elaborate traps. Panting, he finally stopped in the middle of the open space, the only area apparently free of traps. Just as he was getting his wind back, a pair of hands appeared from the dirt beneath his feet and grabbed hold of his ankles. Instantly Sasuke jumped onto his back and secured his arms. Quick as a wink, Sakura appeared in front of him and cut off the two bells from where they hung at his waist with her kunai, catching them in her hand. Jumping back, she took a guarded stance as her two male teammates appeared on either side of her and clasped each of her hands as the alarm bell sounded the noon hour. Relaxing from his hunched-over stance, Kakashi-sensei stood up straight and eyes smiled at the trio. Congratulations Sakura, you did it, he began. Don't you mean we did it, Kakashi-sensei? Asked the young girl, unmoving. Well, Kakashi drawled, you were the one who grabbed the bells. Ah, said Sakura as she gently unclasped her hands from her two teammates, revealing a bell in each. We were all touching a bell when the alarm sounded. So you were, agreed Kakashi with a smile, so I guess that means you all pass. Yata, cried Naruto as he jumped in the air in celebration. But before we all get too carried away, I want you all to come with me first, instructed Kakashi as he turned away and motioned for his new team to follow him through the trees. Hey Naruto, asked Sakura from beside him as they trailed their teacher. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad we all passed together, but why didn't you grab the bells when Kakashi-sensei fainted? Oh, said Naruto as a look of dawning comprehension came to his face and he punched his open hand with a fist. You didn't even think of that, did you, idiot? Muttered Sasuke from behind them. Suddenly all three felt an oppressive aura from in front of them. When I did what? Asked Kakashi through gritted teeth as he turned his head and stared pointedly at Sakura. Ah, when you FAI. Sakura began only to falter as the Kakashi's aura became even more oppressive. Turning so he was facing his students completely, Kakashi bent forward and stared into their faces. "We will never speak of this again. Understand?" "Hi sensei," they chorused in unison as they nodded their heads vigorously. "Good," said Kakashi with an eye smile as he stood up straight and gestured behind him. "Here we are, take a seat and look at this, my cute little genin. Can you see all the names carved into this stone? These are all ninja who are recognized as heroes of the village. So one day our names will be on this stone too, Kakashi-sensei?" asked Sakura. "I sure hope not, Sakura, for they aren't just normal heroes. They are all people who died while performing their duty. This is a memorial. My best friend's name is also carved here." An uncomfortable silence enveloped the group as the full import of the carved stone was realized by all present. "The reason that you all passed today is because you worked together as a team," Kakashi began to explain after a moment. "In this village you are expected to complete your duties as a team. Of course, superior individual ability is important to a ninja, but what's more important is teamwork. By proving to me that you understand this, you showed me that you are ready to become ninja of the hidden leaf. Feel proud, for you are the first to pass my test." At this his team's eyes widened with amazement. "Like morons, everyone else just did whatever I told them. You were the first to ignore all that and choose to work together." Here Sakura and Sasuke turned to look at their other teammate who was smiling knowingly. A ninja must learn to look underneath the underneath. Those who break the rules and codes of the ninja world are called trash. Kakashi paused and looked into each of his genin's eyes in turn before continuing. "But you know what? Those who don't take care of their comrades are lower than trash." "He is so cool," thought Sakura as she smiled. Of course. If only father and the others had remembered that, thought Sasuke broodingly. "I'm not going to leave anyone behind this time. Believe it," thought Naruto determinedly. "And that ends the training. All of you pass okay. Starting tomorrow, Team 7 will begin its duties. We will meet in front of the Hokage Tower tomorrow morning at 7. Explained Kakashi whilst he placed his hands in his pockets. As the man turned to walk away, Naruto spied a green flash over his left shoulder as two well-known figures raced each other over a nearby hill. Raising one hand, Naruto waved frantically as he called out, "Oi Lee, bushy brows sensei over here. Guess what? We passed." "Yash!" came the answering cry as the dynamic duo quickly made their way over to the group. "Congratulations Naruto-kun, I knew you could do it," cried Lee as he stopped before his young friend and pounded him on the shoulders enthusiastically, as expected of my eternal rival. "Yes Naruto-kun, congratulations," echoed Guy-sensei as he assumed a good guy pose beside Kakashi, who had palled slightly, "and congratulations to you, my own eternal rival, for finally gaining a genin team of your own. Soon you will all be bursting with the flames of youth." "Did you say something, Guy?" came the cool response from Kakashi-sensei. "Damn you and your hip attitude, Kakashi," Guy moaned energetically. "But seriously, you must be most excited to have a team, are you not? Especially with young Naruto-kun." "How do you know Naruto, Guy?" asked Kakashi. "Yash, young Naruto has been bursting with the flames of youth since very young and has joined Lee and myself on our morning runs for many years now," exclaimed Guy. "Hi," agreed Lee, "and one of these days I will manage to complete my run before Naruto-kun, and if I do not, I will walk 100 times around the village on my hands." "And if you do, I will walk 300 times around the village on my hands," returned Naruto just as energetically. "Naruto-kun," cried Lee. "Lee-kun," cried Naruto. "Boys," cried Guy-sensei. "Guy-sensei," they replied in unison, and just as they moved together to hug in a manly fashion, Kakashi-sensei appeared in the middle of the trio and stopped them with an outstretched arm on Guy and Naruto's chest, thus holding them apart. "No," Kakashi shouted, "you will not involve my student in the sunset of youth. No way. Nua, come one sensei," whined Naruto, "it's fun. Why don't you join us?" "Yes, my eternal rival, why don't you join us?" asked Guy-sensei brightly. "Yes, join us," agreed Lee. One of us, they all chanted as they closed in. "No," screamed Kakashi as he flung his hands over his head. Laughing hysterically, Naruto flung himself backwards and rolled around as his two disguised clones dispersed, no longer able to hold onto his composure after Kakashi's cry of despair. "Wha?" asked Kakashi, confused as he put down his arms and looked around. Naruto, still chuckling to himself, stood up and dusted himself off. "Yep, undisputed prankster king right here people," he crowed. "That was not funny, Naruto," cried Kakashi angrily as he moved to stand before the boy. "Yes, Kakashi-sensei," said Naruto innocently as he stared up at the man with innocent eyes. "You won't do that again, will you?" his teacher demanded as he bent over to stare directly into Naruto's eyes. "Of course not, Kakashi-sensei," answered Naruto even more innocently as he turned and started to walk away. I mean it, Naruto called Kakashi as he trailed after him. Promise me you will never do that again. Naruto. Ellipsis. Naruto? Sakura turned to look at Sasuke as she asked, what was that? I don't know and I never want to find out, Sasuke answered as he too moved to head back towards the village. Sakura could only nod in agreement as she followed him. Chapter 16. Report. Team 1. Fail. Team 2. Fail. Team 3. Fail. One by one the prospective Jonin instructors stepped forward to deliver their verdict to the Hokage. Team 7. Pass. Reported Kakashi and was met by shocked whispers from the other Jonin in the room. A team had finally passed Kakashi's test. For the first time a Genin team had managed to pass Kakashi's rumored impassable test. Not much was known about the test. Previous failed hopefuls had been too embarrassed by their failure to tell anyone what it entailed, and given Kakashi's choice in reading material, rumors were rife amongst the shinobi force leading to the current avid interest in what exactly his new team had done to impress the man. Team 8. Pass. Continued Kurenai after the initial hubbub had passed. Team 9 is still in active service. Murmured Iruka-sensei from beside the Hokage. He had volunteered to help the Hokage complete the necessary paperwork so he could hear how his students had done on their real tests. Team 10. Pass. Drawled Asuma as he slouched forward and took a drag on the cigarette hanging from his mouth. Thank you, said the Hokage as he signed the last form passed to him. Those with failed teams may now leave. Please take a seat. He invited the 3 remaining Jonin. As the door closed after the last of the dismissed shinobi. Asuma? He queried smoothly as he sat back in his chair and puffed on his pipe. Please report. Hi, Hokage-sama, began his estranged son, his manner strictly professional. Team 10 performed admirably. The combination of Ino Shika-cho is strong in this next generation. The team has obviously worked together before, understandable given their families' close ties. Shikamaru Nara, despite his somewhat lackluster academy results, exhibited signs of extreme intelligence in keeping with his Nara roots and a firm grasp of strategy. Ino Yamanaka showed a respectable amount of control over her family jutsu for a genin of her age and, though not on par with her male teammates, showed a surprising amount of physical strength for her age. Shoji Akamichi was the least surprising of the prospective genin, as he exhibited expected traits of an Akamichi of his age, but was the most well-rounded in terms of strength, jutsu and overall ability. As such I found no reason to fail this team. Agreed, seconded the Hokage as he stamped Team 10's form and placed it in the tray for later filing. Kurenai? Hi, Hokage-sama, the tall, red-eyed woman straightened in her seat as she began. Team 8 also performed very well. They all exhibited traits in keeping with a tracking and intelligence gathering team and performed well together. Though their families are not close, they also exhibited behavior that showed they had often worked together to achieve a common goal. I was most impressed with Shino Aburame, who showed excellent control over his family's jutsu, as well as strategic thinking and the ability to subtly lead. Kiba Inuzuka, though rough about the edges, showed a lot of potential and displayed signs of respect not only for his companion, Akamaru, but also for the rest of his new team. Hinata Hyuga followed directions well and exhibited exceptional control over her dojutsu. Though she may need a little work on her self-confidence, she seems to be able to draw strength from her team. All in all I found no reason to fail this team. She ended with a smile. Agreed, said the Hokage as he smiled and repeated the procedure with Team 8's form. Kakashi? Ahem, coughed Kakashi as he led his thoughts. Team 7 overcame their differences and worked together to pass the bell test. They managed to coordinate their attacks to keep me on my toes, though admittedly I had limited myself to low chunin strength and techniques, resulting in them claiming the bells only seconds before their time was up. Sasuke Uchiha exhibited mastery over fire jutsu and strategic thinking expected of an Uchiha clan member of his age and status. Sakura Haruno displayed surprising physical strength, given her obvious fangirl tendencies, and an encyclopedic knowledge of trap techniques. Though most of it seemed to be academic rather than practical knowledge, she was still able to direct her teammates as they set up multiple traps. Naruto Uzumaki was the most unpredictable of the group. He managed to distract me for quite some time with his use of the shadow clone technique, allowing him to not only talk his team into working together but also for them to plan their strategy and set up elaborate traps. He showed strategic thinking and flashes of what I would call genius, in stark contrast to his academy results, as he managed to alter the clone technique, which he learned only a few days ago, to a surprising extent. As such I found no reason to fail this team. Smiling proudly the Hokage confirmed Kakashi's assessment and stamped Team 7's form. Clasping his hands before him the Sandaime leant forward and contemplated the new Jonin senseis. I know you all understand the importance of your new responsibilities. Please remember you are now guiding the future of our village and act accordingly. You are training ninjas, so there is no need to coddle them, but keep in mind that they are still children. That being said, your duties begin tomorrow. Sleep well and report to the missions room in the morning. Please try to present a good example. This last was directed to Kakashi for some reason, dismissed. The days and weeks follow the real Genin test quickly fell into a routine of team training and D-rank missions. Having extensive, previous experience in numerous rebuilding efforts, Naruto had little difficulty with the simple missions and was enjoying the nostalgic feelings they were providing, though he was thankful for his closer friendship with Kiba and the introduction to animal behavior this brought him when it came time to again walk the Inuzuka dogs. Sakura and Sasuke, on the other hand, having been somewhat spoilt by their families, were having much more trouble with the unfamiliar chores and found that the physical conditioning they had undergone at the academy did not quite prepare them for the muscle strain and calluses caused by physical labor. "Ugh," cried Sakura in disgust, "just look at my hands. Cha, Sasuke-kun will never love me if I have ogre hands. A beautiful kunoichi such as myself shouldn't have to put up with this," ranted her internal self. "Here," offered Naruto as he passed her a pair of combat gloves which were surprisingly in her size. "Just spread some hand lotion on your hands before you put them on every morning," he instructed as he turned to walk back to the flower bed he was currently weeding. All in all, the team was performing surprisingly well given that Kakashi had been ready for their diverse personalities to clash horrendously given Naruto's exuberance, Sasuke's Uchiha's superiority and Sakura's temper, but surprisingly the team got along well, or at least functioned, and this, Kakashi realized, was almost entirely due to Naruto. The boy seemed to have an innate ability to diffuse negative emotions and to inspire cooperation in his teammates with the use of random comments and actions that at the time seemed innocuous but in hindsight showed a deep understanding of his team's mindset and capabilities. "Kakashi-sensei? We've finished, do you want to inspect our work?" Kakashi was jolted from his thoughts by Sakura's voice and looked up to find his three cute little genins standing before him at relaxed attention. Kakashi jumped down from his perch and looked over the flower beds. "Very good. D-rank mission. Weeding Yamanaka flower field, complete. Wait here while I get the client to sign the form and we'll move on to our next mission." "What's next, Kakashi-sensei?" asked Naruto excitedly. "Well," Kakashi teasingly drew out the word, "let's just say we're going on a cat hunt." The smile on Kakashi's face widened under his mask as his genin all groaned in unison. "Ah, teamwork, it's music to my ears." As Naruto watched his teammates move stealthily through the trees ahead of him, he found himself thinking about how pleased he was with his team's progress in terms of both working together and building their individual strength. Though they listened to his suggestions as well as they did in the last timeline, he had found that by goading and challenging Sasuke to compete against him, knowing that where Sasuke leads Sakura would follow, he was able to convince them both to train every morning as a team. Wanting to prepare his team and make them as strong as possible, he had managed to convince them to utilize the inevitable 3 hours they had to wait every day for team training by the simple tactic of ostentatiously training before them and waiting for their pride, or rather Sasuke's pride, to force them to take part. Of course, he had only completed about a quarter of his morning training routine with them, but it was still enough to leave them gasping for air by the time Kakashi-sensei turned up. While the training had also resulted in a dramatic increase in their overall strength and stamina, which Kakashi was quick to praise, which only fueled their determination to train harder. "And they're going to need that strength, cause if my calculations are correct, then today should be the day we get the wave mission. Gray leader to team, do you copy?" came the disembodied voice of Kakashi-sensei through the earpieces they all wore. "Black genin copy," Sasuke reported back. "Pink genin copy," Sakura seconded. "Golden god copy," reported Naruto. "Baka, your codename is Yellow Genin. Get it right, idiot," Sakura screeched, causing all 3 males of her team to quickly remove their earpieces and rub their ears to relieve the ringing. "But Sakura," whined Naruto once he had replaced his earpiece, "Golden God reflects my awesomeness better." Ma, Kakashi calmly intoned, hoping to head off another round of screaming. "Sakura, please remember that the earpieces are right in our ears and moderate your volume appropriately. And Naruto, please use the codename assigned to you." "Hi Kakashi-sensei," his 2 contrite students chorused together. "Hey Kakashi-sensei, if we complete this mission quickly, do you think we'll have time to ask for another this afternoon?" asked Naruto as the team continued to sweep the area for the target. "I suppose so," mused his teacher. "Why do you ask?" "Ah well, I got a couple of bills to pay this month and I'm a little short," Naruto confessed, embarrassment dripping from his tone. "You really need to lay off the ramen if you can't even afford to pay your tab, Naruto." Sakura injected snidely, still smarting from Kakashi's reprimand. "Well, it's not just my ramen bill, Sakura, there's also the rent, electricity and gas to pay." They all seem to come in at once. If I didn't know better I'd swear it was a conspiracy, exclaimed Naruto. Why would you need to worry about that? Asked the girl in confusion. Well, I'm an orphan so I live alone, and now that I'm a ninja I'm legally an adult and so I have to pay my own bills as I don't fall under the village's orphan trust anymore. Naruto explained calmly, to be met by a quiet "oh" from his teammate. So can we, Kakashi-sensei? Asked Naruto once more. I don't see why not, but only if we can complete this mission quickly. Now, what's the distance to the target? Asked their team leader. 5 meters and closing, Naruto informed the man. You guys want to stay back for a bit, I want to try something. Naruto told the rest of his team as he surged forward and landed silently in a clearing just to the left of where the target was hiding. Sitting down, Naruto removed a small pouch from his pocket and laid the bundle before him before closing his eyes and entering a meditative state. Sakura jumped into a nearby tree and stood beside Sasuke on an overhanging branch as they looked down at their teammate. What on earth is he doing? The girl whispered. Replied Sasuke disinterestedly, though he too didn't know what the idiot was up to. Silence enveloped the clearing as the whole world seemed to take a breath, and in the next moment Naruto disappeared from their perception. Where'd he go? Sakura exclaimed quietly as she turned her head this way and that. Just then their target came slinking from its cover and cautiously approached the unattended pouch lying forgotten in the middle of the clearing. Sakura felt Sasuke tense as the feline seemed to catch a scent from the small bag and leapt forward, only to be caught at the nape of the neck by the still-seated Naruto, who was suddenly there once more. Wah? Cried Sakura as she jumped down to confront the boy. How did you do that? I just suppressed my presence for a bit so he wouldn't be afraid, Naruto explained with his head tilted to the side as he looked up at the girl. But, you disappeared, she cried. Hey Dobi, called Sasuke suddenly from right beside her, could you always have caught him that quickly? Well sure, said Naruto with a shrug as he stood cradling the strangely affectionate cat in his arms, being careful to hold the mysterious pouch near its nose. You mean all those times we spent half the day chasing that hellcat, you could have caught it in less than 5 minutes? His black-haired teammate asked carefully. Well yeah, but you guys wouldn't have had all that awesome evasive tracking training if I had. You mean to say we could have evaded all the scratches and the mud and everything else, all 9 times we received this mission? Clarified Sasuke, rigidly calm as a tick mark started to throb above his eye. Sakura, I think you should hold Tora for a bit, said Naruto as he passed the cat to the confused girl. Here, just keep the cat nip under his nose. I'll kill you, cried Sasuke at last as the tension broke and he lunged after his now madly laughing teammate. It's not funny. Get back here, you idiot. I had mud in my hair for 3 days, Naruto, 3 days. Sakura stood staring after her team as she cradled the cat close to her chest and jumped only slightly when Kakashi-sensei landed beside her. Yep, that's the target all right, Kakashi confirmed as he fingered the bow on the animal's left ear. Well, we better get going, by the looks of it the boys are heading towards the tower. Shall we? He asked as he offered an arm. Sakura absent-mindedly took it as they started forward, whilst internal she thought a thought that had become commonplace after being placed on a team with Naruto. What exactly just happened? Now Kakashi's Team 7, your next duty is… Let's see, mused the Hokage as he looked through the D-rank scroll that he held in his hands. Babysitting an elder's grandchild, shopping for a noble family in the next village, helping with the potato digging. No, exclaimed Naruto, waving his hands before him in a negative gesture. None of those missions are incredible enough for a ninja of my capabilities. Give us a better mission, old man, he demanded, sidestepping the indignant swing Sakura made at his head for his supposed disrespect. Idiot, shouted Iruka-sensei from beside the Hokage, unable to contain himself, you are just a rookie. Everyone starts off with the simple duties and work their way up. As Iruka's last class had just graduated, he had been rotated back to being the homeroom teacher for the new first years and as such was required to work in the missions room whilst his class was occupied by their other specialized teachers throughout the day. Perhaps I need to explain to you just how this all works, Naruto, lectured the Hokage as he sat back in his chair. Every day the village receives numerous requests from babysitting to assassinations. These requests are written down on lists and divided into an A, B, C, or D rank based on their difficulty. Shinobi of the village are similarly divided in terms of skill and missions are then handed out by us to these ninja based on their abilities. You guys just recently became genin, which means that D rank missions are perfect for you. I know all that, Hokage Gigi, huffed Naruto with his arms crossed. I have been in and out of the missions room since I was 6, you know. But if you would just look at our team record, you would see that as of this last mission we have completed the required number of D rank missions to qualify for a C rank. Also we, as a team, already work well together and have exhibited the appropriate skill set. The Hokage smiled proudly in response to Naruto's mature rejoinder and looked at Kakashi from the corner of his eye, who nodded slightly. Very well then, if you insist and if your team is in agreement? Sakura and Sasuke nodded cautiously, not quite believing that their teammate was getting away with it. I'll give you a C-rank mission. It's a protection mission of a certain individual. Who is it? Exclaimed Naruto, suddenly all boyish charm. Is it a princess, or a beautiful priestess, or a beautiful priestess? Not quite, answered the Hokage, highly amused. Send him in. He called out, and soon after the door opened to reveal a rather dirty old man who literally stank of sake. What's this? They're all a bunch of super brats, he cried derisively, especially the blonde with the stupid-looking face. Are you really a ninja? As the rest of the people in the room turned to look at the singled-out genin, expecting an explosion of self-righteous anger to be directed at the man, only to immediately sweat drop as they beheld him crammed face first into the corner with a dark cloud over his head as he mumbled to himself, "It's not my fault I look like this, it's genetic. I can eat all I want to grow taller, but I can't change my face. And anyway, it's a good face, stupid old man doesn't know what he's talking about." Ahem, coughed their new client, "I'm the super expert bridge builder Tazuna. I expect you to provide me super protection until I get back to my country and complete my bridge. We leave tomorrow morning." Sakura and Sasuke were waiting patiently at the village gates early the next morning for the rest of their team and their client to arrive. On their backs they both wore small white backpacks that contained everything they should need for a month-long mission. "Hey Sasuke," Sakura began unknowingly, causing the Uchiha to curse internally, "are you excited to do this mission? I mean, do you really think we're ready?" "Of course," answered Sasuke shortly. "Okay, if you think so," said Sakura, somewhat reassured. "Sasuke? Do you see what I see?" she asked cautiously after a moment. The boy agreed as he stared at the apparition in front of him. There, not 10 minutes after the designated meeting time, was Kakashi-sensei. "Yo," he called out to his shell-shocked genin, absurdly amused by their gape-mouthed expressions. "Where's Naruto?" he asked as he looked around. "He's not here yet," intoned Sasuke as he noticed their client coming up behind his sensei. "Well, he better get here soon," said Kakashi-sensei, "there's nothing worse than to be late for a meeting." Causing both of his students to double-take at his audacity. "Wait," called out the voice of Kakashi's wayward student as he came racing up the street towards the group. Bending over slightly to catch his breath as he halted before them, he apologized, "Sorry I'm late, I had to drop something off at Iruka-sensei's before we left. We only just got here ourselves Naruto, so don't worry. But make sure not to make a habit of it," Kakashi instructed the boy. "By the way, where is your pack?" Indeed, the boy's back was noticeably free of a backpack of any kind. "Not to worry Kakashi-sensei," Naruto reassured the man as he patted himself on the chest, "I have everything I need sealed in here." And so saying, he held open his jacket to reveal the many pockets on the inside. "Okay then, well, if Tazuna is ready," he asked, turning to the man who nodded slowly, obviously the worse for wear after a night of heavy drinking. "Yash!" cried Naruto as he straightened and moved towards the gate. "So what are we waiting for? Let's go." "Oh boy," breathed Sakura as she moved to follow. "I hope he's not like this for the whole trip." Sasuke agreed. "OWW," Tazuna groaned, "does he need to be so super loud?" 4 hours down the road, Kakashi watched as Sasuke and Sakura took point in front of the group and was pleased by how professional they looked. He was glad that they were taking their first C rank so seriously and felt nostalgic as he remembered his own first mission. Tazuna, who had spent the last 4 hours walking in silence, sidled up to the Jonin and casually asked as he gestured behind them, "Is he super okay?" Both men stopped as they turned to contemplate Kakashi's other student, who was ambling some 5 meters behind them with one hand in his pocket and his jacket tied around his waist. For reasons known only to himself, the rookie genin was humming what sounded like a children's counting song to himself as he walked and was inexplicably eating an ice cream cone. Finally sensing the two men's regard, Naruto looked up at them and, after taking a lick from his ice cream, asked, "What? Naruto?" Kakashi cautiously asked, not sure if he wanted to know, "Where did you get the ice cream?" "Stasis seal," the boy answered as he took another lick. "Do you want one?" "I have enough for everyone." Naruto walked over the two men and called over the rest of the team. "Here, hold this," he said as he handed Sakura his half-eaten cone, much to her distaste. Reaching into his jacket, Naruto then pulled out a scroll which he unrolled over his knee. "Let's see, I have strawberry, vanilla, green tea, ramen." "Ramen isn't an ice cream flavor, Naruto," said Kakashi as he swapped looks with the rest of Team 7. "Where did you get the stasis seal?" "Made it," Naruto answered absently as he looked around for somewhere to lay out the scroll so he could unseal the contents. "It was in that lot of intermediate books Gigi lent me after I became a genin. I thought it would come in handy." Its intended purpose is to transport body parts, like severed heads and the like, as it's designed to stop the degradation of the sealed contents which can sometimes happen with the normal storage seal. But after a little experimentation I realized that you could also use it to store food, as the seal keeps things as you seal them by incorporating a temporal disturbance in the sealing matrix, so hot food stays hot and cold food stays cold. Thus ice cream. He crowed triumphantly as he finally spied a likely-looking rock. Kakashi hit his forehead in exasperation as he and the others followed the unpredictable genin over to the rock. Why hadn't he thought of that? Just think, no more ration bars. Ever again. And hot meals even when it's unsafe to make a fire. Alright everyone. Kakashi called out as he looked around. This looks like as good a place as any to have a rest stop. We'll stop for half an hour. I'll have a green tea, Naruto. Thanks. Strawberry for me, called Sakura as she put down her backpack under a nearby tree. Vanilla, stated Tazuna shortly as he mopped his brow with a bandana from his back pocket. Hot, isn't it? Asked Naruto as he handed the older man the ice cream cone he had just unsealed. I noticed the fields are looking a little scorched. Yes, agreed Tazuna as he took a cautious lick. Hottest it's been in a while, and that's not the worst of it. It's also super dry. Hasn't rained in over a month. So saying. The man moved away to sit down on a nearby rock. 4 hours is a long time to walk in such heat. Naruto turned to look at his last teammate. What'll it be, BB? HN, don't like sweets, the boy mumbled, and don't call me that. Well, green tea flavor's not that sweet, neither is the ramen flavor, or I have tomato flavor if you'd prefer. Naruto asked slyly with a fox-like grin. Sasuke's eyes lit up at the last suggestion before he controlled himself. Fine, tomato will do. Oh Sasuke, sang Naruto as he handed the requested cone to the boy. Are you sure you're not a tsundere too? And then he laughed at the simultaneous growls that followed, caused by the boy in front of him and the beast within. A couple of days later the heat continued to be a problem, as did the pace which traveling with a civilian required. The journey that took only half a day for a shinobi to complete, took at least a full week when forced to keep to the plodding gait of a normal person. Naruto sighed as he looked off into the forest to his left. Though he was enjoying the first real break he had from his intensive training regime since he was 5 years old, the forced inactivity was starting to prey on his nerves a little, as was being forced to interact with his team 24/7. So desperate was he for some positive interaction, by this point, that he was reduced to playing I Spy with his tenant. I spy something green. Tree. Guessed Naruto, thoroughly bored. No, guess again. Kakashi's vest? Nope. By this point Naruto was almost ready to cheer as he heard Sakura start to question Tazuna about the existence of ninja in the Land of Waves. Finally, he thought, not long after this is when the demon brothers attacked the first time. Carefully the blonde unsealed a kunai from his pocket and held it concealed within his sleeve as he absently listened to the conversation. No Sakura, Kakashi-sensei was saying, there are no ninja in the Land of Waves, though there are hidden villages throughout the 5 nations. Well, there used to be ninja near Wave, not too long ago, but they were all wiped out, Naruto interjected as he opened his senses to feel around the immediate area. How did you know about that? Asked Kakashi, taken aback. I'm a level 1 journeyman, Kakashi-sensei. It's really hard to find any Fuinjutsu scrolls that don't at least mention Whirlpool or the Uzumaki. He answered the man, not really thinking about what he was saying. Ahem, well, be that as it may, there are no more ninja in the Land of Waves, so don't worry, Sakura. Kakashi explained as he laid a hand on the young girl's head. There won't be any ninja combat on a C-rank mission. Then we won't come in contact with any foreign ninja? She asked excitedly, obviously seeking reassurance. Of course not. The Jonin answered her with his trademarked eye smile, not noticing Tazuna's obvious guilt-filled grimace. Some 10 meters up ahead, in the middle of the road, lay a puddle.